Welcome everybody to race 2 of the 24-hour Nurburgring qualifiers here for the Nurburgring Langstrecken Serie. Yes, yesterday was tragic. What happened, we'll talk about that in a second, but welcome in everyone to the stream. We have got a 4-hour race ahead of us. We had qualifying this morning, top qualifying as well. I'm not sure what happened in those qualifying, so you guys are gonna have to get me updated on what happened there. But we've got the race now. Now it's a bit of a confusing format. It's qualifiers for Holy crap! Oh my god, that scared the fuck out of me. Holy shit! It didn't help that sounded like fucking gunshots as well. Okay, we're live. The broadcast is live. There we go. There we go. We'll get this caught up.
Less than an hour into the first of our races.
Okay, we're gonna talk over this for a little bit, but we've got a 4-hour race.
Passing of Juha Miettinen. While many will remember him for his 53 starts in the NLS series, 5 class wins and 25 podiums, his wife, 3 children, friends and team will remember him for the smile on his face, his passion for Porsche, and his passion for the Nurburgring. Today, we race for Juha. Our junior Kanky party alongside of Neil Cole.
100%, 100%. All right, we're gonna turn these guys down for a minute while we chat. So, yes, stream 4 hours race today. We're also gonna be live watching the 2025 F1 Saudi Arabian Grand Prix afterwards. So stick around, and then later on today we'll be watching the IndyCar at Long Beach as well. But yeah, just quickly want to talk about yesterday. For people who don't know, yesterday's race there was unfortunately a crash which led to someone, Juha, passing away. And yeah, it was really I mean, obviously very sad, but it was just a really weird experience, obviously streaming that situation live. And I just want to talk about that situation real quick. I just want to apologize for the way I handled it on stream. I do feel like it's one of those situations where I definitely could have. I've 100% learned from that. I've never kind of experienced something like that before. And now, yeah, I'm definitely like looking back, like we'll definitely take different approach to when stuff happens like that. But just to kind of paint the picture of what happened and how it played out in my head, basically, we had we had a red flag. No clue why we had a red flag. Then we saw the track map and we saw that there were 7 cars stopped. And then, oh, here we go.
At the front of this grid, Juha's team will stand as we get ready for this minute of silence. You can see the rest of the grid passing their condolences on as they all get into formation. But like Neil mentioned, a chance for our motorsports community to come together. We will have a minute of silence that we will observe for those listening as well as those watching in vision, in memory of the recently passing Juha Miettinen. So right now, just hearing the
I don't mean disrespectful on talk, but I don't think it started yet. Because that guy's fucking yapping on the speaker. I'm confused. And the commentator just got cut off. Okay. I'm assuming it's gonna happen in a minute. Anyways, yeah, to continue what I was saying, fuck, I wish I went live earlier so I could chat about it a little bit before we got on into it. But yeah, for people just tuning on in, there was sadly a passing yesterday during the race. So they're doing a minute silence for him, Yuha, at the track. Is that all the drivers? Who are the people at the front? Yeah, I'm assuming the minute silence hasn't started yet. His entire team, wow. But yeah, to quickly continue with what I was saying, I'm so confused what's happening right now. The commentators got cut off, but then the minute silence even started. Anyways, to continue what I was saying, yeah, yesterday I wasn't happy with the way I handled the situation when the crash happened. I just want to apologize for that. I feel like that's one of the... There we go. Yeah, rest in peace, Yuha, man. That is so sad. I mean, like...
And before that, you heard the voice of Pastor Cones, who gave a speech in tribute.
66 years old, doing what he loves, driving cars around one of the best tracks in the world.
Tragic accident.
And then, yeah, within, you know, matter of seconds, minutes, just losing your life doing what you love, it sucks. And I think it goes to show how dangerous motorsport is and how everyone, whether you're a pro racer or an amateur racer like him, or even a karter, like, you are putting your life at risk every single time you go out there to do what you love. And, you know, these guys do this for our entertainment as well. So, you know, you got to keep that in mind when watching motorsport. And yesterday was a big kind of one of those wake up calls that you never want to see, you know. Hopefully that is the last. Yeah, first passing at the track in a competition in 13 years at the Nurburgring. Yeah, it is sad. It is sad. Anyways, continue what I was saying. Again, I just want to apologize for the way I handled it on stream yesterday. I felt like it was one of those situations where, like, yeah, looking back, I didn't handle it properly. And a few people in the YouTube comments called me out for it. I've edited the YouTube VOD now. Edited out the whole section after the crash through to when we found out the news, and I've unpublished the VOD on Twitch as well. But to give you just some context of like how my mind was working, how the situation played out, basically, red flag happened. No one knew why the red flag came out. Then we found out there was 7 cars stopped in a corner. And then we found out there was an ambulance on track, and they were like, oh, okay, this is probably serious. Then we got an onboard from the Porsche, which showed oil on the track and 7 cars going off. And this is where I was wrong. I looked at the onboard and went, oh, that crash wasn't that bad. Just 7 cars went off. The commentators kind of started to be like, oh, this is just a red flag to fix up the mess and repair the barrier. And then we kind of, my assumption and the way it was presented to me felt like it was like a red flag to repair the barrier and clean up up the cars. Then the race was suspended until further notice, and at this point, I was told that Nurburgring never show crashes, regardless of how bad they are, or even if it's just a normal crash, they just don't like showing crashes. So I kind of just went down this path of like, oh, it wasn't a bad crash, Nurburgring just aren't showing it because they don't show crashes. And then, you know, we started to hear murmurs that like someone got cut out of a car, someone was airlifted, but there was nothing official. This was just like whispers online, and it was just like, oh, people are just talking shit. That was the way my brain was playing out. And we sat here for 2 hours, kind of just chilling, chatting, like waiting for the race to resume or for there to be a statement. Then we got told there was going to be a statement, and genuinely at this point in time, I was like, oh, okay, they're gonna announce that the race is gonna resume in an hour or something, and they're gonna add an hour onto the clock. Like I genuinely thought the announcement, like this is how much no one knew what was happening. I genuinely thought that the announcement was going to be like, race resuming in an hour, we're adding an hour on the clock or something like that. And then all of a sudden we got an announcement and found out what happened, which was Juha sadly passed away after being cut out of the car and trying to be resuscitated. And it was shocking. It was shocking. And at that point, that's where I was like, damn, okay, like we were just watching this on board. We were just kind of like chilling, you know, playing around and whatnot. You know, we had the photo of the crash on stream as well, not realizing it was that bad. So yeah, I apologize for that. I've learned my lesson with that. Like I'm never going to assume that a crash isn't worse what it is until I get confirmation from the track that everyone is okay. But yeah, again, it's just the way the situation played out. It was so weird. Like I'm not blaming Nurburgring, I'm not blaming the broadcast, but like it was really weird that we just got a red flag, no information, and then they never once said, or at least I never heard or saw like, hey, this is serious. We'll keep you updated until once we find out more news. It was just kind of, I was generally thought we were just cleaning the track and fixing the barrier. And that's where I kind of started to be like, oh, okay, let's look at the crash. Let's review the onboard and stuff like that. So yeah. But anyways, that aside, what happened yesterday was so sad. Like, again, going out there, just doing what you love. You know, you see his Instagram post of like, can't wait for this weekend, can't wait for Nurburgring, and then boom, oil on the track, and you go off. It's just so tough. To talk about it a little bit though, I see a lot of people online being like, you know, like, oh, Nurburgring is too dangerous, this, that, and the other. Like, you can't blame anyone for this, you know, this is motorsport, oil on the track, so unlucky, 7 people going off, you know, and like, you look at the crash and it wasn't even like a freak crash or anything like that. It was just a little bit of oil on the track, pro spun. Again, we haven't seen the actual footage, but like, and then all that came from that. And it's just like, that could have happened in any track. That could have happened in any car, in any series. And this is just what comes with motorsport, sadly. And it's just so sad that it happened to him yesterday. But yeah. Anyways, rest in peace, Juha. Everyone's racing for him today. But yeah, it's you know, imagine having to hop in one of these cars now and race knowing what happened yesterday. Like, it is it must be a very, very weird feeling. All right, yesterday aside, it's gonna be a bit of a different feeling for today's race. Let's talk about today's race. So, race number 2, technically the first race, because yesterday's race didn't even finish. What even happens with yesterday's race? Do they get points? Is it just null? But anyways, we've got race 2 ahead of us. We've got a 4-hour race. We had qualifying this morning. Can someone let me know in chat? Where did Max qualify? Or where did the team qualify? Who did the qualifying? Was it Hour or was it Max? And how did they do in top qualifying as well? So P5 what, in qualifying or top qualifying?
On this formation lap.
You know, you could very well still
Okay,
have a
P5 and
sprinkling
top
of
qualifying. Where do they
snow
qualify?
inside
Normal
of you. Never
qualifying.
say never in the
But yeah, so
varying microclimates that
if you really
surround
don't
this
know,
wonderful
Max
track.
has a racing team, Verstappen Racing, Mercedes AMG GT3 car. Him and Lucas, our known GT3 driver, are sharing the car today. Who's starting? Do we know who's starting yet? Let me have a quick read through the chat.
Next month for the 24-hour race, so that means we cut the Mercedes-Benz
Pole and second was just 1 millisecond apart? No way.
Sitting in the place of where we would go racing and run all the way down to the
How's it going, CJ? Welcome to the stream, dude.
Grand Prix track, climb up through the Michael Schumacher S in towards the back half of this Grand Prix lap before you.
Yeah, it would have been one of the oldest ones there for sure.
Curve and duck down onto the
Not your fault, mate. It's hard to know what to do. Oh no, I mean obviously 100%. Like that situation is a weird situation to be in. And I've never been in that situation before, so again, I'd handle it very different. I now have learned my lesson with that. But that is one of those situations yesterday's stream where, quite frankly, if I was a bigger creator, I would have got slammed online for the way I handled that situation. Obviously, I'm thankful that I'm not, you know, big enough, or no one in the streams cared enough, I guess you could say, to go fucking slander me online about it. But yeah, yesterday, the way I handled that, for sure, like if Verstappen Sim Racing or say Matt and Tommy or anyone of that size did what I did yesterday, I think they would have got absolutely slammed online. So, you know, that's where like me watching it back, like going like, damn, I didn't handle that well. Like, you know, I need to hold myself accountable for that. And you know, I just want to apologize, because I'm sure there is someone who's watching the stream now or watch my YouTube VOD or whatever, and was like, oh, that's a bit weird. I mean, obviously all of us watching the stream, you guys would have seen how weird of a situation it was. But yeah, at the same time, you know, I got to hold myself accountable, and that's why I've unpublished the VOD and edited the YouTube VOD, because yeah. Anyways, I know now how to handle situations like that if they happen again, which hopefully they won't. But motorsport's dangerous, and who knows what will happen when. But yeah, like I like, you know, obviously I'm more of an F1 guy, and Grosjean's crash in 2020, I wasn't doing watch-along streams back then, and then Antoine Hubert's passing in F2 in 2019, I wasn't doing watch-alongs back then either. So I've never really had to experience something like that on stream before, where I'm like, how do I handle that? What do I show? What do I say? Because at the end of the day, oh, that was the other thing I was going to say, was after the announcement came out, being live on Twitch felt so weird, because it's like the last thing I want to do is like profit from a tragedy. You know what I mean? Like my viewers doubled, like people coming to the stream to see what happened, you know, like people are going to my YouTube VOD to like see what I say, and you know, like, you know, obviously I gain views, I gain following, I gain stuff from something bad that's happened, and that's not what I want to do. But at the same time, like my job, or what I love, is covering the sport and having a place for people to chat. And staying live meant like we could chat about it and people could share their thoughts, and also keep up to date with what's happening, because some people just don't know what's happening, or can't see online, or like get misinformation online. So part of me is like, I feel like it's my job to be live on Twitch, so people have a place to like talk and like, you know what's happening. But at the same time, I profit from that. I'm getting viewers coming on the stream because of that. And I was like, I don't know, it was weird. I felt like I stayed live for the right amount of time, which was like 20 minutes. We talked about it, and then it was like end the stream. But yeah, some of the way, holy shit, the race, Sky Sports, and a few other media outlets, shame on you for the way you fucking handled that situation yesterday. Putting Max Verstappen in the article titles, shameful. Specifically Sky Sports, putting an ad for the Miami Grand Prix in the article, shameful as fuck.
But it will be Dennis Marshall that leads us to green alongside the Gamotta Racing BMW, just 1,000th of a second.
So yeah, it's situations like that are always tricky, and I don't know, it's just like, it's just weird. It's just weird.
Less than a blink of an eye is what covered them. starting that car.
I was watching you, so I don't know what you said, but it's an awfully tricky situation. Yeah.
In the Scherer,
I mean, the main thing I just didn't like was I showed the crash.
who did also
Like I showed the replay of the, well, one of the onboards of the crash, and I showed the photo of the crash before knowing if everyone was okay. And then that was like, ugh. But also, like, we're like joking around and having fun, waiting, thinking it's just a normal red flag, not knowing that someone's literally being resuscitated. You know what I mean?
Will be a lot of storylines. Adam Christodoulou starts the Pro Sport race.
How's it going, Dipu? Max is driving. Max is starting. Right, sweet, sweet. Okay, back to today's race. Again, thank you guys all for tuning in. And yeah, that's what I obviously wanted to speak about yesterday a little bit to start off the stream, because it was obviously a big, you know, it was a big thing, and I just had a few things I wanted to say. Let's focus on today's race now. Race 2. So, Verstappen Racing's qualified P5 and top qualifying. Where do they qualify? Normal qualifying. And was it Hour or was it Max who put the car there? In normal qualifying, they qualified P32. They didn't do a lap on slip because of BOP. How did they get P5 and top qualifying then? Someone explain to me how normal qualifying and top qualifying work. Chris, thank you so much for the 62-month resub, dude. Really do appreciate you coming in with the prime. Thank you, man. Toxicity, Sahara, Oxford, Jack Dan, Emily, or Kane. Thank you guys all for the follows.
We had since the qualifying where
the number 35. Let's listen in.
is completely gone.
I mean, I expected an injury scene. There was such a touchy business on it, but like, yeah, it's same. No music, no raise. You kept it pro. You're still young. You're still learning. You clearly have the right to vote. You won't make the same mistake. Yeah, it's an important thing. And this broadcasters might have some info on it. You as an independent person have no clue. Did the crash happen on the stream? No, we didn't actually see the crash on the stream, thankfully. That would have been even worse. But then again, if we had seen the crash on the stream, maybe we would have thought it handled it differently, because we would have had context. But then again, the crash didn't even look bad, so I don't know if I would have, if I'm being honest, I don't think I would have done anything different if I had seen the crash, because the crash didn't look bad, you know what I mean? Like, we just had no information that of what was happening, and that's kind of why it ended up going the route dead. Rich use outlets are like sad, low-life creatures. I think it's odd for you personally, as you are used to F1, not GT3 racing. I mean, motorsport's motorsport, right? But yeah, I was kind of like approaching it like an F1 red flag, really. What number is Timo Glock's car? Is Timo Glock racing? Timo Glock's racing today? What the fuck?
Without power steering, so a real shame. And
obviously, enough talk about yesterday. Again, it was a very sad thing, and you know, obviously, you know, everyone's racing for Yuha today. But I feel like I've said everything I want to say, and you know, I don't want to. It's sad. You don't want to keep talking about it the whole stream, and we've got a nice race ahead of us today. So let's talk about today's race. All right, let's lock in. I need to get these. I need to get the onboard synced up, but I think it should be good already. TGTV, they've plays its part, but you go back to the shakedown part. What makes this track so unique is that because it's a public road, even if you have an issue, you may not want to limp the car back around on the track itself, but if you can pull off at the appropriate point, find a connector to one of the other public roads around. It's raining on some parts of the track, more than 6, by the way. Wait, really? Back to the paddock on a flatbed potentially, get it repaired. Got 7 TV modes working on OBS show overlay finally. It's like doing rockets. Like, yeah, you have to go into the Franca face. Yeah, I literally had to do that again yesterday. Yeah, when we come to that corner is going to be very heavy. Everyone driving through that corner today is going to be thinking of Yuha, and you know, this is the tough thing about motorsport, right? Is this sounds like really dark to say, but like, you're going out there knowing that someone passed away doing the same thing you did yesterday, and you have to try push to the maximum and drive the same while knowing that. And you know, it is one of those races where you kind of see who's more confident slash who's doesn't let that get to them as much as the other person. And like, you know, you gotta remember, this is a majorly amateur series as well, you know. Someone like Max Verstappen, who has all that experience, can probably put that past them, but like, fuck, every time I go through that corner, if I had to drive the track today, I would be driving so much more careful.
the hood, an M3 GT3 car with some
Here's a
extra
track.
accoutrements, and what a wonderful job they've done to bring
His teammates
that
don't drive
project
right. Well,
to
Max's
life.
teammates?
HWA is a
What are you saying, Yuha's team? I'm assuming Yuha's team's not driving today, right? I don't think they would be able to repair the car, right? No, it's a team like that.
On the 7th row, really
I missed with the action this morning with a Max qualify. They qualified P5.
For Neil, a car that we know is gunning for pole position around this wonderful 20.
Bro, I don't know how you weirdos who don't eat breakfast do it. I eat breakfast every single morning, almost straight after I wake up. Today, I didn't have time, slash, I wanted to go, slash, I was so full from my fatty meal last night, slash, I wanted to go for a run, so I didn't want to eat, and I didn't have time to eat after my run. My stomach's dying. How do you guys do it?
Grand Prix racing, then you're used to 3 sectors.
Just eat.
This has 8 sectors.
At least I got my juice.
So as you
I'm gonna order
get
food
into
soon.
this race, as it starts, we go green flag in about 5 minutes time. Just get used to the fact
Is it a 24-hour race?
will grow.
No, the 24-hour race in a few weeks' time. This is qualifiers for the 24-hour race.
Seconds here and there.
Well, it's not really qualifiers, it's just a race,
And another thing
practice
to flag
race.
up before we start is the whole business of pit stops. Obviously, if you're used to
Okay, is audio good?
Grand Prix racing, then a pit stop of over 3
It's not like eating in the morning.
seconds
Eating in the morning is weird because I
these
don't
have
feel hungry in the
a
morning.
regulated amount of time for the pit stop, for the refuel.
I wouldn't say I feel hungry right now. My stomach's just sore. If I don't eat in the morning, I don't feel hungry. I just feel sore.
Is slow and measured, and all of that is built
But
into the
it makes you
overall
feel so much
racing because it's
better,
the same
man.
for everybody. So, just a few of the headlines to get used to before we go green is that.
Okay, I need to try and get. Oh wait, who are we on board with now? Oh, we're on board with.
And
Pass up.
race circuit. And
I need to get the onboard synced up, but I think we're pretty close anyway. Superbacks, DGK. Thank you for the follow.
A great aerial look for those watching in vision on.
Yeah, I saw a few people say online, typical, like, we
YouTube.
shouldn't be racing
Remember,
today.
for
How
those
dare
who
you
may be
race
traveling
after
today,
someone
we will
passed
be
away?
live
But like,
on RS1 through the
you
entirety
know, you got to remember, like,
of
Yuha
our
would.
4 hours, part of our
I mean, I don't know him
radio show
personally,
limited
but
network
Yuha
of
would
channels,
probably
but
want
there's
this race
plenty
to go
more
ahead,
racing.
you know.
Yes, there's World Endurance Championship action to come, and our team ready to cover that. It's a relatively cool, crisp morning. Let me quickly run down some of those other pole sitters in some of the other classes. We've got Porsche Esports. Porsche Endurance, I should say, rather, Trophy Nurburgring competition. They have an esports version of that category as well. We've got 7 stars. That's important.
I thought he just accidentally called Porsche the Porsche team, Porsche Esports.
Championship.
By the way, remember when you spilled the juice back in January? Yeah, we got the same flavor juice today.
Muller Motorsports, an 8:38, 5:05 pole for them in the mixed conditions. 82
Ours seems to be driving first. Wait, I thought you guys said Max was starting. Who's starting?
Tweaks to some of the technical specs. There's plenty of gravel on the track in the penultimate sector running up to the mini of the carousels. But 82 pole went the way of the Black Falcon team Fanatec, the sim racing crew, if you will. That's why I had esports on my mind. They were good enough for 5th in the Cup 2 class, so keep an eye on them.
Max is started today. Good. I'm assuming it will be like I'm assuming it will be like the NLS 2 race where it will be max hour. Or do you think Max will do 2 hours, Al will do 2 hours?
Well, classes I want to highlight.
What's up, Dad?
Are the
Why are you up
production
so late, huh?
VT2.
Just joined your league. What's up, Surfer
we've got
Rooney?
2 of them for slightly different
If I don't have breakfast, I feel like I'm gonna pass out, yeah.
7 and 8 cars.
I tried going to the gym once without eating and I wanted to die.
VT2 Hacker class will be on pole.
Alright, so there's Max there,
It's the
P5.
495, Pascal Fritsch and Michael Borer on pole in the VT2 front class with about 6 seconds between them. We are weaving back and forth as we run down the Dottinger Hoa, a 1.5 kilometer
I think my onboard's synced up perfectly.
2 by 2, and Neil Cole, get ready to get this 4-hour race underway. And I like what you said earlier. It's all about
I think my onboard's synced up perfectly. Hell yeah.
Yeah, and the body language of all the cars.
2 hour probably for the 24-hour practice, right?
Warmth into those tires. The first real chance to get those slicks.
This HWA is sexy as fuck.
And such a changeable surface. And I think what we could see was almost blossom.
You're a month out from the 24 hours. All right.
The windscreens of those cars.
Race about to start.
Near carousel was the
Max starting P5. Last time he started P1. Well, yesterday they started, what, like 10th?
Germany. rather than gravel. So I think the track is pretty clear.
But we didn't really get to see much of that race. Hour got overtaken, then took two people
it's
back.
A reminder as well that we are springing into.
But let's see what Max can do today from P5.
Of the year. Summer for race fans is always great, Neil, and
waiting that was long enough to make breakfast.
Like
True.
degrees Celsius in the
Unite,
air, but that's always great for the cars themselves. In the second
Coach
race
Dave, who's Coach Dave?
ADAC 24 hours of the Nurburgring qualifiers.
No, there's qualifying for the 24-hour Nurburgring as well. They just call this qualifiers, even though apparently you get some sort of this means something for top qualifying in Nurburgring 24 hours, but I don't know. Also, can someone explain to me how qualifying works into top qualifying? Like, what do you do in qualifying to qualify for top qualifying? And what does qualifying and qualifying set for top qualifying?
Flag goes green. The safety car will pull off. We will be racing at the Nordschleife.
I've been told Max is in the car. So I'm going to believe Max is in the car until...
And remember that we won't go racing until much further down the finish straight than maybe you have been accustomed to.
He races, does YouTube as a coaching
previously,
software
so a long
for sim
wait
racing.
Before the realized
Was he the one that does like the iRacing hot laps and stuff? I've watched stuff back in the day.
Dennis Marshall at the wheel. On the inside of that front
yeah, I've got that in mind, Volar, but when I do my learning to drive
head
streams, definitely want to review some dash cams to learn what to do. It's really
full
complicated. Someone on Reddit, one engineers didn't even
layout
understand
that
170 paper regulations for
the
quality.
Mercedes-Benz arena. Instead, we shortcut left
Quality for the
straight
quality
out
of the
turn
quality
one
of 24 hours. Yeah, basically.
Run a slightly
Basically, that's the best way to put it.
Run through
This is
the
a qualifying
Grand Prix,
race
a
for
final dress rehearsal,
qualifying
if you will,
for
today.
top qualifying
But
for the 24 hours of
racing
Nurburgring.
for some will be
All right, here we go. Safety car in.
the back burner.
Max P5. What can he do today? Obviously P1 in race
in the second
NLS2, but then got disqualified. Yesterday's race got canned.
Qualifier races. Yes, a bit of a misnomer. We're not qualifying for the 24-hour race, but we're building up to the great event.
Alright, come Max, come on.
And we are racing at the green hell, and instantly Grello
Still
pops
P5
out
for
of
now.
As we shovel our way down to turn number one, and the lights
You can
flash
see
as some
Haasa in front of it. Oh, someone's red wide. Max should be able to get P4 here. Alright, up to P4. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Haasa and the Porsche side by side. Hopefully Max can catch up to the back of them. For people who don't know, Haasa was the one in the blue Audi, was the car that Max raced very hard and very well against in NLS2 a few weeks ago.
Tidy start, still with the tires coming up to their full temperature and pressure range. Finally, Grello's gotten himself up.
Love the
into
helicopter
second.
cam here. Oh, Max already on the back of Haasa now. Wait, is Haasa in the car? I'm just going to call it the Audi.
Ferrari leads us on the climb up to the Schumacher S. Neil Cole.
A more dramatic than expected first couple of corners there.
No, there'll be a separate qualifying for Nurburgring 25. That's what I thought, but then someone told me that yesterday that today's race sets something for the qualifying. Like where you finish here, you go out first or something.
Very dramatic.
Prediction? Oh yeah, we can do predictions. I'll do that in a sec. These four are pretty close so far. Imagine these four race like this the whole time. Whoa.
Not surprised as well, given that you don't set your car up for the Grand Prix part of the track. It's all about
why we got two standings right now.
Once you hook the left through the Sabine Schmidt curve, and it is going to be Dennis Marshall that leads this race.
Why have we got this shitty onboard cam again?
Back we dive for the very first time with a couple of
Thank you.
now starting to
Never cut to that cam again.
Front couple. Gamotta racing that BMW.
Oh, there we go. Oh, man, they're perfectly in sync, basically.
Quite significantly all the way out of the front five, and that goes to show the danger of turn one and maybe overcommitting on the outside and running yourself out of room.
Yep, so does Max in the car.
Fast there for
first chance to
Max Verstappen as he clatters over the curbs.
All right, group 2. Is this group 2 or group 3?
Racing Mercedes AMG GT3. Remember, GT3
gonna get caught.
is the that's why. So we have SP9 is GT3, SP10 is GT4.
Group 2, the Porsches and GT4. Chris Lullum, Max Verstappen sim racing teammate and teammate for one of the previous NLS races. Is in this class. If you're wondering why Chris Lallem isn't racing for Verstappen Racing this weekend, that is because in the 24 Hours of Nurburgring, Chris Lallem is not a part of the team, so I think he's going to race for a GT4 Mercedes team instead.
Through the Nordschleife. It's starting Group 2 that is ready to get us underway. It's Porsche Cup
Group 2.
cars 992.1 generation.
So if you don't know, it's a multi-class race, so this is just another class, another group of cars going. Completely separate to Max and the other drivers, the other cars. So these are the guys that will get in the way.
Four wide as we fly down through the stripe and in towards turn 1. It's that blue and white Porsche that holds the inside, the red and blue asymmetric Porsche that now finds the danger of going on the outside.
I don't think they're crashed though. I think they're just stuck.
Car pointed in the wrong direction as well. Believe that's one of our Subarus, unfortunately.
Subaru and BMW.
Tangled up with one of the BMWs,
that's cute.
But the first signs of trouble in starting Group 2.
Max is class 1, highest class. So 40 in Bay.
Down to the
Hey, where did Jimmy, Steve, and Misha qualify today?
For those watching, we can now see the perspective of a.
Oh, Jimmy's team is in class 2. I didn't realize that.
You can also get the sense for the
Thank you for joining us. We
vehicle
are
types that are
in the
racing
opening
now.
stages of the NLS 5, the Nurburgring 24-hour qualifiers. The 24 Hours of Nurburgring Nordschleife are in a month's time. So
Bro, the naming scheme is so
very
shit.
Early stages, 5 minutes into this 4-hour race, and remember, settle in, because while it is a sprint, it's also a marathon, and the leading field had a.
Why not more F1 drivers are doing other races? I would say there's multiple reasons for that. One, lack of interest. I think a lot of F1 drivers just want to drive F1 and be an F1 driver, and that's it. They don't really care about. Well, Christopher Haas in the top right is pretty close to the Porsche. Yeah, I'd say some just don't really care about other motorsports. Like, their goal is to be an F1 champ, and like, why put time, money, and effort into another motorsport series? 2, I think contracts is a big one. A lot of drivers' contracts say they can't do certain activities because it's too dangerous. Slash their contracts conflict, so like Mercedes driver can only drive a Mercedes car, etc. And 3, I think, you know, like F1 drivers are already so overworked. If they get a month off, they're going to enjoy that month off.
Headed down to pit lane, our SB9 field slightly reduced in numbers. A BMW on one side of the start.
I don't think, like, the thing is, like, I'm obviously a Max fan, and I really rate Max doing these GT3 races and other motorsports, but I don't look at Max as being like more how do I word this? I think it shows that Max is a racer at heart and he just loves motorsport, but I don't look at Max and then go like, oh, he's a better F1 driver than XYZ because he does other series. Like, no, I don't. Like, I think it just shows his mentality as a racer rather than a mentality as an F1 driver. But when I do hear drivers like Charles Leclerc or Lando Norris or whoever say shit like, oh yeah, I'd love to drive WEC, oh yeah, I'd love to do this, and then they do nothing else, it's like, just shut up. I'm sorry. Like, just be quiet.
See the gaps continue.
Like, I have nothing wrong. I generally don't judge any F1 driver for not doing other motorsport races. Like, as an F1 driver, you are not required to want to care about other motorsports. Just focus on F1. But if you're gonna sit in interviews being like Charles Leclerc, I would love to drive WEC one day. Bro, you've never driven anything but an open wheel car. What are you talking about? Maybe let's start with the fucking GT4 car, then we can talk about hypercars.
Enough to eliminate these gaps in the starting groups, so it's finally just clicked through that We've got about 10 seconds covering 17 of our SB9 machines.
The green Porsche, the team that Calvin S3 drives for. Right, oh, here we go. Christopher Haas got the slipstream.
Audi sits in the draft of Grello. Closing is Christopher Haas and Thomas Preining as they rise to the end of the Dottinger Hoa in towards Antonius Bucher.
Gets it done.
Pull alongside, and this is where side drafting plays.
Where's Max gone?
You can see him pull
How's Max
to the
lost a
left
second?
side of the track, try and avoid Preining, pulling alongside,
Catch up, bro.
disturbing the air and slowing that Audi down. But no matter, the Scherer Sport machine through to second.
Oh no, guys, my opinion, upset Wallop. See you, dude. Bye bye.
And Realize Condor Racing with Rinaldi have converted pole position into the lead of this race.
Yes, and that's a classic overtake that we will see many, many times during the course of this race, because there's no push to pass, there's no energy recovery, there's no extra power that they can.
Okay, Max is there again. Max is there again. Why do you lose so much time on that straight?
The engine to get
I'll say you're wrong here. More than a lack of interest is the contract issue. No, like I said in literally my previous sentence before I said what I said was I completely understand that it's more than just they don't want to. There's contracts from they're not allowed to do it. Contracts in terms of branding obligations, like a Mercedes driver can only drive a Mercedes car, McLaren can only drive a McLaren, etc., etc. You know, Max has obviously had exemptions made in his contract to be allowed to drive other cars, but he also drives for an energy drink company, which is very different. But again, I understand these guys want to take a break. They work all year long doing so much shit. They have no requirement to go into other motorsports. Again, I don't judge any F1 driver and go, you're a pussy for not doing other motorsports. No, my point is, if you're going to sit in interviews and say, you want to do this, you want to do that, or like, sorry, say you want to do it, when you've got drivers like Alonso, Hulkenberg, Max, even Stroll now, driving other motorsport series occasionally over the years, I don't think there's an excuse to not just do it. But then again, it's, you know, you do see Carlos Sainz, you do see Lando Norris doing a lot of karting, Daniel Ricciardo, Liam Lawson, they do a lot of karting.
Trying to change a lane. Well,
so, you know, they are doing some sort of other motorsport stuff. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It just really annoyed me when Charles just, a little mistake there for the Porsche. Is Max going to go for the move here? This is a weird section to have caught him.
Mistake. Uncharacteristic from Thomas Preining, and it almost allows Max Verstappen to squeeze alongside. In through the Hadson back, out wide over the curb. It unsettled the Porsche, and now Verstappen staring up the gearbox of the Porsche 911 GT3 R.
I guess my point is, I think if you're going to sit in interviews and say stuff like, I would love to do this, I think it takes away from the drivers who actually do that.
If you lose a couple of tenths through a mistake going a little bit wide, like we saw the Grello Porsche, then that can carry on for the rest of the lap. You'll be slightly on the back foot, and here we go. Are we going to see an amazing overtake up into second place from Max Verstappen, because he is continuing to capitalize on that slight mistake earlier in the lap.
Whenever I bring up Lando in this conversation, it's always, Lando did Daytona 24 hours. Yeah, Lando did Daytona 24 hours back in 2018 before he was an F1 driver.
Develop and maybe where code
but still, that's great.
60s
but he's not done that in a few.
By the way, for those who are watching, one of the most amazing camera angles I've ever seen in motorsport. We were literally inside, behind the grille of the Mercedes AMG GT3. They found a way to nestle a camera in there, and it gave you a great perspective of being down close to the road at speed through Schwedenkreuz, which is one of the most precarious points on the track. Verstappen's going on the offense. In front of him, Christopher Haas. Let's not forget, Verstappen and Haas had a great tussle between the two of them a couple of weeks ago.
It was just Max, and he's in P4 now. A driver, what driver was it in the top 5 that went off?
Into the first real switchback sections of the Nurburgring Nordschleife.
Yeah, damn, Haas is caught up.
Right up at the front, and of course
damn.
That will be being repeated.
Haas is caught up really quickly to the leader. That Audi is flying right now. Okay, this looks like it's going to be a good race. NLS2, it was just Max versus Haas. Sorry, Verstappen racing versus Haas versus the Audi. Fuck, what's the Audi team called?
Internationally known drivers. We hope that they will be able to get out successfully. But yeah, these battles out the front, and as you said, that grille shot, that onboard camera from the front of Max Verstappen's car will, I'm sure, be doing some rounds on social media later today.
Max is taking a break right now as well. This is what he does on his break. I mean, yeah, exactly. I mean, that's again like.
That's very much. I come from the world
I
of
don't.
sim racing. As
I don't know how you guys
know,
are getting up me for what I just said. I literally feel like that was the most balanced opinion ever. Of like, I don't get why people make Max out to be a better person or a better F1 driver or this, that, and the other than other F1 drivers just because he does other motorsport series.
Where we saw some of that tussling.
And then I make one comment about how if you're gonna sit in interviews and say, "Oh, I was gonna run."
Out of Bergwerk, one of the most important corners on the track. Ferrari almost looks like.
Oh my God, he's flying!
He breathes closer and closer. Jinx one way, then the other. It's forced to the left, not quite
Holy.
into the grass. But nothing Dennis Marshall can do as Christopher Haase in the Share Sport Audi.
Bro is flying.
Then maybe he would have
Oh, they caught a bit of traffic there.
Towards bravery.
All right, Haas up to P1. Oh, Max is caught up now after they caught that traffic. Oh my God, Max is right there now. This is elite.
An absolutely clinical move, and as you say, to get it done just before they start to come upon the back markers for the first time. Brilliant overtake.
Verstappen through, and Verstappen.
Wait, is P5 caught as well? Wait, P5's caught up now. We got a 5-way battle for the lead. This is sick.
As you rise to the highest point of the track here towards Hoa Act, it becomes very, very difficult to find your way through. It is single file at best through here, and that's why traffic management is so important.
Yeah, for people who are new to Nurburgring Nordschleife or multi-class racing in general, unlike Formula 1 where a blue flag is given to the car that is slower to let the faster car through, it is the faster car's responsibility to clear the slower car safely. So you have to wait for a straight to get past. So you see moments like this where you're stuck behind these cars and, you know, Max has to think, do I clear him now? Do I wait? And basically the slower car has to just be predictable. They have to drive like they normally would, and the faster cars have to go around them as best they can. And saying that, these guys look like they're fucking pulling over. Oh, there we go, Max got the run! And he's through here. Oh, holy shit.
Neil, we've got to move. Verstappen bullies his way forward. He
saw the opportunity on the Ferrari and he took it. All right, it's Max versus Haase again for P1.
Ooh, I had to breathe in a little bit.
But the top 5 are really, really close. Holy shit, I did not expect that move.
Navigating traffic while navigating the Nordschleife. You know, chapeau, that was kudos for that move. And up into second.
And so now his next target, Christopher Haase. We're in for a repeat of NLS2. Remember that the Verstappen Racing Mercedes ran by Windward Racing, unfortunately lost the win post-race for using too many tires, and I have no doubt that they will be not making that mistake anytime soon. Back onto the Dottinger Hoa we go, second lap about to be complete.
Bro, that Audi's gone again, or is it just because the camera's cut at the perfect spot?
Behind. It's not just these 4 that we've been focused on so much, but
can we show the leader, bro?
In the best of the Lamborghinis for the Red Bull team, apt. He's slowly been closing on the back of Thomas Preining as well, and Grello is looking vulnerable.
Oh, now the Lambo's on the back of the Porsche. Damn. Didn't the Porsche start P2?
Continuing to climb before you drop down into.
Oh my God. Sometimes when they clear these back markers, it's so.
Lamborghini's looking good as well, and so it's an Audi that will lead from a Mercedes, Ferrari, Porsche, Lamborghini. 5
Dude, this is sick. All right, we're already on lap 2.
With 17 or so
lap
minutes
3 now.
complete in our second qualifier.
Yeah, the Red Bull Lambo's so hot. We've got 3 Red Bull cars in the top 5 right now. The Lambo's Red Bull branded. There's a Red Bull logo on the Porsche as well.
German manufacturers that famous for success.
The reason the Red Bull, the reason the Porsche is Red Bull branded is because Kevin Vanderland's Red Bull sponsored, right?
And McLaren to.
Oh wait, not straight. Not Calvin
Van
Vanderland. Kevin Estrie. Or does Calvin Vanderland drive for that team as well?
They continue to go. The BMW M3 Touring is sat in 11th,
What a move.
by the way, overall.
Dude, imagine he got Haas as well. Holy shit. Alright, we got Haas versus Max again.
Worked their way through one of the tighter parts of the track through the ice curve and just planted his foot to the floor and stamped his way up to second, Neil.
Yeah, I probably should have made a comment about F1 drivers like I did without proper amount of time to be able to discuss it, because I don't think people understand what I was trying to say, and now people are still 5 minutes after I made the comment still talking about it in chat. Lovely.
Max Verstappen is a
I would love to discuss this more, guys, but this race is pretty interesting, so let's focus on that instead. How did Max clear the Porsche? I was buffering. The Porsche? I think so. When did he clear the Porsche? I can't remember now.
As compared to Formula 1, and maybe that's where his iRacing experience, and he's run some of the digital Nurburgring Langstrecken Series races. I remember commentating on one of those going on 2 or 3 years ago now, where Verstappen was teamed up with Rudy Van Buren, and kind of that effort was the catalyst for a change in the DNLS rules, where now those that are successful in that championship earn some progression towards their Nordschleife permits in the real world. If you need it,
you're contradicting yourself, saying other drivers have contractual obligations and can't do other series. The least they can do is express their interview and interest in an interview.
Both what the Nurburgring Langstrecken Series are doing, but also Max himself. He is hungry as they down.
I shouldn't maybe roast the drivers for expressing their interest in an interview.
Lights flash, the mental mind games are being played.
But
Verstappen, no stranger.
I think Max and Stroll and Alonso and Hulkenberg and
using that headlight button
even Liam have shown that you can do other series regardless of your contract obligations. You just have to ask for it or work, you know what I mean? So like, I understand how hard it is to be able to do other stuff with your contracts, but I think Max is a prime example of if you really wanted to, you could. So I find it personally frustrating when F1 drivers sit in interviews being like, I want to do this so bad. Well, do it then. Max is doing it. Why can't you? But I also understand that it is hard, but it's possible. That's what I was trying to say.
You say, but sometimes it's just those little distractions that can really unsettle you. Back through the traffic, up through Unnah Forest, where those curbs can help you rotate the car potentially.
Oh, the Ferrari's back on the back of Max now. This is what I do love about multi-class racing, is how
all the way to the right
it is almost like a strategic game. Like now, Haas got stuck, and now Max has got to run.
Again, in through Metzgeveld, down towards Callenhard.
Yeah, this Audi is quick here.
Though doesn't really grow as a result of that. The give and take of traffic.
In saying that, you know, obviously they got disqualified, but Verstappen's team won by
no means has quelled the challenge of
an hour, a minute, in LS2. So they definitely have the pace to get past Audi. But the Audi is flying right now. Oh my God, they're really catching the traffic now.
Yeah, 120 cars is still a pretty sizable field.
I would say Max is clearing the traffic the best right now. Every single time they get through traffic, Max is getting right on the back of people. Like he's just caught Haas now as well.
3 hours and 40 minutes left to go. There'll be many, many passes of different classes.
Couple of updates, Neil, after the start fracas in starting Group 2. The 88 Subaru Technica International entered in SP4T. That has entered the pit lane, and I don't believe it has left just yet.
Dude, I love the helicopter cam.
240Is, the number 665.
That's the thing with F1, right? Is like F1 is obviously such a, like it's a show, it's a production. You've got to cut between all your cameras and blah blah blah. But sometimes I love just riding on a helicopter cam and just watching a race. You know what I mean? Like obviously the reason Nurburgring do this is because the track is so fucking big. They can't have cameras
with Christopher Haase
in
enjoying a couple
everywhere
of
around the
car
track,
lengths
so
over Max
they
Verstappen.
just sit on a helicopter cam the whole time.
Yes,
But I
you know,
feel
we're
like,
not talking so
for
much
me,
about
it's such a
managing
better
batteries
way
and
to
things.
watch racing.
We shouldn't forget that they're still managing tires,
It's
fuel,
just
managing traffic.
satisfying.
There are elements of management
to watch.
in sports car
But also, I mean,
endurance
obviously
racing.
helps at
It's
the
not
track. Like, they're
just
driving through the
24
trees, and
hours
like
of an
the helicopter does
all-out
look so
sprint
much
as
better.
as
But
maybe some
yeah,
sometimes believe.
sometimes I do wish F1 just sat on a helicopter cam for like a lap or two during a battle, so you can really see the lines they're taking and how much time they're losing, how much time they're gaining.
Around the inside.
Yeah, true sponsors would not like the
cemented,
helicopter cam.
Sketchy moment from Haase, and like we said earlier,
Is Max purposely blinking his light there, or is that like a traffic light or something?
Has meant he's like potentially lost half a tenth or a tenth.
You need a satellite cam. Imagine.
Oh,
Oh, looks like a little mistake there for Haase.
Of that Audi R8.
He's menacing, weaving one way than the other. In the Cup 2 class, it is the 920.
He's pressing the button every single time.
Currently, however, that is the Raphael Renhofer and Noah.
Oh yeah, true. So he's actually pressing that.
Entered car, no team name for them.
Yeah, Max is really putting the pressure on now. But the thing is, we know Haase can handle this. He handled it in others too. What number is Max? Max is number 3.
Some alternative fuel as well. Only a couple of tenths splitting those two right now, though. As it stands, it is a very close
Bro, this is a sick camera shot.
Sure,
imagine seeing that in your rearview mirror. A 4-time F1 world champ chasing you down
currently takes
at the Nordschleife.
Start responsibilities. Bit of a gap building between second and third now, as that Ferrari focuses more on the charging Mirko Bortolotti. That Lamborghini looking very, very promising. Inside
that Lambo looks quick as well now. When did the Lambo qualify? I feel like it's came out of nowhere. The Porsche just completely fell off. P5 2 seconds off.
For them to slowly breathe, Neil, to relax, because they've got 25 kilometers and 100.
It definitely seems like the Audi and the Merc is way more set up for the race than
and interesting that rear
the Porsche
view we had just had
and that
from
Ferrari.
The Audi, looking back at
there you go, Lambo P3.
There was a lot of movement on the rear wing of the Audi.
Coach Dave first and last.
Lots of airflow. I think there's no question about that. And see the disruption sometimes when they sit in the draft. It's always interesting, the fluctuations. Mirko Bortolotti breathes past Dennis Marshall as they crested over the top of Antonius Bucca and dropped down in towards Tiergarten.
Bro, how did the Porsche fall off this much? So I had so many questions. Can someone answer my question about the Porsche again? Does Kevin Estrie and Calvin van der Linde drive for the Porsche, or is it just Calvin? Is it just Kevin Estrie? And yeah, answer that question first.
Not be fooled by that.
I love the
That
idea
time was an 8:17.
That'll be good. Okay, bro. Out of sync? Yeah, the cam's out of sync again. I don't know how that happened.
Neil, in terms of lap times, the fastest driver on track right now is Mirko Bortolotti, 8:17.419. He's only a couple of thousandths of a second quicker than
right? Okay, so it's just Kevin Estrie. Is Kevin Estrie sponsored by Red Bull?
Good sign for the Lamborghini. A little bit further down in qualifying than I think they would have wanted.
That must have froze for a second.
Back up through the Schumacher S.
There you go. We're back in sync again.
I've got to say, sometimes you would say that a smooth race car is a fast race car.
Perfectly synced.
Through the Grand Prix section, not particularly smooth for Verstappen.
I was going shirking above the strip.
Goes back to maybe what I said slightly earlier. You set the car up for the much bumpier and slightly awkward Nordschleife.
You do have to remember though, the onboards do have a delay as opposed to this and the Heli-Cam. So if you're comparing it to that, it's going to be different. But the onboard is synced on with the onboard on the broadcast now. Estrie's driving IMSA this weekend. I think that's the case. He's not had a chance to do any NLS races this year. He was meant to do NLS 1, but that got cancelled because of snow.
The moment they had to back a lap or two ago. Since then, continuing to drop back. Now sitting 5 seconds off the lead. Let's give you
Is this when Max almost got
Quick
past?
look at what happened first, though, for
I was
one
too
of
busy
those
looking at
close moments, and
fucking
indeed, actually, through the
Pastor there,
traffic,
where he he didn't know if you want to go right or left, and then last minute went right.
The 937 gets forced off the road on the entry.
Now the Red Bull
down towards
sponsoring is a
Flagstar.
collab from Mante Racing and Red Bulls with the Grello got Red Bull sponsor. I don't know what. Wait, the Red Bull sponsoring is a collab from Mante Racing. Oh, Max has got the run. What? How'd that happen?
Just looking through my entry list to try and figure out which
The commentator didn't even realize.
would have been, but we've had a change for the lead. Verstappen.
he's too busy looking at his notes. Wait, did Haase make a mistake?
Trading points and now down into Arenberg. They'll drop in towards the foxhole, and Verstappen will try and build his lead.
See what I mean? I feel like Max is clearing the traffic so much better than these guys. Okay, P5 to P1 in 4 laps.
His body language for the last lap and a half has been, I'm gonna get
No, you know what it
past,
was?
and now
Pass
can
the
he
super clip,
pull
guys. I think that's what happened.
ahead and extend that lead? It doesn't look so like at the moment.
There we go. Now we'll see his onboard.
Haase is staying with him.
Oh,
good
he just lost a bit of
Good news,
speed
Neil, is that
behind
just taking a look at
the back marker. Max just
track
flew
map, they've got
past.
Plenty of clean air before they'll catch the next group. The second group.
Fraud
is
win, if
made
you
up
ask
of,
me.
you know,
Fraud
plenty
win.
of fast cars.
Only
Those
winning because of
992
back
machines
markers.
are a rocket
This is
ship
why
in a
F1's
straight line. Maybe don't have the aerodynamic performance through the
A real sport.
corners of a GT3, yes, but can very much match, if not best, them down the Dottinger Hoa.
Wait, so quali is also a race,
Three
and the
drivers
positions
for
are
this
starting
share
group
of
for
sport.
24 hour. No bombshell.
16,
It's just
Christopher
called the
Haase
24-hour
starts with
Nurburgring qualifiers,
hand the car over at some point,
but it
to
doesn't. You don't qualify for
Alex
anything.
Sims
It's just
with
just like a
Green as well, pair of
event before the
waiting
Nurburgring
in
24
the
hours.
wings for Verstappen and Lucas
And yes,
Howard,
it's a
just
race, not
two
qualifying.
drivers
4-hour
in which
race.
to split their time between. And Verstappen has said candidly over the weekend that one of the tasks for him
It's basically just
being
like
here at the track is to help
it's just
Lucas
a
get
normal
as much
NLS
seat time
race
as
that's a
possible.
part of the NLS Championship, but they just name it the 24-hour Nurburgring qualifiers
Yeah, it's an
because it's
interesting
like
pairing, isn't it? Of
the
course,
final
these two
races
have
before
previous that
the
goes
24-hour
back 10
Nurburgring,
years,
and a lot of
3
people
days,
use that
and
as a time to
Lucas
test out
Howard very much
setups
known
and
for
test out their
DTM,
strategy and stuff like that
I guess
before
more, but
24 hours
very,
Nurburgring. But it still counts towards the NLS Championship, but it doesn't mean
established
anything
and
for the
talented
24-hour
driver. So,
Nurburgring
yes,
at all.
he's got
The
to
24-hour
they've got to
Nurburgring has
balance
its
the
own
amount of
qualifying and
time
its own
that
top
they give
qualifying.
Lucas in this car with the amount of time.
Is it a
that
video game?
Max
Yeah,
Verstappen
this is.
with
I'm
his
flying this
limited
helicopter
schedule
right now.
is able to get behind the wheel of this car. So yeah, everything is a
Yeah,
balance.
this is
So that's clearly one
the
of reasons why
live
they have
Nurburgring
two
24-hour
drivers
qualifiers.
in that car, whereas many
on
of the
YouTube.
other cars and teams have 3 drivers, in some cases 4.
How did Max go from 9th to 1st? No, there was another qualifying for today.
For
he went from,
Grello, they
he
were
started 5th.
entered yesterday with
Qualified
3
fifth,
drivers. The
moved his
road,
way up to P1.
Chief, Christopher Breuer was called up to
The quali race is for
racing
other
Grello.
classes to qualify
He
for the
knew
race,
what
I
a
think.
prestigious honor it was and what his task
Is that the
was
case?
as well,
Can
which
someone
was to
confirm
do
that?
the opening stints there
Is
to
it called
trouble.
qualifying
Don't see it
because
mentioned on that entry list
qualifiers because it's for the other
today,
classes
but
to qualify?
There are plenty of drivers who, as we've called out before, Permit B, they are trying to get their final license checks done ahead
It's
of
linked below the stream, Abdo.
next month's
My
race
PC
with
specs
no
in the
real
panels
further
below.
opportunity to be able to do that. We have seen a change, by the way. The Black Falcon Team Fanatec car has jumped in
I'm
front
sure
of the
there's probably
Cup
people
2
watching the
runners,
stream
and
who
so
are like,
now
this guy's a
I
complete
have no
noob. What are
doubt
these
that
questions? He doesn't know
fans of
anything
sim
about.
races
Shut up!
around the world will rejoice as Jimmy
We're all
Broadbent
learning together here, all right?
Steve Brown, Misha Schuderin, and Manuel Metzger. Only a couple
I've learned
of
so
tenths
much
clear,
in the
though,
last
in that
this
battle.
year
The
with
Cup
GT3
2
racing
Class
and stuff like
Cs
that.
Around
It's very confusing.
4
You know, the thing, like,
seconds,
I've
3
driven
seconds, excuse me,
GT3 cars on
covering 4
iRacing.
cars,
I've been
and that
watching different
includes
GT3
the
series
82 class
occasionally
Black
on
Falcon
stream
Team
over the years.
Fanatec
And even
machine.
coming into this,
So
I'm
working
still like
through
got so many
the
questions.
Nordschleife, Christopher Haase
Imagine
has
someone
not
coming
let
from
Verstappen
F1
run
for the
away
first
by
time watching
any
this. You know,
means.
they're going to be so
Bortolotti
confused. Why are there so many
trying
cars
to
on
keep
track?
close, but
Why
he's
is
lost a bit of ground
Max
in the
lapping
last
this guy
handful
4
of
times? Like,
sectors.
you know,
Seems to make up a bit more
everyone's gonna
time
learn
at the
somewhere.
start and the end of the lap, whereas the Mercedes and the
Against
Audi
Sahara Desert.
very evenly matched
Learning is banned,
throughout
yeah.
the entirety
Yep.
of the lap, I would say, Neil.
Yeah, very evenly matched, very similar style of
Yeah,
driving.
these guys, dude, I actually love seeing Max and
0.6 of a
Haas
second
race each other.
is
They're
the gap,
so close in pace, it feels.
Verstappen to Haas, which is,
Obviously, last time was it Unkadea hopped in the car, and then
when Verstappen was
Haas's
behind
teammate hopped in the
Haas,
car,
he
and
was,
Unkadea just
he was
flew
much closer
away,
than
and
that.
Haas's
So this
teammate
is
just
a
dropped back. But
reasonable gap,
Max
and
and
he's
Haas are
just about
so
outside
close
of
in pace, it seems.
getting any kind of draft or slipstream on Max, so a little bit of a chance for
Mamerka,
Max,
Bombshell,
at least until they
Miyu,
come upon more traffic
Shirkin,
to,
Tokta,
extend
Matt,
the lead and get into
Una. I
his
think he has
own
all the
rhythm without having
follows.
to worry about
Alright,
a car
is
in
Haas
front.
going to have a bit of a slipstream
and then the
here?
gaps
He's
after
closing,
that,
he's
so 2
closing.
seconds, and
Don't
then
think it's going to be
another 2
enough by the end of the
seconds,
straight,
and then another
though.
4
Well,
seconds. So
maybe,
these two
actually,
are
maybe.
closest at the front of the field, and as you can see, Haas is
Maybe.
starting to gain ground on Max.
He's got the run, but now he's out of the slipstream. They're going to go side by side.
Trying to.
Oh, is Max going to keep it to the inside, or has Haas got it? Max keeps it in!
But Christopher Haas
And he keeps it, he keeps it.
Around, down in towards Tiergarten, around Antonio Spuka.
Bro, the second he pulled out of the slipstream,
says, no, thank you.
he just hit a
Hold
brick
on
wall.
As we close out the 3rd lap of this race. Remarkable racing, and again, cast your mind back to
Dude,
NLS2
this
when
this
these
literally
two
is like
tango.
NLS2
Plenty as well.
all over again.
Punches in an 8:10, 4:53, a new fastest
Fastest lap of the race.
And everyone behind is a couple of seconds off. These front 3 drivers, Bertolotti
The Lambo,
included.
by the way, just closed in a
Across the
second on
field
these
right
guys.
now.
So
Slight slip up from Christopher Haas, deep on the brakes through the
Lambo might get into
opening
this now. Wait,
switchback.
who's the
Verstappen
Smirk?
Opens up that gap slightly.
Where did the smirk come from in
every time Haas
P4?
goes
Or
for a
the
move,
timing's fucked? Oh, the timing's
It
fucked.
slightly unsettles him and he has to pull back a little bit, but that was very close. The potential overtake was very well defended.
Oh, he's winning the
by
race
Max
now by
Verstappen.
4 laps. Oh no, we're on lap 4, sorry.
There's been car off the track. The 651 BMW.
Charles Leclerc, Max
Slightly
Verstappen?
misidentified
Nah.
that number, I believe, down
Lewis
in
versus Max?
Glassgarden, but
Nah.
for
Max
the
versus Christopher Haas? Yeah.
Adrenaline Motorsports team, Manhattan Wheels, 4 drivers at the wheel of that BMW M240i Racing Cup car. They have been able to continue and nurse that car back around. Back through the Grand Prix loop. Let's run you down through the top 5 in SP9, where it's the Mercedes-AMG Verstappen racing car that's only half a second in front of the Scherer Sport Audi. Verstappen.
Yeah, look at this. So he had a beautiful slipstream down that straight. He had a nice overlap, but then he just kind of tailed off at the end. And then Max, oh, he side drafted. Did you see that?
Racing's Porsche in 5th and almost now 9 seconds off.
That was
it's not often
beautiful.
I think, that you see
So
someone
side drafting,
reassert their
as I've learned
authority on the
recently,
race lead
is when you
like
stick
that
your car
on the climb up
basically
towards the
right
final
on the
corner,
bumper
but,
of the
Max
car in
Verstappen,
front,
maybe he's done that in
and the air
sim
hits
racing
your
enough that he
bonnet
trusted
and
Christopher
goes
Haas
onto
that
the
he could
rear
do it
wing of
here
the
as
car
well.
next to you.
Yeah, extraordinary.
And
The car-
basically,
the car
it
was a
feels like
full
they're hitting the
half a
brake.
length ahead.
So that's why
Max just did
Haas
not
had just
back off.
completely dropped back before the corner there.
Don't think I've seen that before.
That was actually elite from Max.
The confidence that maybe sometimes comes with the inexperience of the Nordschleife. Again, I'm not saying Max is inexperienced. I'm going to get people throwing me messages on social media. But relative to the rest of the field, yes, he's got those sim racing laps, but he's back here at the track for a reason.
Literally the perfect time to do it right
when the
before
schedule cleared
the
an opportunity for not
as
just
they enter the
Lucas
corner
Auer,
as
but
well.
for him as well to get those repetitions in and to build all of that procedural knowledge heading into his attempt on next month's Ravenol ADAC 24 Hours of the Nurburgring, and one of
We're going to see the timings
most
on the
exciting
left-hand side of the
races
screen.
of the
No,
year,
there should be
in
no
my
Nurburgring
opinion.
timing. Someone's been
Throws
was linking
all
in chat
sorts of
before. Can
different
someone link it in
challenges
chat?
at the drivers.
By the way, guys,
And
if you're
we are
watching on
expecting
YouTube
the
right now,
capacity
come join us on Twitch,
150 car
twitch.tv/Ponden.
entry. So, you know, we've
We're
got
always live on Twitch
120
doing different
today.
stuff, so if you
Add
join
30
yourself
more,
over on
and it becomes
YouTube,
even
come join
busier
us on Twitch. I
out
do
on
try to
track.
read YouTube chat, but
Yeah,
streams
and of
like
course,
this,
you
where
know, by the very nature of
where
its
the
name,
stream
it's
is
24 hours,
absolutely
it goes through
popping,
the night, and while
I
we
mainly
race
focus
in
on
the
Twitch
morning
chat.
hours,
So if you want a better
Johan
chance of
Lietinen,
reading
who
your message
tragically
getting
lost
read,
his life
come join us on
yesterday,
Twitch.
During the
Okay, guys, if you are enjoying the
the
stream so
first
far
of
today,
our
be sure to
races,
follow down
because, of
below.
course,
We
that's
are going to be
when
live for the next
after
3.5
that
hours watching this race.
7-car
And then afterwards, we have got
incident. One of
the
the key
2025
things was
F1
Max
Saudi
Verstappen was
Arabian
going
Grand
to
Prix to
race
watch.
into the
They're
dark
streaming
throughout
the
the
full
Nordschleife,
race for free
for the first time in
on the YouTube
preparation
channel, so
for
we're going to
doing
watch
it for
that.
real in a month's time. So
And then later on today, I'm going to be going live again for IndyCar at Long Beach.
that he hasn't managed to get
So if
under
you're an
his-
IndyCar fan,
under his
tune on in for
belts,
that. Oh, here we go. Max caught some traffic
this
there.
weekend. But this track time, this navigating around traffic,
Also got a good
and
run.
this taking the lead of the race and defending the lead of the race is
Also
all
uses too much
crucial-
curb, you
crucial
reckon?
experience and muscle memory for him.
Now he touched the curb on the right-hand side there, Neil, as he dropped down into Nurschleife, which is the slowest part of the track here. He's got no lack of confidence in using all the track on offer. That's really what we've seen as well, and what's helped him make the passes.
In which racing game can you try out this series? iRacing. You can drive basically all these cars and the Nordschleife on iRacing.
Towards Flansgarden and forcing his way through in the various battles with Christopher Haase so far. All about his willingness to trust the car underneath him and his judgment of the white lines. Again, a reminder, race control investigation into the Group 2 start.
I doubt it,
has
but
been
is the
ongoing
reception
since
better at the track during the Nurburgring
start of
24
the
hours? Like, do they
race,
add
so
some
about
extra like satellites or some
25-30 minutes ago,
like
but
antennas and shit?
no word
for the 24
as
hours?
to any
Or not?
penalties just yet. A little bit further down through the classes, let's give you an update on them. The M240i class, teammates right on top of one another as it sits right now. It's the 650 and the 651, relatively close to one another. Cup 3, that's also part of the Porsche Endurance Trophy Nürburgring.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of people's messages in chat today about, wait, this isn't qualifying, this is a race? I'm confused. Yes, this is qualifiers, not qualifying. It's called qualifiers. But the qualifiers don't mean anything for Max and his class.
Rear wheel drive. Now remember, why is that class important? Well,
Oh, Haas
because
is
they
close.
have more than 7 cars, and so they score maximum championship points in the overall championship. All drivers in all classes race in an overall championship as well.
Bro, that was
If you have
actually an
7 or more
elite
cars,
opening few
you
laps
score
from
maximum
Max.
points.
And
so
Haas
for
as well.
VT2, there are those points on offer, and it's the SRS team.
This track is
Rensport
insane.
that is leading there. Through the traffic.
Is that the corner?
Working through the drop down out of Hoa Act, and now halfway, I would say.
We're gonna watch
towards
WEC later.
Galvin
Unfortunately, not watching WEC this
through the
weekend.
very
As much as
slippery
I'd love to,
part of the Nordschleife.
it
Christopher
clashed with
Haase, He's
NLS.
come back to life through the twisty stuff, and now this is where Verstappen
So
made his
I'd
move
rather
for
focus on
second.
NLS, which I've already watched on
Traffic
stream.
around
Obviously
them
has
just
Max
yet,
driving
but
in
as
it
they get
over
into the
WEC,
Stefan
but I do have
Bell
plans to watch
Fesses,
WEC in the
Neil,
future.
Verstappen has to get onto the brakes slightly,
Haas
and it
versus
costs
Max,
him
better
some
rivalry than
momentum.
Max versus
Haas
Lewis.
straight through as well.
No, honestly, this
Yeah,
is
not
elite right
too
now.
much time lost
Like,
in that
after that
overtake of the
first
traffic,
race,
but it-
I was
it
like,
does unsettle the lead car
that was
a
only,
little more than
like,
the second car,
after the
so,
race, I was like, damn, that was only an
this
hour. Like,
could
is this
be
what GT
the time
racing's
where
like?
that
Like, was
gap
that just
of
like, were we just
0.629
lucky,
seconds
or
between Haas and Verstappen
like that we just
starts
got
to
a
come
racing
down
for an
a little
hour?
bit.
And now here we are.
And can I just say,
in
the
the next
conditions
race.
are absolutely mint. They're
Oh,
really spoiling
in the
us.
next
It's dry,
race,
the
and
track is
we've got the
dried
exact
out,
same
and
battle
while it's
again.
only about 11, maybe
Is this
12
live? Yes, this
degrees
is live right now
Celsius,
from the
it's
Nurburgring.
probably now dry the entire length of the track, and at the moment, no
Sure, you
sign
can put
of
WEC on
rain,
another
so
monitor. I mean, I could put WEC on another
extraordinary
monitor,
scenes
but like,
at the Nordschleife.
then they can't really do much on stream with it. People can't watch.
There is, though.
All right, here we go. Haase with the run again on the straight. He's much closer this time. Let's see if Max does the side draft again.
Condor racing with Rinaldi, the pole sitting
There we go.
is stopped. We'll get word on that when we can. As
Gets
Christopher
alongside.
Haase
See,
climbs
Haase
up
pulls
towards
away
Antonius Bucca. Does he
to
pop
the
out?
side. So
He's
you
got to
watch
time
Max
this,
position his
remember.
car.
Sweeps all the way to
No.
the outside. He wants
Max
to
just keeps
avoid
the
that side
speed.
draft. The game's being played.
Oh.
Speeds
Max holds it
closing
again.
in on
Did you see?
280 kilometers an
Haase pulled
hour.
all the way
Haase
over to the right,
almost burst out into
so
the
Max would
grass,
side
has to
draft him.
lift off and tap the brakes. Verstappen holds on to the lead once
I
again.
don't know how
That's
that
a lot
time though.
closer
Max didn't
and
side
getting a
draft
lot
him
more
that time,
physical in their
but
battle.
Haase still hit that
Yeah,
cliff.
beautiful to watch. Two talented drivers in two great cars, respecting each other, but also very, very assertive driving from both.
How many
And, a
followers
close
has Haase
move,
fucking
but,
gained on
again,
socials?
Max Verstappen resists.
One of the BMWs gives them a wide berth through turn one. The sun, going back to what Neil was just saying, when we had
Which driver would be best to join GT3 from F1? We spoke about this on stream before, but I think the 3 drivers who would actually be good in GT3 is Alonso, because he's done it before. Hulkenberg, because he's done it before. And Liam Lawson, because he's done it before. Other than that, you got... Here, so watch this. Haas, so he goes across, and then look how far away he pulls from Max.
Excitement for the Ferrari in qualifying.
How did Max keep the speed
in the race? This is where, by the way, you can just see the Audi stalls out, Neil, as Verstappen comes across and starts to disturb that air.
House is close.
Draft at play.
Yeah, physics.
Wait, so you're side drafting even...
If you ever needed to study aerodynamics and add a little bit of human skill.
Wait, how is he side drafting there, though? I thought you had to be on the rear bumper.
Stick that up on the PowerPoint.
Not alongside like that.
Disappointing, the Ferrari is apparently in the gravel trap, or at least was about a minute ago, which is what's caused
Max makes a mistake.
So we haven't seen any pictures of it yet.
Oh.
Real disappointment for the pole sitter. And another attempt.
Oh my god. So Max got caught on the traffic there, and then Haas got to run, but Max defends.
Yes.
This is an elite battle right now.
This was in the
this is elite.
To the back straight. Haas had tried to go to the outside. Really, let's be real. The Grand Prix.
Yeah, what I was saying was,
for most passing opportunities.
yeah, I think to answer your question, like the drivers who do the best in GT3, I mean, Max will probably be the best because he's actually doing it and proving it. Alonso and Hulkenberg have done it before in Le Mans, so that'd be great. Liam and Albon did DTM, so that'd be great. Lando did Daytona 24 Hours back in 2018, so it'd be okay. Other than that, I don't think anyone else has touched a GT3 car. Oh, and Kimi Antonelli, sorry, has also won a GT3 race.
The traditional Grand Prix circuit, the tiny portion
in the Italian GT Championship. I need to remember to add Kimi onto that list now after learning that the other day. Other than that, I don't think anyone else has touched a GT3 car. Oh, and Stroll! Stroll fucking touched one last week.
For a traditional risky move, but the rest of the track, you're
Lando wasn't GT3, it was LMP2. Wait, really?
Nearly 100-year-old strip of asphalt through the forests.
A non-open wheel car. Liam and Albon and DTM was peak Red Bull content, dude. That's why I became a fan of Liam so hard, was because of the Red Bull Motorsport vlogs that they were doing. But also just because of how well Liam did in DTM. Like, first time ever driving GT3 cars, going up against people like Calvin Vanderland, who's in this race, or in this series.
What is happening?
Toe to toe, and basically won the championship. Got robbed.
But we've also had some drivers head down towards pit lane. That includes Nicky Team in one of the Trinity Solutions Aston Martins. The
Max on board is delayed by 5 seconds. Why does it keep doing that?
As well as the Halps Racing Ford. That's the number 65, which is dipped and dived.
He just got a mushroom, guys. He just got a mushroom.
That will be Halps Hubert at the wheel. Does raise one of the points to be aware of, that this series has minimum pit times, and there's a website you can go on with all sorts of tables to try and understand. And it's 24h.
It was freezing. Oh, that wasn't me freezing. That was the fucking.
The reason why I'm directing you there is because that is important for both your first pit stops of the race, but also the last pit stops of the race. Basically, Neil, there's this simple table. It's actually not that complex once you dive into it and wrap your head around it.
How's the quality going?
Based on how
very
many
good. Back to
laps you
P1 right now.
complete at the start of the race, that will determine how many seconds you have to serve in pit lane for your first and second pit
How did Liam get robbed? I can't remember. Yeah, Josh Revel made a really good video if you want to watch it. But in short, basically, multi-class racing. Max and Albon would drive. Well, that race was Nick Cassidy. Max and Nick Cassidy were driving a Ferrari, and basically everyone else in that race was driving a Mercedes. And it was Max. It was Liam versus Gotts, I think his name was, for the championship title. Gotts was in a Mercedes car. Mercedes told all the Mercedes drivers to let Gotts through and defend Liam. So it's basically like a 12v1.
I'm sure the drivers understand, and we kind of understand it, but explaining it is almost
Not to mention fucking Calvin Vanderlyn was driving excessively aggressive that race to stop Liam to help his teammate.
This racing series to an undercut, considering a lap is over 8 minutes long, the undercut is almost meaningless. But your strategy throughout the race depends on, as you say, when you then time your last pit stop to have enough fuel to finish the race. And then, of course, if there is slow zones...
yeah, Albon raced in the same season as Liam in DTM. I think he got a win and a podium,
if you like,
but he didn't fight for the championship, and he wasn't as consistent as Liam was.
Arjuna just pointed you, but we'll try to keep you across where everybody's pit stop is and what
Calvin wasn't teammates with Gotts, but he was in title contention, right?
Well, and maybe what's more important with that, though, is that you can't judge what's happening in the race until you get to the end. This is a race,
Kimmy's mother. Okay, so many people have come in chat today. I'm going to explain it. Oh, they're kind of stuck. Wait, is this yellow? Oh, there's a crash. Oh! Wait, that's a Ferrari from P4, wasn't it?
And I say brake pedals because there was someone behind him as well.
Wait, wasn't that the Ferrari that was in P4?
Kondo Ferrari on the outside of Brunchen, but there was a silver production car with them as well, and so that explains that slow zone that we have. There will be...
Wait, that would have happened 8 minutes ago, though. Oh, they're off. That's
why the yellow flag slow the racing cars down to a reasonable speed, and then when the greens are shown once again, foot back to the floor, let's go racing.
Okay, so to explain
to Max Verstappen.
How this works, right? So this is just another NLS race. This is technically NLS 5. It's a normal race in the NLS Championship, but they call it the 24-hour Nurburgring qualifiers. Why? Because it is the weekend, it's the final race before the 24-hour Nurburgring, so the teams use it as like a way to practice for the 24-hour Nurburgrings. Now, it's called qualifiers because the other classes qualify for the race. Max and Haasa and the rest of this class don't. It's just called qualifiers. But it is a race to qualify for the 24 hours of Nurburgring for the other classes. It's basically just the name of today's race. Instead of calling it NLS 5, it's called 24-hour Nurburgring qualifiers. And it's not qualifying, it's a race. It's fucking confusing.
Cars that are eligible. Quick moment there for Christopher Haasa just to tighten the belt.
Yeah, the timing is broken on the left. Right, here we go. Haasa with the run again.
But he is nowhere close enough this time.
No, not close enough.
To have a move on the outside of Max Verstappen. It means that we can all breathe and
so it's a normal race in a championship.
A little bit further back.
It's basically like, what's an example? I can give it F1 terms.
Ravenel, Lucas Stoltz in that Windward Run car behind the car that started on the outside of that front
row. Max is pitting.
The BMW can also tell.
Did Haasa pit? I don't think he did. No, Haasa didn't pit.
Who comes in at the
okay, Max is pitting. Is he going to do the full 2 hours, or is he going to swap with our here?
Change for the number 65 Ford Mustang GT3. Frank Stippler handed over to Hubert Haupt.
That door's not open, so Max is staying in.
Looks like it's a refuel.
Oh my god, I thought they were pushing him in the garage for a tire there for a second.
But yes, so the we've seen our...
Yes, the best example to give in F1 terms is like, imagine they called the F1 sprint, like the F1 sprint race. Imagine they called that, so let's say the China F1 sprint, imagine they called that the Chinese Grand Prix qualifiers. It's a race,
several of these pit stops have played out.
And it doesn't mean anything for the race.
And for
qualifying,
Verstappen, my
they just call
understanding
it qualifiers.
is 45 seconds will be the minimum pit time there. If I'm
But again, for other classes, this is a qualifying because it helps you get your license for the 24-hour Nurburgring.
For Huber Motorsports, the 925 Cup 2 Pro entry, incorrect grid position, and they will have a 32-second time penalty. Also has just come through as well for the 919, another one of our Porsche Cup car entries.
So it's practice. Well, it's not practice.
In that second
this helps you gain experience for the 24-hour Nurburgring.
Investigation had been
But it's a
ongoing.
qualifier
The
in the
Motor
sense
Racing
of it helps you get your
BMW
license for the
continues to
24-hour
defend as we
Nurburgring.
climb up after
And it's the
dropping
normal
down
NLS
to the
race.
bottom of the Grand Prix part of the Nürburgring, down at the Dunlop hairpin. Mirko Bortolotti, by the way, also into pit lane in the Red Bull Team Apps Lamborghini. Hesse for Row Racing in the BMW M4
Yeah, that's actually a good way to put it, Evie off. It's like F1, F2, and F3 all racing at the same time. And they call it qualifiers for F2 and F3. But the name doesn't apply to F1. It's dumb, man. They just ripped this fucking name off.
Why are they coming in? Well, potentially what they're trying to do, search for some track position right now.
So for people who don't know, there is a minimum 2-minute pit stop in NLS, so that allows drivers enough time to swap, allow enough time for the teams to swap drivers, and refuel and stuff like that. So that's Max serving his using his 2 minutes in the pits. They'll come back out. Don't use 7 tires this time, guys. Don't use 7 tires this time.
Started in 12th position on the grid, so pitting from 5th and staying in 5th at the moment is a very good position for that car with Bortolotti still at the wheel.
No idea why I never watched the series. I feel so entertained. No idea why when F1 entertained me this much last time. No idea when F1 entertained me this much last time. Oh my god, I can't read. Yeah, I think the main thing is just like you need to have something to watch for. How long has that been on screen, by the way? Oh, you guys can see it anyway. I think the thing is, like, you need something to watch for. Like, you know, this is where Drive to Survive is so important for Formula 1, where, like, a lot of people, including myself, didn't care for Formula 1. It's just cars going around a track, right? Like, you can say what you want about Drive to Survive, you can say what you want about, like, why people watch Formula 1, but at the end of the day, watching football, it's just guys kicking a ball. Watching motorsport, it's just guys going around in circles, right? You need a reason to watch. And in football, you have a team to support. You grow up in a Manchester United household, you get given a shirt, you go to the matches, you become a part of the Manchester United culture, and then you want to watch your team do well. And then from that, you can obviously respect the sport a lot, and you know, you might watch other games, you might start watching Bundesliga, you might start watching the World Cup, you might watch this, you might watch that. But at the end of the day, what got you into the sport was like having something to support. So motorsport, for so many people, it was like, whoa, what am I watching? But you watch Drive to Survive. Oh, Max Verstappen, he seems like, well, you wouldn't watch Drive to Survive and say that. Carlos Sainz, he seems like a cool guy. Oh my god, Charles Leclerc, he's nice. And then you watch the motorsport, you watch the F1 race, and you have something to cheer on. So I think the reason why people have finally given NLS a chance, or actually enjoying watching this, is because Max is racing in it, and you've got something to kind of watch for. And then from that, you learn so much about it, and you see how good the racing is. You learn about other drivers. You learn about Christopher Haase. You learn about this car. You learn about this team. Would I watch NLS if Max wasn't in it?
Minimum pit time, and
probably not.
Working through the process of
but
strapping in
if I watched it, I know more than I did than when Max wasn't in it. Does that make sense?
Spectacular.
Well, the thing is, I would watch NLS if Max wasn't in it. To be honest.
But now that I've seen it out,
but I have more of a reason to watch, and more of a reason to care when Max is in it, because I got someone to cheer on, someone to care about.
Fantastic addition to this year's entry list. Climbing up out of Bergwerk in the SB9 class.
And I know someone watching right now is probably like,
still trying to fend off.
So you're only watching because of Max. You don't like the cars. You don't like. No, I love the track. I love the cars. But you can say that about any motorsport series. I love the cars in IMSA. I love Daytona. Why don't I watch Daytona 24 hours? I just don't have a reason to want to watch, you know what I mean? But if Daytona 24 hours was on, I'd watch it and enjoy it. But I don't go out of my way to watch Daytona 24 hours because there's not something there to give me a reason to watch it. So I think that just applies with NLS. It's like, I love this track, I love these cars, I love the racing. But the thing that puts me over the line to actually commit to watching it is Max.
In that battle with the Mercedes.
You watch WEC. I was going to watch it this weekend, but unfortunately it clashes with this race. So next time WEC doesn't clash with F1 or NLS, I will be watching on stream.
If you're used to endurance racing
Qualifiers have them prepped for the 24 hours, especially yesterday's race because it was supposed to be a night race as well, unfortunately cancelled. Yeah, true. No night preparation now before the 24 hours. Matthew, Starla, Ollie, Picky James, Red Gaming. Thank you guys all for the follows.
They've just been through what the car feels like, you know, the stuff that the engineer can be telling them, but also just
who's leading WEC right now? Is it still Giovinazzi and the Fry boys?
Feedback anecdotally from one driver to the other.
To be fair, it's also the fact that you still don't know how these races work or who the drivers are, so the discovery factor is huge. No, 100%. The fun in learning something new and just watching it for face value is another huge thing now.
For what we think is 6th in SB9, hits one of our slow zones, so still up towards the tail end of the lap. I believe this is
Lucas Owl hopping for the last 2 hours. Why was he just sitting there not doing anything? So in NLS you have to have a 2-minute minimum pit stop.
Still loading up one of the cars, but you know, Robert Wickens, it was so great to see him come and race here in the
60 zones right now. 3 yellows on the track.
Race. He has said quite candidly that the hand control system that he and the Bosch engineering
Where can I look?
Continuing to tweak on the software
at your screen,
side.
bro.
It's very
at your
capable
screen
of running.
Would you watch Bathurst? I love Bathurst. One of the best tracks in the world.
To put it in, but also cars, right?
You talking about the Bathurst 6 hour? 12 hour?
GT3 cars potentially, like he's doing.
If I can watch it on stream, I'd watch Bathurst for sure.
This weekend on the streets of Long Beach after
you talk about Bathurst supercars. Yeah, it's kind of hard to do a watch along for supercars. One, because watch alongs just don't do as well as stuff like this where we can actually watch it. I only really do watch alongs for F1.
For global motorsport that someone like a Robert could come and take on here.
And yeah, supercars obviously being Australian, there's less of an audience and like time zones as well.
I think he would probably be very quick. Robert's one of the quickest racing drivers I think that you'll find just in terms of pure talent.
Like for instance, later on today with IndyCar, we can watch the onboard, which like makes such a difference. Sorry, I can show the onboards on stream, which makes such a difference.
To get it down to 10 to 12 seconds.
Race start cancelled? No. Yesterday's race was, today's not.
Yeah, that's a very good point about the accessibility.
Alright, these guys were in P3 and 4, right? It's kind of hard to keep up with this race because the timings are broken. Max is full of new setups, so quick, it's insane. His adaptability is crazy, yeah. Alright, Haas in the pits as well, you guys are saying?
Globally about this.
There you go, Max is in a code 60. Look at him going slow in the bottom left.
Compared to, you know, so many other great racing.
That's the Ferrari finally getting picked up. Wonder how much time he's going to lose from this in the pit stop. There you go, Haas, you just saw in the pits. Does anyone know where Max is on track? Could Haas... Is Max more than 2 minutes away? Oh, Haas is switching drivers? Okay. Looks like the Porsche is also switching drivers.
And so yes, there is going to be a driver change.
I really agree, watch-alongs are boring to sit here and watch, but because I live in Oz, I can watch for free sometimes.
It is Matt Campbell who will be jumping into that 911.
But yeah, I feel like so for people who might be new to my stream, so F1 we do watch alongs, so that means literally just my face and live timings. You have to sync on up, but that's because F1 don't give us anything to watch. IndyCar and WEC, they give us onboards to watch. So on stream we watch the onboards, and then on a second monitor I have the live broadcast. So that way, like people who maybe can't watch live or can't afford or don't want to pay for a subscription can still watch along with us to some degree. And then NLS, we can actually have the footage on the stream, which is and GT World Challenge. We can actually have the footage on the stream like this, which is amazing. Basically co-stream.
That penalty. Always better to get these penalties out of your system now, Neil, than in the 24 hours.
Doesn't mean they won't do it again.
What shade do you use? I'm standing right now, but I have a Herman Miller.
You're coming into the pit lane or you're leaving the pit lane, whichever is more appropriate, full of adrenaline.
Okay, let's see. Max coming down the straight. Where's Haas are going to come out?
Guarantees that you'll learn your lesson, but yeah, a real shame. Something as sort of is seemingly simple as that.
Sorry, yeah, supercars also New Zealand. You're right, all right.
It's a real shame. Now we, as we predicted, the first set of pit stops have shaken things up a bit, and as this pans out, we should have Max Verstappen in the lead again.
Just wait for things to cycle through. Quick update on some of our other classes. We have been very focused on that SB9 fight now, with an hour complete in this NLS 5-second Ravenol ADAC 24-hour of the Nurburgring.
Can we cut to Max? I want to see where Haase comes out.
Although, as
Well, actually, sorry, not Haase. Haase, yeah, the top driver.
NLS 3 with 2 of our races, unfortunately, not being run.
Corn. Wait, was there a guy called Corn? Was there a team called Corn Horn? Wait, is Max gone through already?
19 that leads the Click
Version. Haase's come out so far down.
Car.
Well, not Haase, sorry. Who's in the car now?
Falcon Team Fanatec.
Wow, Max gained a lot of time, actually. Did they take too long in the pits, or did Haase just get held up too much by those code 60s?
On course for what would be a very
this is the one problem I have with endurance racing, is how much more you can get affected by safety cars and yellow flags and stuff like that.
Back from that Verstappen.
Like, look at the gap now between Max and Haase
left and right and onto
because
the
of the yellows.
Nurburgring Grand Prix part of this racetrack. All as Alexander Stims is trying to get his.
Did they lose more time from the driver swap? Because I thought the minimum 2-minute pit stop prevented that from happening.
Great to hear. We've had a report from Mirko Bortolotti, who did a driver change. Luke Engstler's now in the number 84.
Was it a longer pit stop? Is that for sure?
GT3 Evo 2. Quoting directly, I got a great start from 12th on the grid. This is Mirko Bortolotti. Great start from 12th. I was able to
really Nurburgring thing? Yeah, sure, I guess, because 8-minute lap.
I was then in 6th place, had a fantastic stint. I made the most of my opportunities and came in for my pit stop in 3rd place. Everything is going to plan at the moment. The traffic is as crazy as ever.
Was Max trying to go around the left of that guy there?
It's always fun to drive here. So quite effusive, enjoying his first hour behind.
Yeah,
the
Max
wheel
is
of the
not
car.
15th, he's
That's a
P1.
report from Mirko Bortolotti, who's done his first stint.
I was kind of hoping Max did the first hour, then Al hopped in for 2, and then Max did the last hour.
Continental GT Challenge races last year, the 24 Hours of Spa, and of course this
Dude,
is.
if Max wins again,
24 hours
if
of
Max
the
wins
Nurburgring
again, that is
ADAC
insane.
Ravenol 24 hours.
If he wins all 3 of his Nurburgring appearances,
Continental
that's
GT
mad.
Challenge. It's such an interesting championship.
DSQ, shut up. I know he got DSQ'd,
Stretches
but like,
across the
in terms of
year,
pace.
across of continents, as the name maybe implies, yes, but some of the most spectacular tracks as well. We started that season off with the Maguire's Bathurst 12 hours.
But also, isn't Haase's teammate kind of bad?
For that race,
Well, at least last in LS2,
Crail and the entire
he lost so much time. I think as he pit earlier, his pit stop was a bit shorter. Next one will be longer, right?
Nurburgring, the ADAC Ravenol race. Before then, in June, the 3rd round, the 24 Hours of
Just
Spa.
send that. Then
a bit of a wait before a trip to Suzuka in.
Appreciate you guys all tuning in today.
1,000 kilometers. That's one of the races that
So many people got 500 on Twitch, 400 on YouTube. Really do appreciate it, guys.
Experience of going out there in what was a Corvette, and the Indianapolis 8 Hours in October rounds out the championship. But the manufacturers, it doesn't really matter which team wins the race.
The fact that this is getting basically the same viewership as an F1 race watch along is insane.
Yeah, sounds simple, right? We were just on
This just
board
goes to
for a
show
little
how
while
good
there
it is
with
when
the
you can actually watch it on the stream. It makes
BMW,
such a
which,
difference.
Is making its way back
Verstappen is the
through.
fire lineup, low key. Yeah, then
Now
add
we are
Danny
on board
Junkadea
with
and
Sims.
Jules Gounon
Alex
into that
Sims,
for
just taking over from Haase.
the full 24-hour Nurburgring lineup.
This
Crazy.
M3 Touring, by the way, just remarkable. It is underneath.
Your
four.
Cyber Charity match. I
was
watched
running into a touring
Only
car
Pixel
there
react
as,
to it
signals
last night after
onto
yesterday's
the
stream.
Start-finish straight.
Actually,
That was a replay of slightly
a
earlier
banger.
in the air. Clear frustration from Jens
oh yeah,
Klingman.
Chris, you good to edit this into a second channel
A
vid
couple of updates,
today?
by the way, from our team scattered around the
I feel like there's
track
been
as
enough
couple of race
to
control
turn into a vid.
investigations continue, including into the Mulner Motorsports 999, one of our Cup 3 Permit B cars, but the 524, which at one point
Like,
was
genuinely,
leading
like,
the V2,
chilling,
VT2,
Only
but
Pixel
one
cutting
of
down
our
the
VT2
3-hour Cyber
classes,
Charity
I
match
should
into
say,
a
they are
40-minute
stopped on
video was
track,
actually
and
like
I don't think
So
it's
good to watch.
No, in fact, it is. We are running down to Callanhard.
I just prefer watching stuff
So
with
that
people,
will
you know what I
be
mean?
the Toyota Supra on the left side of the track, Neil. Ground
Mercy,
to a halt
Rusty,
from
there
the
goes the
leading
fellas.
class.
Yeah, sad to see that. Don't quite know what's happened there. But yeah, one of the slow zones
We love 40 at Bay. Hope it goes well, sir.
being caused by that Supra.
That
On
car,
board froze
by the
again?
way-
No, that's the... That's
Sorry,
the
Neil, that car,
reception.
won the
What?
2 rounds of the championship
that?
that have been scored. And so go back to the overall championship that I'd mentioned slightly earlier, where all cars are scored in their class, and we then put those points together for an overall championship. That's going to potentially hurt their championship hopes in the VT2 rear-wheel drive class. Some of our BMWs, the Cup BMWs, navigating their way into what is a slow zone at the end of the lap as well, Neil. So we are seeing a couple of signs of struggle around the track, and what this does mean is something I was kind of wondering earlier. If there's more slow zones on the track, is it a better choice to come down to pit lane if you are scheduled for service?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, now, because there are several slow zones around the track, code 60, slow zones and code 60s around the track, yes, you will, your aggregate loss for coming into the pit lane, very much like pitting under a safety car in a Grand Prix, is reduced. So this could be, having held out a bit longer, could be a good chance to pit.
For those watching, a brief look at the battle
We've
between
still got 3 hours to go. Plenty more racing to come. Who knows what's going to happen after all the pit stops.
As well as they drop down on the Grand Prix part of the lap. They've got that.
Technically, he didn't win his first because he was going for a permit.
Team
No, he won the GT4 race, I thought. Did he not?
Porsche working past as well. They've had a driver change. Misha Sharudin has jumped in, so Manuel Metzger has done his driving responsibilities.
All right, guys, I'm just going
Continue
to
work
quickly
through the 4
order
drivers
food.
they have
Give me a
in their
sec.
lineup. For
I think, obviously, with endurance racing like this, it is going to be very, like, hot and cold, you know what I mean? Like, we've had the first hour, which, again, first hour, absolutely crazy, battling, good racing, good moments. Now I think everyone's a bit spread out, but they will bunch up again later on in the race, hopefully. After all the pit stops play out, we'll see. But we are going to watch the whole thing on the stream. After today's NLS race, we are going to be watching the 2025 F1 Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. They're streaming that for free on YouTube. And then the 2025 IndyCar Grand Prix replay. Not replay. The 2026 IndyCar Grand Prix at Long Beach, which will be live later on tonight. We're going to watch that on stream as well. We haven't eaten today, so I'm just going to quickly order some food. Real quick, just a little plug. Well, it's not really a plug. Kind of. If you haven't joined my Discord yet, be sure to do so, because I'm going to be doing an activity in there soon where I rate your guys' vehicles.
Yeah, me too.
So we've got some people's vehicles in there now.
Doing it at this level.
Go
And,
join the Discord,
we
go
just
to
on
the
board
Rating
with
Viewers
Alexander Sims there, and we
Vehicles
can hear,
channel and chuck a
I can
photo
read what
or
Christopher
video
Haase
of your
said
car,
from his
motorcycle,
first
or
stint,
any vehicle that
quote,
you
"Max and I
own
have
or your
a duel. To
family
be fair,
owns.
I have to say I had a harder time this
And I will
time.
review it on
I don't
stream.
think we have the balance we need. We have too
It could
much
be
oversteer,
a
and
bike,
it's
it
therefore
could
too
be a
unpredictable.
car,
It's
it could
due
be a
to the
jet
cold
ski,
conditions that makes it
anything,
a bit harder
any
for us.
sort of vehicle that you
And then
own,
it makes it harder
or
in a duel. The
if you're
battle is very
a
respectful
kid, your
again,
parents
and
own,
that's what makes it fun. I was never in a
or if
position
maybe
where I
if it's
could have
cool
been
enough, your
one to
granddad
overtake.
owns or
You just have to
something,
accept
chuck
that
it in
it's
there and
part
I'll
of the
review it on
game.
the stream
But
in a
the
couple
moment will
weeks.
come when I'm perhaps
We've already
better
got some
positioned.
good,
So brilliant
some good
praise
stuff in there.
from, Christopher Haase, but also slightly ominous words for this
And then
race
I'll
as
upload it
progresses.
to the second channel as well.
That sums, I think, Christopher
I ride
Haase
public
up,
bus every
the
day. Well, chuck your bus in there, bro.
38-year-old
Chuck your bus in there.
German, just
I'm going to
so
order a poke bowl.
experienced, and
That's what I'm going to do.
he said it best. He was never really
goat.
in a position to force something around the outside in that final complex. As much as he may have put his car in that position, it was more speculative than anything else. It's still the Lamborghini Huracan Red Bull team apt 84 car that's in third, although Mirko Bortolotti out. Neil had mentioned what he had said after getting out of the car. He's handed over to his teammate in that number 84. It's Luca Engsler. At some point we'll see Patrick Niederhauser in as well. Although with 3 drivers across this race, question as to maybe how much time you want to end up giving each of them. Timing screen is finally updated. I was trying to get a sense for what the gap would be at the front of the field, Neil. 26 seconds between Verstappen and Sims, but again, remember, slightly different timing of when they came down to the pit stops means that they spent different amounts of time in the pit lane as well.
link does not work for you? It should.
And we refer the honourable listener and
like you can't actually click it because you're on the phone, I assume.
Assess exactly how that's going to shape
no, you should
shake out for the rest of the race. But yes,
bus review would go crazy. Wait, so Max is leading by 26 seconds. Okay, that's going to be
that's a Mercedes leading from the Audi. Then it's a Lamborghini, Aston
yeah, that's going to be
Martin,
because of the pit stop, right?
2 BMWs.
Hybrid, what's up, dude? On the stream, David the follow. Also, Mr. Kit and Delta. I think he also the follows as well.
The manufacturers in this race.
Last thing it should bunch up, yeah.
And I've said it before, I'll say it again. I'm not one that likes to talk BOP, but that's a good sign for all manufacturers.
You've been entered into our FIFA World Cup ticket draw.
May end up coming down
order
to
food, you get a ticket to the World Cup.
To what we saw a handful of years ago, where
what was it to Maxon? They went from P5 to P1,
team to repair the
leading by 20 seconds right now. It's a shame we don't have the timings. Wait, can someone link the timings? I might get on my second monitor because this is kind of clapped.
Get back out on track, losing minimal time and
I'll be able to know what's going on.
Surge to the victory there. This race has been kind to Ferrari in years past, but we've seen speed from the Aston Martin on occasion in 2026. Currently, the
wait, where's the gap though?
Anti-racing 911 Grello, Matt Campbell at the wheel, hunting down Nicky
26
Team, who was one of the
down.
first to come down towards pit lane. He was quickest in the opening qualifying session of the day was Nicky, although that was partially due to being on slicks at the end of the session when the track was drying up. We didn't see the same level
just read
of
what's
speed
happening. It's gutting when things like that happen. Oh, absolutely, man.
We went.
It's great that we had a good race today, but yeah, it is obviously still overshadowed by what happened yesterday.
It was the 45.
It's actually 26 seconds, yeah, but obviously that happens a lot in endurance racing with pit stops, timings, and traffic and stuff like that. It will balance out, hopefully. Well, obviously I want Max to win, but I do want it to balance out so we have a battle again. Because this is the second time now. First hour banging. And then as soon as it hits the 1 hour mark, boom, everyone's separated.
As it stands right now. Meanwhile, some of our production cars making their own trips down pit lane. And Neil, what is different for them in this particular race, as we talked about that table, but this is the first time this year.
What position is Max in? Missionary, because them motherfuckers on a mission to win it again. Okay. This guy.
NLS races, they don't really have to worry about that. So
12-hour stream. No, I'll be ending the stream after the F1 race today. After the F1 replay, to have an hour break before going live for IndyCar.
Battle for 7th overall.
Yeah, great to see. And there's only a car and a half's length separating these two cars.
Max said somewhere that he wanted to win F1, already done obviously, IndyCar, NASCAR, FIA WEC, and 24-hour crowns before he retires.
7th position.
Where's that? Because the last thing I've seen from Max talking about other motorsports, he said he doesn't want to do IndyCar, he doesn't want to do NASCAR, he doesn't want to do rally. He said yes to Australian supercars, he said yes to WEC, he said yes to GT3, but he's always said he doesn't want to do IndyCar or NASCAR. He said NASCAR because it's too different and IndyCar because it's too dangerous.
Very close moment for Maro Engel and almost ran into as well.
And he said rally car's too hard, but he'd like to give it a try.
Very quickly get on the anchors, Neil, to avoid running into the Mercedes.
Yeah.
Why aren't you showing
Reflectors
your
of a
car
cat.
to the channel? Everyone is keen on seeing your Porsche 911.
And
Oh,
once
soon
again,
then. Soon.
relying on the fact that the grip levels are now high.
Let's go though.
Yes, we
Ando.
are
Rare
in-
Ando cat appearance.
we are
Guys, can we all
running
get
in
W's in chat for
very, very
Ando?
good conditions, and yes, it's chilly.
He's put his
but
car in the chat.
The grip levels are very, very good at the moment.
Max and supercars would be
So
sick.
any
Oh,
kind
dude.
of
I would watch it. I
understeer
would
is
wake up
more to do with the car
in the morning
than it is
to
to
watch
do
that.
with tires or grip.
F1 replay starts at 6 UK time.
And look how quickly that BMW M3 Touring.
Wow,
is
no
scampering up
W's
the
in chat for
road.
Ando. Guys,
Listening in to
he's never going to come back now.
what is
Big
effectively
McQueen. Name of the follow.
still the BMW M4
Hope they don't fuck up their tires again. Yeah, they'd be trolling
engine.
if they let that happen again.
Although now not singing at full song as we work into one more of those yellow flag zones.
Don't we have a 911? Is it a GT3 RS? Yeah, GT3 RS.
Sort of racing,
Porsche
it's very,
911 GT3
very
RS
rare for us to
2024
have red
edition.
flags, unless you're in a circumstance like we were.
Yeah, I got it in
unfortunately
cream
yesterday
with black
a tragic
rims,
accident, that
with
unfortunately
black
saw the
and
passing of Yetinen.
like
What
kind of
instead the
goldy
track team
interior.
is trying to do is coordinate a dance of safety vehicles. So they will be sent out onto
One day,
track.
man,
There's
one day,
various
one day.
places around the track that they are positioned. They can then enter as close to an incident.
Yeah, Max is leading by
as
26
possible.
seconds.
And then effectively what the Marshall team is doing is yellow flagging the sections as those safety vehicles are moving
Supra.
on track and moving to where they need to recover. Once they
Low-
get to
okay,
the
low key,
car,
let's
maybe you'll
imagine
have the
I'm a
code
millionaire
60
right
will
now,
slow the car down
and I want to
even
buy
more,
myself a
cars down
Porsche.
even more to,
What do I
ensure
do?
our track
What do you do? Do you just rock up to the
are
Porsche
as
dealership and buy
protected
one?
as we can in this
Do you buy a
situation.
2024 one? Do you buy a 2026 one? Like, what's the vibe here?
And then repeat that process. But in
No
theory,
way,
now
my
this
last fish was 2
flatbed
months ago.
has
Dude,
to
you've been slacking.
head outside of the track,
You
so
submit
it
a
will,
request, depends on the
move to a point at which
Porsche.
it can exit
Oh
off
yeah,
the
true.
Nordschleife, at
Okay.
which point
Yeah, 911
those
GT3
yellow
RS, you can't get that
flags
without
will
buying
cease
like
if we,
1400
like I
Caymans.
said, need to use
Diamonds.
code 120s and code 60s to
Okay, let's say I wanted to buy myself a Turbo S.
Our track workers. That's exactly what we will do, Neil, because this is a
that
track
possible?
unlike any other. It's why that permitting
And how would I go
process
about
that
doing
we've
that?
talked about is so
This is all a
unique.
game
And again,
theory
the
right now,
racing
right?
itself is so unique. There is really no other place
Planet Axis, thank
on
you
Earth
so
where
much
you
for
can
the sub,
race
dude.
something
Really
like
do
a
appreciate you
GT3
coming in with the 4 months, man. Dave is aboard with the
thoroughbred
Prime.
race car that all these
Really do
manufacturers
appreciate
are
it, dude.
spending
Cheese
thousands
and Steve
every
Tesso, thank you guys
race
for the
to
follows.
optimize the performance of
What's your number one dream car?
versus
So I have
the
3
production
different
car that
answers.
you and
My
me can go
dream,
and buy
reasonably
off,
priced car.
German Auto
Like,
Trader,
I know
put a
it's
roll
not
cage in it, and
reasonable,
try and make
but
it
like,
acceptable to go
I could
racing
maybe afford in my
the
lifetime.
Allies.
Is a Porsche
Yeah, it's
911.
an incredible job that they do, and the
Again,
fact
depends
that
on the
whatever
reasonableness.
other race series
I
you
would
might be
just
more
get like
familiar
a
with,
turbo.
we would naturally freak out and have
If
it's
I
anathema to
made
us
some
to
good money,
see support
I'd get a
vehicles
GT3
on
RS
track
if I made
during
some
an
really, really
active
good
race,
money.
they do
But I
it
feel
so
like
well
that's like
here,
my dream
and
car if I
everybody
could,
knows the
like, that I
rules.
could
But
maybe
in
afford in my
fact,
lifetime one day.
talking about
My
the
dream
rules,
car,
we
no
have seen a
budget,
penalty,
Pagani
for car
Zonda.
number 47,
Generally
the
think that
KCMG
is
Mercedes
just one of the
GT3,
sexiest
for not
beast looking
respecting
cars.
code 60. So, you know, every now
And
again,
my dream retro
you
car
can
would be
slip
like a
up, and it
Honda
costs you-
NSX from like the 90s. Fully kitted
Sometimes
out.
it's intentional, sometimes it's not. And when I say intentional, I mean trying to just push that.
I know
little
there's
bit
probably like,
extra to
there's some
catch that car in front to
generic
ensure the
art.
gap
I don't give a
is
fuck.
minimal as it can be. Engsler gets checked up behind traffic as the fight for second puts the power down.
Loki rather get a LC 500. What the fuck is
2
that?
hours and
Price
40
was a quarter of a
minutes left
911
to go in
GT3.
this
Zonda to find the
final
early
dress
2000s.
rehearsal for our teams ahead of next month's ADAC Ravenel 24 hours of the Nurburgring.
But don't get me wrong, like, I have a lot of respect for Lambo. I have a lot of respect for,
Verstappen in that Mercedes
like,
windward
Mercedes.
run car is running strongly.
Well, this is the
I'm
thing,
also
though.
just
Okay,
wondering-
Lambo. Who wouldn't want to own a Lambo? But I feel like
saw something
Lambo became
thumping on
such
the
like a
rear
hype
wing
beast
of
car in the sense of like,
Alexander Sims,
everyone
who has
owns
now
one.
actually scored,
like
is
it
down
almost becomes
in
like, no offense to any
fourth place.
Lambo
So
owners in
we'll see
chat,
if
but like
maybe
almost becomes like
technical
tacky
issue
to
on
own
that
a
car.
Lambo.
Still
Does that make
running out on
sense?
track as far as we're
Like,
aware, though, in second,
I don't know.
on the road itself.
I'm back. A few
He's
things
back.
to address. 1. What's the new Red Bull flavor? And 2.
But yeah,
More
that's
importantly, rest
sorry,
in
maybe it
peace.
was a
You harmony
screen
time.
glitch.
Mr. Hoppy, thank you so much for the 400 bits, dude. The new Red Bull flavor is a yellow can. It's called Citrus Zest or Lime Sadachi or something. Basically, It's like a lime flavor. It's quite nice. It's grown on me. I've actually got a big jumbo fucking Red Bull. I'll show you guys in a sec. I got a jumbo one in the fridge for today's stream. I haven't drunk it yet because I haven't eaten, but once I eat, I'll drink it.
Nestles either side of it, still on the Grand Prix part of the lap.
Yeah, thank you for stopping. Welcome back.
So
yeah, for me, I don't know, Lambos just feel like again, I have so much respect for Lambo. When I see a Lambo, I can respect it. But like it's almost okay. People who live outside of America are gonna know what I mean. You know when you hear an American speak, or you see like something American, and you're like, that's American. Like, and it's like it's like. That's how a Lambo feels. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, it's a Lambo. Like, it's cool. There's nothing wrong with it, but it's just like a Lambo. You know what I mean? Like, it's like everyone's American. Oh, that's American. It's like, oh, it's a Lambo. Everyone owns a Lambo. That's how I feel about Lambo. And again, that's a noob car opinion person talking. But to say that, like, I don't think I don't know. Anyways.
Yeah, you can understand why he was sort of so positive when he gave that interview.
Yeah, I don't know. Lambos just don't do it for me, man.
Yeah, that's a huge effort in the first.
Like, no, but that's the thing. Lambos do it for me. They look fucking good. And they sound sick. They look sick, but like, I don't know. But then again, like, I feel like everyone owns a Porsche, but then like, I don't know.
And of course, they did an issue earlier on in the race. Came into the pits very early on.
Seeing a nice car that isn't ostentatious on the road is a sign that the driver has class and decorum. Seeing a Lambo on the road is a sign that the driver wanted to say, look at me, I have a Lambo.
Exactly. This will be there with 100 bits. But again, I don't have anything against Lambo. It's just different. In saying that, low key. Did you guys see the new car Click's got?
I say world, literally
a SF90 Spider, $750,000 in matte gray with a hard top roof. A hard top roof, honestly. This might be like up there now on my list because I look at that car and I think that's stunning, but it doesn't like stand out enough to me to be like, I would pay 700,000 for that. If I remember correctly. But then when you see it without the roof and it's a hard top, not a soft top. So you may see some 3-door TCR machines, of course. I think soft top roofs are like, I don't know, they just don't do it for me. A hard top stateside in the convertible Ferrari, mad. It's a very different ball game, and Franco Girolami did kind You'd have a Ferrari in red, I'm sorry. When he I think if I bought a Ferrari, I'd probably buy it red, and then I'd probably get it dripped out in a different color. For the pilot challenge, and a little bit too. I was going Saborisk. Rest of their championship rivals got a couple of penalties. What is the pit window to change drivers for Max? Probably in the next 30 minutes. They'll do 2 hours each. You learn from your mistakes, Neil. I'd rather have an R8 than a Huracan. Really? Yeah, see some of you guys saying to look at your car in Discord. I won't be doing it today. I'll be doing its own stream in a couple weeks time. If you missed that stream, it'll be up on my second YouTube channel at some point. You're not subbed to the second YouTube channel yet.
Assenheimer, Muller, Pereira, Black Falcon Porsche, driven by Pereira, may still be stuck in Flansgarten, which, you know, number 47 got a 45-second penalty. Who's number 47? The many corners of the if you're a millionaire, just buy it. One of the Go to a dealership and see what is available nationwide. And apparently it's a technical fault, and the team are at the oh yeah, wait, what did you guys say about my opinion of my cars? Going again, which is of course allowed within the rules of this race.
So damn, yes.
And I do believe that as long as he's
wait, what was your guys' opinion on my cars?
Track, he will be in a spot where the team can
Was
get
it,
to him.
was there hate? Was there praise? What were our thoughts?
Is passed finally.
It
by
speaks
Mauro
loudly.
Engel, and that Mercedes
Yeah, that's what I mean. The Lambo speaks
Number
loudly.
80 slips through on the climb up towards Bravery.
That's the best way to put it.
On the much curver to give its German name, which
When are you going to do it?
translates into courage.
Not next week for Miami, the week after that. I just wanted enough streams and enough time to tell people to like, yo, go put your cars in. I wish I was a big enough streamer to just be like, guys, put your cars in now and have enough. But like, I want to give it a few streams of promoting it and give time. Also, some people are like, let me clean it first and then I'll put it in chat. So it gives people time to get it cleaned and take a photo.
We're planting cars onto the track there.
Well,
Max is 20. Actually, let's check. Update. Max is 29 seconds in the lead right now.
Curve names are quite literal, and some of them just refer to the nearest town to the bit where that circuit was built.
But I think too many people would say it's Zonda.
Well,
that's the thing. That's what I kind of like about my Pagani Zonda answer is like,
incredible stretch of asphalt.
maybe I'm tripping, but like, I personally love the car. Like, I'm not just saying that because it's like, ooh, it's not a Lambo, it's not a Ferrari, it's not a this. Like, I generally think the cars are stunning looking.
Famous parts, you drop down here.
But also like,
the left-hand side,
it is not just a normal kind of brand, if that makes sense.
A ditch effectively on the outside of the track through all the running that we've seen here. There's plenty of fighting.
If I had unlimited money, I would get a Cohen seg.
Cohen
segs are pretty hot as well.
Things have
Max is in P1 Big McQueen.
settled down right now, I think it is fair.
Didn't you call out my mouse map for being crusty?
65th position.
I probably did. If it was crusty, then I probably did.
Contesting position.
You don't get the privilege to see Mufasa. I have to come in person to see it. Okay, bro.
Of course, a variety of different BMW classes. There's the
A delivery driver's here in 2 minutes.
BMW M240i class, the just now BMW M2 Racing class with the
Blue
GE7s
Horizon,
in there.
Marcos,
But
Simo,
you can see the gaps
I think he has the
that
followers.
have slowly built through the respective fields.
Frank Herman is cooking. Shout out Frank.
It's just 4 cars in
The Pagani Huyura Top Gear
BMW
review is one of the
class
greatest
with the
pieces
M2
they ever
Racing
made. I do want to do a stream where I want to do like a car World Cup. So like we put all the greatest cars on a World Cup bracket, and then we do stream vote to see what is the most loved car
Well, given half a chance, I'd love to
in the
try
Ponden
it out
stream.
and let you know and report back. But having not sat behind the wheel of one of those particular BMWs, I don't know. But we're now watching
When you're approaching a back marker like that.
being hunted down.
If you're just shooting on it, Max is in P1 leading by 29 seconds. But he gained a lot of that time in the pits, so that will probably come back at some point. How would you even decide which cars make it in? I think people can suggest cars and then we'll add it to the list. That's the best way to probably do it.
Hold the inside line on the brakes down into the Yokohama S, the blue and gold Ravenol Mercedes. Now up yet another spot as Mauro Engel, after taking over from
Hi guys, my food is here. I'll be back in a sec. I'm just gonna go grab it.
Position. Only a couple of seconds now.
Are you Australian? I am, but I live in London now.
Campbell, who will be the next target, and we all know just how quick Mauro Engel can be around the ring. It's a chance for him to set some benchmark times. Although the other windward ran Mercedes is headed down towards the pit lane. So another 5-lap stint by my calculations for Max Verstappen. And so 90 minutes in, slowly releases the belts, and I get the sneaking suspicion Lucas Auer might jump in to the checkered flag in 2 hours and 30 minutes for him to gather up some final experience.
Wait, what? A 30-minute stint, and they're doing a driver swap.
Being yet to get in the car now. They are going back into the garage.
Are they retiring?
Something more ominous, or
no way they're retiring.
Again, lackadaisical pit
No. I was
stops
hopping in.
with the timed
Okay.
minimum pit stop time that you must adhere to. The driver's getting in, so that's a good sign for Lucas to still be strapping himself in. Now, I'm looking at this table once again. I have to hit the translate button because the headers are in German, and I definitely do not speak German. This should be 136 seconds, the pit stop, I believe. So I wouldn't argue that it's lengthy enough to warrant going back into the garage for any work to be done on the car. But it does seem as though Lucas has strapped himself in. Door's about to be closed. He's just adjusting this. This is the great thing about these modern race cars, the ergonomics. You obviously would love to have two drivers of identical proportions, but that's not a realistic thing. So those seat inserts play their part, movable pedal boxes, and of course the movable steering column as well. Just getting himself comfortable. Yeah, but very exciting to have. Whoa, there is the reason. Big damage, a gaping hole on the front of that Mercedes as they get to work looking into something. So that's why they've gone into the garage. And we'll have to wait for more news from the pit lane,
what's happened?
But after being the contender for the race win in the opening 90 minutes of the race, you can see Max there trying to figure out what has gone wrong.
So this is why he's hopped out the car. This is why they're in the garage.
Yeah, this is bad. This is very, very bad.
What did he hit, do you reckon? What do you think?
Time, but we haven't seen what caused.
Well, that 20-second gap's gone now for
to the
sure.
front end of that Mercedes.
I was going to say it's weird that he pit after
And
90 minutes.
As you said, Max Verstappen is watching on, clearly reporting back, but he's powerless now. And we'll see shortly. We just saw there our reporter looking like asking.
He's looking good though. He's looking good.
Get in there to get an interview and being told very firmly 9. So.
Not right.
Oh, bro. That was the worst time for my food to arrive. I didn't think, obviously, I didn't expect that to happen.
Yeah, so I wonder what happened. And it's not the kind of view
that's definitely going to be longer than 136.
Probably into the rear end of someone.
It's not the view Lucas Hour was hoping for when he was going to get into that.
So they're probably going to spend a lot of time preparing this, and then he'll do the last 2 hours. So not only was Max cut short 30 minutes of the stint, but now they've got damage.
The momentum of the race.
So for those who maybe buy the track, if you have seen something at Arjuna Kankipati on X, Twitter,
Heinke, Blue Horizon. Thank you guys for the follows.
Us, but you know, difficult to tell if they had taken the grill off or if it had been damaged in some way.
The grill's on the side. They took it off.
It kind of looked like
you can see it next to the car. Watch on the left.
Right by that Mercedes emblem on the front. There is a little bit of that blue vinyl that's been ripped off, and so
I wonder if we'll get a replay. I wonder if they'll be able to find what happened.
Lifting up the bonnet, I get the sneaking suspicion, Neil, they're about to take that front part off and do a bit more work than we were initially thinking.
Yeah, I think your prediction is correct.
Well,
or at least they're trying to
win's gone, podium's gone.
Better rather than replacing the whole.
This is just practice now.
Get in there with some cable ties and some duct tape, I reckon. But yeah, I think the engineer on the right was simply trying to hold it in
well, hopefully we get a battle between Haas and the other guys. Oh, here we go. Is this what happened?
Doesn't look like it's going anywhere soon. It's a disaster.
Yeah, it's another team.
So while
that sucks. So yeah.
Word, we'll send our team off.
Well, the win's off the cards, podium's off the cards. That's such a shame, man.
Fight between SB9 and, well, the SBX BMW M3 Touring, but again, remember, it is effectively just a...
Well, that's just racing bad luck, but racing. Just imagine what could happen in the 24-hour, though. Yeah, exactly.
Onto it. Penalty has come down for the...
Better to happen now than 24 hours, exactly.
Team. Now, I believe that was the one that was involved with the Ferrari, the Realized Condor Racing.
Right, that's the worst time for my food to arrive, but
it's okay. Was on pole position. They had their issue at Kessel.
Yeah, good spot. I think you're right.
So
well, the last 2 hours will still be good, though. It's just Max won't be in it, which sucks.
Yeah, so
Where's the Rebel mechanics when you do? Yeah, he's taking his
clearly,
fucking,
they've
he's
given
taking
him
his
penalty,
time. Come on,
and
lad.
Harris been able to return to the pit lane and head back out.
They might
on the
not even
track.
come back out, to be honest.
Small shots for those watching.
Rewind Max is on board. Yeah, we could do that
Crew's
actually.
Still working.
Let me just go put my food in the fridge.
Give them, you
I
know,
would have
some-
eaten it straight away, but now
some recognition as well. They're not just
cover
running
this for a little bit,
one
then.
car for
Alright.
Verstappen Racing. They're running the Ravenel car as well. That's in this three-way fight.
Wait, true. He's so fucking cursed. DSQ last race, damage this race.
But we see them as well in IMSA WeatherTech Sports.
Yeah, I'll rewind Max's on board in a sec. We'll try to see if we can find what happened.
Bryce Ward and Russell
Maybe
Ward,
it was
they
just.
race and
Could that
we
maybe
really
have happened
enjoy the
from him
passion
dropping
that
it,
they bring
like the car
both
dropping
sides
low
of
on
the pond to
the
racing.
carousel?
Yeah, I completely agree. And they've got their work cut out now because the eyes of the world are watching them repairing the front end of that Mercedes. No pressure, guys.
No pressure. Quick update then on some of the other classes. Cup 2, it's still Mulner Motorsports.
Okay, while we ride on board with
in
these
that
guys, we
Porsche
wait to see what happens with the
Trophy
team. I'm just going to
Nürburgring,
quickly finish doing what I was doing. I'll be back
eligible
on 1
class.
minute.
Raphael Renhofer in the 920. That's the team without a name. It's Raphael Renhofer alongside of Noah Nagelsdijk. They've been running up and down, but second on the road, 20 seconds adrift. And then third on the road, but in a different class, is the Black Falcon Team Fanatec Porsche Cup car. It's running slightly different suspension. It's got some alternative fuel. And so while it is the same car as what's being competed in Cup 2, it races under a slightly different designation. In SP10, it's one of the Pro Sport Mercedes that leads, the 176, currently up front in the car class that is run with GT4 machinery. That is the Pro-Am Pro Sport machine as well. While in Cup 3, Smiralus Racing in the Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 have got a healthy advantage over SRS Team Sorg Rennsport. In the production classes, V2 rear-wheel drive, that's now led by Adrenaline Motorsport, while V2 front is led by one of our entries without a team name, but it's an Audi S3 that leads in the T2 front wheel drive. Maro Engel's been able to build a bit of an advantage on this first half of the Grand Prix lap over Max Hesse, but Max Hesse still looking over the shoulder at the Gamotta Racing BMW. Started on the outside of the front row, still in 7th.
Yeah,
and then that BMW M Touring a little bit further down the ways, Neil.
I think you're right. I think it's a distraction for Hesse having David Jahn behind him, because David Jahn put that car, the Gamotta Racing BMW M4, on pole yesterday.
Guys, look what we've got.
In P2 today.
Look what we've got. This is my first time having ever, no joke, ever, a big Red Bull.
And that is allowing Engel
And my first time having a big
get a little bit of breathing space
energy drink. Probably in like 4 years. It's so weird. The can size is different, obviously.
Number 47.
So the sucking ability is different, but this is the brand new Red Bull, just came out.
Remember, that's the
They haven't even promoted on socials yet, but somehow my corner store had it. Summer edition, citrus zest. It basically just tastes like lemony lime. It's like a lemonade, basically. It's really refreshing. But I'm not a huge lemonade guy.
So it's a very fast corner as well.
Anyways, if you're just tuning on in, to give you guys a rundown, Max Verstappen qualified P5. He then moved up to P1 within 4 laps. Great battling, great overtaking. And then he's just come in the garage 30 minutes into his second stint. And there's damage on the car, and we don't know why. So let's try figure out why. Let's keep this up in the background. Let's go to Max's onboard here. This is our in the car. Let's try rewind and see if we can find it.
47 Mercedes, the KCMG Mercedes, but
we
have a relatively clear track right now as Alexander Sims leads for Share Sport with
Wait, let's go the whole lap.
2 seconds back in the Lamborghini.
How long's the lap?
for the
8
Red Bull
minutes.
team
So it'd
out,
be
and
like
suddenly what had been looking
8
like
minutes
a
back from
30-second
here.
deficit,
So
we weren't
minus
sure how the pit
18.
stop times were going to cycle out at the end. With the Verstappen Mercedes sitting in the pit lane, Neil, this fight between the Audi and Lamborghini suddenly becomes for the overall net lead of the race.
Okay, let's see if we can
Like it's
see.
going to stay that way. I'm keeping an eye on the pit lane. And,
Okay, so this is
there's
he's
still no
starting the
sign of
lap.
movement from the,
Should we just watch on like
from
3x
the garage
speed?
for Lucas Auer to come out and rejoin the race.
Let's just watch on
So,
3x speed
as
because the
things
fucking
stand, you're absolutely
lap's
right.
8 minutes long. See if you can
That is
spot
a
anything that could have
two-car
caused
battle
that
for the lead
damage.
race between the Audi R8 LMS and the Lamborghini Huracan.
It's confirmed, by the way, a front splitter defect for Verstappen and Lucas
What does that mean?
Auer. Lucas Auer still sat in
Front
that
splitter
car
defect. What does that mean?
and waiting to be released once more.
Maybe hear it in the audio?
On a glorious day it is. We're from the mixed
Good shout, good
conditions
shout.
in qualifying, where yes, wet tires were required, as well as the grey cloud cover that we had from top qualifying. The sun has made its presence known, and increasingly will be slowly warming up the track. There is a slow zone around Nurburgring where these three are.
I'm gonna assume it's the carousel. Flat round here, flat round here.
To David Yarn, who have actually now found themselves trapped behind one of the slower cars, and Mara Engel has been able to close right up onto Matt Campbell, who's really lost out through traffic in some of these slow zones. He's a full 30 seconds adrift.
Grab the rig. Whoa. Whoa! I wonder, I feel like Max went too fast through there, but then I am watching speed.
Have a good night, play.
Gambling, thank you for the 38-month resub, dude. Really do appreciate support for 38 months. God damn. Appreciate you stopping it. Hope you're doing well, sir. Good to see you in chat. How have you been, man?
Must have happened because that lost a lot of time.
I won't hold you up for long, but...
But of course, in our translation,
Okay, that carousel seemed fine.
there used to be a lead and silver mine close to the track there, which is why it's called Bergwerk.
I've just had a report, by the way, Neil. I want to give a thank you to Ruben Bonga, who
Shout out Bonga.
on many a sim race for, but he's just told me that Verstappen went around the Grand Prix part and then hooks the right. Instead of going onto the Nordschleife through the Sabine Schmidt curve, he returned to pit lane. So clearly something went wrong on the Grand Prix lap. Part of the report that I've been told is there was some vibrations on the Dottinger Hoa as well. That part I'm not 100% sure about, but clearly something went wrong, and maybe that does explain the awkward sort of visual that we had of that front grille on the splitter.
Yeah, I
Why are there
wonder
only
if
7,000 people watching?
the use of the word defect in
Wait,
the report that we
only
got,
800 people watching? What happened?
means that it was like a part failure, or if
That
there
front
was an
grille on the
incident.
splitter.
Oh,
And based on your
And updated.
reports, it's still no clearer.
Again, thank you to those that pass on this information to us, not just our team and the Nurburgring TV crew, but our audience as well. Your eagle eyes around the track. There's another car that's just had.
oh, we went, oh, after the first sector. Oh, okay. So we're gonna see it soon. Yo, Protocol, thank you so much for the tier 1 gifted sub. Over to Ingus. Thank you so much, dude, for gifting your 13th sub. Really do appreciate it, man. And we hit the sub goal. Thank you, guys. Back up to 200. 100 after a 2-week break. Appreciate it. Shout out for 1 gifted sub. What do you mean? I always give shout outs. Every sub, every alert, every bit. Okay, let's see.
Are filled with messages about this BMW M3 Touring project, Neil. It's such a great concept for a livery.
Yeah, it's great to see. I love all the messages that are on the wrap of the car, but it's not just it's not fun. It's currently running in 8th overall. You know, it's got 7 SP9 cars ahead of it and a lot more.
So it's he comes in here?
A proper bit of pit being handled very well by Klingman.
Wait, what?
I had a conversation with someone.
I don't. Well, look, we watched the onboard of the entire lap, and it doesn't look like there was anything.
So when are you going to start selling a BMW M3 Touring in the US? Because right now the only touring option I have is an M5, and my wallet's maybe not big enough for that. And he said,
so it's a vibration issue. His head is bouncing a lot. There's a pen for sure.
Market timings and whatnot.
I mean, I don't think they care at that point. He just wanted to pit and get the damage sorted. Looks like he went close to the pit wall to indicate he was going in the pit, so I'm guessing it was on the ring.
Sitting in the box, pokes the nose, does David Yarn on Matt Campbell, and I don't think I've ever seen a Matt Campbell piloted car have such a
viewership so it's massively split. Yeah. Yeah, but I just thought there'd be more than 7K on the NLS stream, but 20K on the Rebel stream makes sense. That's how much they had yesterday.
4 seconds to the leaders.
Look, how's it going, by the way, Maggie Baggy?
Last lap, he lost 13 seconds to the leader, Neil. So that's a great indication.
Should they name the corner to Yuha for him? What's the corner name currently called?
Like during the course of this lap, he might succumb another place to that motor racing BMW.
Do you know what I hate about the UK? They don't tell you how much caffeine is in shit. Like back home, caffeine is listed in the nutrition. So I have no clue how much caffeine is in this. 473.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got to say that
how much caffeine is in a 473 milliliter Red Bull?
Just yet by
150 milligrams.
And that is really great to see. Because, again, remember, pros, the main differentiation between a pro and a pro-am, or if you want to talk about it in FIA driver ratings, the platinums, the golds, the
I'm not gonna lie, I think that's like my limit. I start tweaking out. I start tweaking out like after 120.
Traffic situations and their ability to be
it says 32 grams every 100 milliliters.
Where you get that utmost performance.
That says not recommended for children or pregnant or breastfeeding more than 32 milligrams 100 milliliters.
Those categories of driver, and as we can see, the difference between pro-am and pro
32 times 4
in this race.
Yes.
Thank you to
what's up, Kareem? Yeah, that's me, man. That's me after 150 milligrams of caffeine.
Say that there was big vibrations down the Dottinger for Max.
Babio, what is up?
Compressed.
Can you finish in the one go?
So I would assume that
it's too sweet.
The bottom of that.
Dude, if Red Bull didn't have caffeine, I'd be drinking all the time. I don't know what it is. Like, I know some people just don't like sugary, like, energy drinks, but for me, like, I got such a sweet tooth.
But I think it might be elementary.
I'm so surprised they're racing after yesterday's crash. Yeah, I mean, you gotta remember, like, that stuff happens with motorsports. You know what I mean? Like that is
in the pit lane, seeming as though
like.
Just keeping an eye on.
Let's talk about it a little bit, because I saw someone in Discord brought up the topic of like, oh, the Nurburgring's too dangerous and they shouldn't be racing today and stuff like that. Like, let me just give my opinion, right? Like, obviously everyone's got different opinions, but my thoughts on it is, motorsport is a dangerous sport, right? When you choose whether you're an amateur driver going to take part in a competition, or if you take your own car to a track day, or you do karting, or a professional driver, like when you do motorsports, you know when you're hopping in the car, even when you're doing a hot lap, like a passenger lap. Like I've hopped in multiple motorsport cars now to have a passenger lap. When I'm hopping in that car to have someone else drive me, I know that I am risking my life to hop in that car, and that is a part of motorsports. And you know, obviously Yuha knew that when he was hopping in the car, that when he hopped in that car, that's the risk he's taking to do what he loved, which is to drive a car around the Nordschleife. And that is just a part of motorsport, sadly. Obviously we want to reduce the risk of crashes as much as possible. Now, obviously, I hear people be like, oh, the Nurburgring Nordschleife is too dangerous. Now, it is dangerous. It's one of the most dangerous tracks in the world. But you also got to remember, again, that
zone that continues
when you hop in a
to
car and drive at the Nordschleife, that is your choice, and you're going in knowing that it is a dangerous track. But the crash, again, we haven't got all the details about it yet. It was a very unlucky freak accident in the sense of there was oil on the track. That could have been any track in any car anywhere around the world, and that same situation could have happened. Or on the track, that has nothing to do with the Nordschleife in particular. It's just the oil, like, that's so unlucky. You know, you also got to mention he was 66 years old, so like that doesn't help as well when it comes to an impact like that. And you know, his car isn't as kitted out as these other quicker race cars, so yes, it is less safe, but at the same time, like, that is what happens when you that is what is a bigger risk you take when you take a normal, less racier race car, or like a normal road car, to a track like this. And you know, it's absolutely sad what happened yesterday. You do not want that to happen, but like that was the first death in a competition at Nurburgring in 13 years. It is not a common occurrence. It's not like, say, like Isle of Man TT, where there's a death every single year. This is like a rare freak accident. And, you know, I don't think you should look at Nurburgring. I don't think you should look at the marshals. I don't think you should look at the car and be like, in my opinion, oh, that was bad. I think it was just a natural motorsport incident, and it's just very sad. And in terms of racing today, like, you know, I don't know Yuha personally, but I'm going to assume he would want this race to go ahead today. You know, like, all these people flew here and took their cars here to race and have a good time, and he wouldn't want that to, you know, what happened yesterday to stop them from doing what they did today. Yeah, that's just my opinion on it all. It sucks. You don't want that to happen, and I hope it never happens again. But that's the risk you take with motorsport.
They're looking to prep now for the 24 hours next month. I mean, you've got to presume they'll try and go out and shake down the car a bit more and give Lucas Auer some seat time, but they are fully out of this race now.
I think you've got no.
Even F1 is dangerous with that sudden excess battery. What do you think about the white monster? I've never tried white monster. It's over 2 minutes. Why he is sitting? Wait, who you talking about? Oh, you talking about? I was just, he's just chilling in the car. What's he doing? Also, 6 drivers were okay, so it may have also been an unfortunate spin trajectory. Yeah, well, actually, one thing I didn't mention was, you know how yesterday, for anyone who's watching the stream, obviously I've unpublished the VOD, cut it out of the VOD now, so, but like, for the people who were in stream yesterday, you know how we were kind of, we didn't know what happened with the crash, and we were speculating what happened, and we were talking about how he might be under the barrier. Photos have now come out since of where the car was, and the car was one of the ones on the track. He didn't even go in the barrier. It looks like, it just looks like someone's gone on the side of him. And again, that could happen at any track in any scenario, and it's just such a shame. Like, again, it's just so, like, the word is just unlucky. Like, it's just so unlucky that, like, it was the wrong time, wrong place, probably the wrong car, maybe even the wrong person as well, in the sense of him being 66. Like, it just happened, like, you know, again, it just all aligned in the sense for that to happen, and it just sucks.
Yep, less than a second separating our leaders.
Like, you know how sometimes you watch a crash and you're like, whoa, how did they survive that? Or like, that's bad. Like, I mean, obviously we didn't see the crash, but like, if you looked at a photo or the onboard or anything, like, it does not look like a crash that would give you an injury, let alone what ended up happening. It's just so unlucky.
The track rubbers in. The conditions
we're seeing a huge push for energy drinks to make sugar-free / caffeine-free versions of their drinks. Well, basically, it'd just be a soda, right? It'd just be like a super turned-up soda.
Earlier in the day should be fully drying out, so
you can hear a scrape sound when he goes through the second drain, but not carousel.
To be setting some pretty tasty
Is that normal? They do scrape a lot when they do go through the carousels. What car is the best livery in this series? I'm obviously biased with the Red Bull, but I love that lime green Porsche. That's also got a Red Bull logo on it, so I'll be cool biased no matter what.
Linda, pair of South Africans to potentially take over in that BMW M4 GT.
It's like saying they shouldn't do flips and acrobatics because they land on their head and they crack their neck. Everything has risks. Yeah.
Various different BMWs this year. He's been.
Are they fixing the damage? That's why he's waiting the cut. Yeah, they're gonna fix the damage. I mean, obviously, again, this is practice for the Nurburgring 24 hours. So the more lap time they get, the better.
The versatile South African.
And the other thing I want to say about Yuha is like, it's how do I word this? Like, what happened yesterday is absolutely so sad, of course, but like, it's nice to know. Oh, no, how do I word it? Like, he was doing what he loved. You know what I mean? Like, it is obviously tragic what happened, but like, again, like, he wanted to race his car. It wasn't like he was forced into that situation. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
Yeah, and again, just to
it's just very, very, very unlucky.
In the first hour, that did have to make an unscheduled pit stop. So there, you know, that could be running even in the top 30 if it hadn't been for a slight hiccup earlier on in the race. So yeah, very impressive from that front-wheel drive TCR car.
So he's meditating in the car. Oh, they're about to come back out. Looks like we're about to come back out.
On board with Alexander Sims, we're listening to the engine note as he.
Haasa 2 Max 0 now. That, yeah, so this will be the second time Max has beaten Haasa on track, but then finished behind him at the end of the race.
Imperceptible as you're going to get down through the gears, in through Arenberg. Some glorious sounds from the gearbox and all the different noises that the Audi R8 makes.
All right, looks like Al's about to come out. Let's see how he does.
Years previous as well. There's a big SB9 field though. Let's.
All right, so Christopher Haasa is in P1. Wait, is that real live timings? Is the Lambo actually on him?
Considerably through, including some of the Porsche
Haasa and Englister in the Lambo are actually 8/10 apart. Then the next two teams are 40 seconds down, but looks like we've got a battle for the lead though. Why aren't they showing it on the broadcast?
Go back to talking about the importance of sim racing, Neil, because Raphael Renhofer last year won the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, the virtual edition of the championship that he's competing in now in the real world. It goes to show that crossover.
But he's back jumping back in the car. I don't think he's going to jump back in the car now. I think they were going to do 2 hours each. Oh, he's off. Oh, that's why I could still hear random noises. Alright, hours coming out. Yeah, so Max has done his 2 hour stint. They were going to do 2 hours each, but Max had his 30 minutes cut short, so I think Hours going to do the last 2 hours now.
I mean, quite rightly, it's almost a conversation we don't really need.
All right, so wherever they come out, I guess the timings will take a little bit to update.
Sports and real sport, you know, the difference between sim racing and racing. The lines are more and more blurred, and quite rightly, because the skill level is being proven time and time again.
This is 2 hours of important time for the team, 2 hours of important time for our.
Directly translatable.
But it's a shame that Max has only had an hour and a half in the car this weekend. You know, this is meant to be big preparation. But I mean, he had a really good stint. So it makes me extra excited for Nurburgring 24 hours now. Asper, thank you so much for the 8-month resub, dude. Appreciate coming from the tier 1, dude. Thank you so much for supporting. Is there any chance Verstappen team win? No, not now. They're a whole lap down now. They're not even on the screen. The top 10 on the screen are minute 20. Well, unless there's like, unless there's a red flag and they all get bunched up, which there's rarely ever red flags at Nordschleife, unless there's something crazy that happens like yesterday or a power outage.
Number 3, no longer a contender for the win, but an exhilarating
3 laps down, damn. And Warp Machine, face sim race, hard sim. There you go, the follows. How the car damage? We haven't got info yet. They denied an interview with NLS, so we didn't see.
Top qualifying of the Gamotta Racing BMW in control as
Question. In MotoGP, I think we spoke about this on the stream before. In MotoGP, half the drivers are sponsored by Red Bull, half the drivers sponsored by Monster. You go over to motocross, and it's very Monster heavy, but there's still Red Bull athletes. Why does Monster not really sponsor any motorsport athletes? Like, they sponsored Lewis for years, and then they finally were like, you know what, fuck it, we'll sponsor both Mercedes drivers. So Bottas was sponsored for a little bit. Now they've obviously lost their sponsorship with Lewis, and they sponsor Lando and Oscar. They sponsor Cam Waters in supercars. Other than them three, is there any other Monster Motorsport athletes that don't ride bikes? Why doesn't Monster invest more in motorsport? Because I would love to see more Monster versus Red Bull battles. Because, you know, everyone talks about Ford versus Ferrari, you know, like Mercedes versus Red Bull, and oh, well, that's a bad example. Like Ferrari versus McLaren and in F1, but it's like, where's the energy drink battle, man? Rossi and GTE. Yeah, true, but that, again, he was sponsored in MotoGP. The roster? Oh, no. Verify you're a human. So they got Lando. Oh, wait. Gaming. Motor. 4 wheels. Okay, we got Brittany Force, John Force, Jinder Erbacha, Dimitri Ilyuk, Diego Saito, Butsy Butler, Jason Webb, Chow Barrion, Luke. What is two wheelers, MotoGP, two wheelers, Kurt Busch. I don't know any of these guys so far, any of the 4-wheelers so far.
On the hunt is Luca Engsler for the Red Bull team apps in a Lamborghini Huracan. The Bulls are singing at full blast. Our Junior Kanki party alongside of Neil Cole on RS1. If you're listening to us on the Radio Show Limited suite of channels and across a whole host of different streams. If you're watching us on
Tyler Reddick, okay, he's the first one I know.
Back out on track and
Lando,
trying to pick up
Oscar.
some experience. Neil, as we head into
okay, so I know 3 Monster
Yeah, it's a shame for that car, but Lucas Albon,
car drivers.
You know, he started the race yesterday, which was of course red
So anyways,
flagged,
maybe there's more than I thought, but my point still stands. Like, you don't really see them in GT3 racing. You don't really. They're not as prominent in F1 as Red Bull are.
This morning, but this is his first chance to really get to grips with that car
like
today in these conditions.
You know what I mean? Again, like half the MotoGP grid, half the fucking Supercross drivers are all sponsored by Monster, but then you come to GT racing or F1 or open wheel racing, and there's like hardly anyone.
Do a fix on it? We don't know yet, and whatever caused the damage to the front splitter, we are yet to find out.
True as Oliver Solberg in WRC. Why didn't he pop up, or did he come under the off-road section that I skipped over?
Of a victory or even a reasonable result for the Max Verstappen Winward Racing car, but valuable, crucial.
Max still has the fastest lap in this race. Interesting, no one's gone quick yet.
I think now the only result that they'll care
Is it because the US brand's so focused on its like US racing series? True. Yeah, I guess Red Bull's more. Yeah, true. Red Bull's more European. Monster's more American.
M3 touring entry.
A Monster title sponsor of the Arena F1 would be Feed Generations.
Jump out of that
do you know what would have been perfect? If Kick or Stake and Monster teamed up. That could have been a pretty cool lineup.
Green potentially to jump back in, unless it is Christopher Haase. I would assume maybe save him for the end of the race.
The Lambo's in, and Haase came in as well.
It's next to the Lamborghini for the Red Bull team app, who are also doing a driver change. So Luca Engsler has been swapped out there. Assumption would be Patrick Niederhauser.
Alright, these guys were literally 8 tenths apart before, so let's see where they come out in the pits next to each other. Yeah, take your time. Take your time.
Neil, exactly
yeah.
What you were talking about earlier, though. The opportunity, the time during this
have a chat.
With the
yeah, they got minimum 2-minute pit stops if you guys didn't know.
Yeah, imagine the.
But he could have gotten the car and then they have a chat.
That's coming from endurance races all around the world to be able to see that leisurely driver change.
But like, for instance, in this race alone, there's 3 Red Bull sponsored cars. There's Max's team, obviously. Then there's the Porsche, and then there's the Lambo. But like the Monster logo, where? You don't see it, you know what I mean?
Getting out of the car and driver about to launch into the Nordschleife.
But then again, you could argue like Monster sponsors so many fighting athletes, but you don't see Red Bull. Red Bull don't. I don't think Red Bull sponsors a single fighter.
When it was announced as an April Fool's joke, and some of those saying, "Now let's go racing with it."
Where's Prime, man? Where are the Prime Motorsport athletes? Wait, didn't Prime sponsor a motorsport athlete? Like one dude?
It was quick in qualifying, only 5 seconds off in what was a slightly interrupted top qualifying session.
Max isn't first. He was first, but then his car got damaged and they pit for 3 laps.
We'll see how it runs for 24 hours of uninterrupted running. The SB2T class leader, the Opel Corsa GS Line 130.
Yeah, Monster seems less professional for some reason. Red Bull gives a high status vibe, while Monster gives kick-stake vibes. Yeah, like when you think of Monster, when you think of Red Bull, you think of like extreme sports. You think of F1, you think of skydiving, you think of like, I don't know, you think of like surfing, you think of, you know, stuff like that. Whereas when you hear Monster, you think of like skateboarding and like motorbiking and fighting. I guess it's just like different brands, right? And I guess you could argue like, what's the point of Monster coming into the motorsport world if Red Bull already dominates it? Kind of the same way Red Bull is probably like, what's the fucking point in going into... For instance, do you know where Monster's super heavy? Bull riding. You cannot watch a bull riding competition without seeing a Monster logo.
And that maybe explains why we had some of the slower zones up towards that part of the track as well. A couple of other driver changes. It wasn't just Ben Green getting in, replacing
Wait, true. That's actually ironic as fuck. Monster were like, you know what? We'll go sponsor
Neil Verhagen,
your logo.
6 of one, half a dozen of the other on how you say that name. He's in 6th position.
Yeah, I feel like the only place that Red Bull and Monster really actually go toe-to-toe is MotoGP. Like, Monster dominates motocross, Red Bull dominates motorsports. They really only go toe-to-toe and maybe drifting as well. True, like, you got Ken Block with Monster, you got Mad Mike with Red Bull.
One of the first times, Neil, I think I've ever seen this withdrawal of time penalty, 45 seconds, for the KCMG Mercedes.
Yeah, the plot thickens. You don't very often.
Unless I'm wrong, I feel like Red Bull stay away from anything that's like violent.
So
like they don't, no fighting, no bull riding.
And, for once,
but they kind of stay away from that, unless I'm mistaken.
withdrew the penalty. Extraordinary.
Why is Verstappen's car in 87th place? They had a 3-lap pit stop for damage.
So the 47
Rider.
was, I'm just double checking because there was a couple of different.
Yeah, like they're all about extreme sports, but maybe like violent.
To comply with minimum pit stop time. There was no argument about that. It's 32 seconds plus the amount of time you were underneath. So in their case,
Do you know what I think? I think it's changed now in the last 2 years, but I think a sport that Red Bull really should get into is golf. I feel like golf is really popping in the last few years and really growing audience year on year, and especially younger audience. And I don't know, I feel like there's so much cool shit you can do in golf with like hole-in-ones and like competitions and stuff like that. I know like golf isn't very like Red Bull branding like, but like Red Bull has now branched down to cricket and so many other sports, and they're all about like attaching themselves to like a young athlete and helping build them up. Like I feel like they could really attach themselves to like a young golfer and like ride the wave.
Points on the license, and that's for the 999. That is the Mulder Motorsports Porsche Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport, so one of the Cup 3 entries.
Who's your favorite golf player? Ooh, I don't really have a favorite golfer, to be honest. I mean, I guess I grew up watching Tiger Woods, so I'd have to say Tiger Woods, but other than that, like, I don't really watch golf. But am I saying Tiger Woods because I like Tiger Woods, or am I saying because he's the GOAT? And like,
enough points and you get your license to drive
Yeah.
here, specifically here.
Max already on the back of someone?
Any impact on the rest of the circuits?
I know, Max already looks out.
And vice
How's it
versa.
going, OP Joe?
Whatever your experience,
It's like cliff diving
anywhere
stuff
else
Red
in
would
the
do,
world,
which isn't that
has
safe.
no relevance here. You have to come here. You have to get your license to be allowed to drive. And if you lose it through disrespecting the codes, which is why we're allowed to race in this format, where the slow zones and code 60s and the safety vehicles on track, that's everyone has to trust that and abide by that. So yes, quite serious if you are flagged for that. It's not
Is
just
that
a
Lewis
time
did on
penalty.
F1 driver? Yeah, exactly.
And we can see that Lucas Hour
Like
is
everyone knows
definitely,
who Tiger Woods
keen
is.
to get going again.
Does anyone not know who Tiger Woods is? Like genuinely curious. I feel like there's some names like Michael Jordan, Tiger Woods,
Good way for us
Michael
to judge
Schumacher,
the speed of the BMW M3 Touring relative to
Cristiano Ronaldo,
now, yes, Neil Verhagen
Michael
is
Phelps,
getting
like
himself up to
everyone,
speed and
Kobe
bending
Bryant, like
himself back
everyone
in.
knows those names.
Maybe not got as much recent running as
Like if you go to the
Lucas
like
might have had, with maybe a bit more experience.
most people
coming in from yesterday
and be like,
as
do you
well.
know who they are? They're
However,
gonna say yeah.
as
Or at least
I've
in the
repeated it many a time
say
at
the
this
Western
point,
world.
This is effectively just a BMW M3 GT3 car, a BMW M4 GT3 car, I should say, with some extra body panels and stuff, of course, to give it that touring shape, but obviously to
Golf in Tennessee, like a
adjust
rich
the
sport, maybe
driving
it's what they
dynamics
sponsor it.
as well, and they've done
Well,
a
Red
great
Bull
job
sponsor
so far, very stable as they work
Sissipas in
up
tennis.
towards the louder links, running in front of the row racing BMW. Jordan Pepper has taken over here after the driver changes have completed. Also, Christopher Mees, he's jumped into the Haupt Racing number 67.
Who's your favorite cricketer?
And
Cricket.
a couple more teams now making their way down to pit lane.
I don't know. I couldn't even name a fucking cricketer.
Followed in by the
Viracoli, or his name is.
BMW David Yarn, who had that sterling effort in qualifying to be 1,000th of a second.
Virat Kohli? Did I just combine both his names into one? I did.
And just to back up what you were saying about how serious that former joke, the BMW M3 Touring.
Something tells me Tiger Woods would be a good motorsport driver.
Well, it maybe just dropped to 7th, but it's running in
What were
the
the
top
backs?
10
He had
in this field of
they had damage. They had to
huge
pit
field
for
of
3
SB9
laps.
GT3 cars.
I got into F1 just a couple of years ago, but I knew who Lewis was
Verhagen,
beforehand more than
Verhagen,
Schumacher, right? Maybe it is just a
Tomato
generation thing. Like
is,
when I grew up, it was like on the TV, it was like
banging
Michael.
in and warming up the tyres.
Well, when I
He's
say
doing
grow
a
up, like
great
Michael
job.
kind of stopped after, I don't know, whatever year it was,
Excellent.
but like
I haven't talked to Neil about
he was the
his
GOAT.
involvement in the project, but I have talked to the other American in that lineup, Connor DeFilippi, and he said
Michael
when
Schumacher.
I
It
chatted
probably
with him
helps
at
as well, the
Sebring
Cars
about
movie.
his involvement, he was just
When he
kicking the
rolls
candy
up to
store,
get
the
his
smile on
tires
face.
from Guido.
You know, a lot of these drivers, they get to race these
And Luigi
GT3
at the
cars
end.
all around the world, and that's
That
a great
actually- that
life,
was
don't
probably
get
it.
me wrong, but it's a competitive life. You know, there's a week in and week out grind that can sometimes wear you down. When you get to be a part of something like this, where maybe then they're not really fighting for.
Yeah, but then again, if you go to a country like, say, like India, I assume everyone's going to know who Virat Kohli is. But if you go to America and go, yo, do you know who Virat Kohli is? Probably only like 1% of the country will be able to know, or be able to answer.
To really enjoy 24 hours
If you go to India and ask about Tom Brady, they probably won't know who that is.
I'm dying to ask you. It's taken me 3 hours on air today before I've succumbed to the temptation, but talk to me about that experience of
Depends
being
what
on track
country,
with Sabine
what
Schmidt
sports kind of
in the passenger seat,
are
talking
popping
you
in your
through
country.
this historic place.
Well, you know,
I'm gonna grab my food. This race has bellowed out a little bit. If you're just tuning on in, Max went from P5 to P1, and then in his second stint got damaged, had to pit for 3 laps, so they are out of contention for the lead now. But we're still gonna battle for the lead between a few different cars. We're just kind of in a mid stage of this race with pit stops and stuff like that. Also, the timings are fucked, right? Why is Christopher Haas 2 minutes down?
We had like an hour. So we had 1 lap with me in the passenger seat, and then 1 lap with me.
Wait,
in the
why is
driver's
Haas
seat,
2 minutes down?
To get the feature completed. So,
Or, sorry,
planning
green.
meant that it was all very quick, and she was incredible. I mean,
Why
she
is the
was an
Audi 2 minutes
incredibly
down now? What has
talented
happened?
driver, that's.
Oh yeah, all these guys need to serve their pit stops. I
Sort
say.
of guide and passenger, because I came upon a minibus.
I'll wait until after this this lap, because there's so many people in the pits right
so
now.
I went in as a, just paid my, whatever it was at the time, 25
You're from
euros.
Sri Lanka, you know who Tom Brady is? Maybe he is. Pop over
a
there.
slow-moving minibus in front of me, and I could see in my rearview mirror that I had two motorbikes approaching very, very fast. Now, bear in mind, I was in a
Yeah, I think the Audi
rally
should be
spec
P1
Porsche
once this all balanced
911
out.
on rally
People cross the
tyres,
line
it was
or
not
pitting, so it stops
suited
around here. We'll
at
wait
all
for it to end.
the
Grab my food.
Nordschleife, and I pretty much
Max's team is
lost
number
it,
3.
fishtailed for a while,
They're not on the
nearly
timings
spun,
right now because they've dropped out of
somehow, I don't know
contention.
how, managed to save it, and she was incredibly gracious.
Liam Lawson will be one of those names,
distinctive
100%.
I think at me as much as with me. But I kind of partially blame her for losing it, because she was going power. She was gunning me. She was egging me on to go faster. So I did, and luckily we managed to get the feature done, and I managed to put some of it on my socials over the last week as a very good memory of an amazing person.
I think, like you say, the personality is what was the greatest loss of all. Such a great ambassador for this track as well, and sorely missed, but at least now will be remembered forever as the corner that brings you on to the Nordschleife as well. I think that is a pretty fitting tribute for someone who, as a young kid, I distinctly remember watching Top Gear and watching her. I mean, the way she drove.
Yeah, guys, Max's team had an issue
around the track. It still is something that I will go back and watch.
Where did Max get damaged from? We don't know. It looks like it just maybe car was running too low.
The lap is cleared, so we've been able to move the.
Is there a chance that Verstappen get a podium?
No,
they're 3 laps down, I think.
That was being led by the Hyundai Motorsport N group. The 303, they've got a considerable lead. The Cup 3 class.
Lallum's
one
in
of those
P15 right now.
eligible for the Porsche
Where's
Endurance Trophy Nurburgring. Cup 3 is made up of the Porsche Cayman, the GT4 variants. They're non-turbos. Although this may be the last couple of years that we see a Cayman.
They are P83.
Because there were some spy shots that I saw in the last week or so.
They're 2 laps down.
The next generation GT4 car that Porsche will
They're
release has been revealed into the world.
3 laps
They've
down.
actually been testing here at the Nurburgring Nordschleife. It's not going to be a 718 Cayman anymore with the changes Porsche is making to their road car lineup. Instead, we're going to get a 911 GT4.
Can he still raise people and unlap himself a bit? Yeah, that's what they're doing. That's why Hours in the car right now to
good knowledge.
To get more time in the car and get more,
in a fire suit.
oh!
Have a huge amount of.
Here's Hour right now behind the Porsche.
I'm going to sort of wear both hats at once.
Yeah, I mean, he's not racing them, but look at the speed Hour for Hour. He's racing the Porsche that's currently in P3, but he's lapped, so he kind of needs to unlap himself. Wait, so how does lapping work in multi-class racing for the same class? So like, does Hour get blue flag right now to the Porsche? How does it work?
I wasn't going to try and do the accent, but that is a pit report from Luca Engstler. He's handed over the car to Patrick Niederhauser.
So like, in multi-class racing, the slower car doesn't get blue flagged. But if you're in the same class, do you get blue flagged?
The Red Bull Team Abt Lamborghini.
Well, and...
Or you also just...
I wonder if, Neil, he's selling the team may be a bit short, because he was...
I'm going to assume you also get blue flagged. You get blue flagged if you're in the same class, because otherwise... you would impact the race way too much.
Dropped out of contention. Those are two.
Like right now, if Hour overtook the Porsche and just held him up in the same car, in the same class, that'd be fucked.
Some other team.
Yeah, I'm gonna get my lunch in a second. I'm just waiting to see what Hour's gonna do. Here at the bottom left.
Mirko Bortolotti, what an amazing stint.
Battle with Mark, thank you for the follow.
To open the race up, and then,
I think for this race, unlapping is encouraged, and the blue flag rule there is just a reminder of positioning against faster cars, right? Max's team is currently in 83rd.
I think he's being pragmatic more than
Everyone
anything,
gets
but
blued,
yeah,
it just means faster
it's
car
very
behind.
hard to
Okay,
judge,
but
isn't it? But the people who
do you
can judge
have to let
best
the
are people
car
who are-
behind
who sit
through if you're in the same
behind the wheel
class?
of the car, and they know. I mean, they know there are micro tells
Micro
every single
penis.
sector around this track. Every few hundred meters, they can tell exactly where they're ahead and where they're behind their competitors. So, yeah, they always have to be quite careful and diplomatic with how they report back. And
You don't have to let
publicly,
anyone
but,
pass. Interesting.
Yeah, I take your point.
Okay, so
Definitely.
Hour can unlap himself on this Porsche then if he wants. He's flying right now.
Quick update on.
Dude,
some
I actually
other
feel like they've got a
class
really
leaders
solid
up.
lineup.
Keep an eye
Max,
on the
Hour,
VT2 production car classes.
Yunkadea,
It's now
and you know, maybe
a
I'm
VW
biased because
Golf
like
that leads
I've
in
paid more
the
attention
VT2
to Hour,
front-wheel drive
Gunon, and
category. I would assume we're still
Yunkadea because they're in
cycling
Max's
through
team,
some
but
pit
like
the former race
I don't know,
leader
all
being,
three of them have
the
like
Opel Corsa, of course,
shown
right on
really
cue.
good moments
The
to me when I've been
VT2 front
watching.
leader is hit pit lane, and so
Like I've
that
enjoyed watching
the
all three of them.
Golf GTI
Oh,
will
Hour just got
cycle
past.
through
Fuck,
in
I wasn't
V6,
paying
which is a
attention.
production car-based class. This
Alright,
is the same car
Hour
that
gets
they could
past
drive
P3
onto
on track, but he's still
the-
2 laps
the
down.
public roads during a tourist foreign day. It's about
Alright, well, you overtook
restricting
Porsche.
the engine capacity and output. That's where a lot of these
Who invited this
classes
BMW
are
to
made up
P2,
of,
by the way? Where the
slightly
fuck did he come
older
from?
Porsche 911.
And why is
Slithering and sliding
How
all
is the
over
Audi
place,
P9
but
now?
Currently running 61st overall is
what?
the 415. They'll promote themselves up a spot.
How
in
is the
overall
Audi
running as
in
a result
P9?
of that VT2 class leader heading down to pit lane. VT2 rear-wheel drive.
Yeah, we're gonna watch the
which is
35
also
Saturn GP
one of
after
the
this.
Bigger production classes.
They all
in
put last
terms of
lap
the
or so. Yeah,
number
but
of
he's
cars
2
that we
minutes
have.
down.
It is Adrenaline Motorsports, the 500 that now leads, and they've got a pretty.
They were fighting for the lead at one
significant
point.
gap, about 40-ish
Icarus,
seconds,
they
I
were the
think,
follow. Yunkadea got that
to
21 times in
those
his WEC stint.
on the prowl, on the hunt, sweeping out of the carousel.
Sure, that's
in the
car issue though, right?
SB9
Not him.
class. The Yokohama adorned GT3 reaches the top of Hoa Act. It's a white, black, and red GT3 car,
Right.
and then wiggles as they begin the drop over
I need to
the
grab my
top.
food. We've got an hour and a half
And
left
now
of this
into
race.
where, again, this is where you really have your fun. Go back to what we were saying earlier with it almost being a rally stage. You've memorized where you need to be. It's easier said than done, though, Neil, to hit your marks with all the undulation coming at you and so many different nuances that you have to be aware of.
Yeah, and even over the years and recent times when sections of this circuit have been resurfaced and flattened a little bit, so there aren't as many massive bumps and jolts as there used to be. It's still just, it looks deceptively smooth when you're watching it, but it is incredibly dynamic. And you know, as you do that section, Wipperman, Eisbach, Brunken, Ice Curve, that section coming down is takes quite a lot to be fully committed.
I don't think this is the type of track that many drivers in the world, regardless of skill, could come to and be confident straight off the bat. It's one that you work up to, and you know, go back to Sabine Schmitz as the example. You know, you construct your map of this track over time. You do it section by section, and then you start to piece those sections together, and it's through the thousands and in some cases, tens and hundreds of thousands of laps that some of our drivers have done.
We
through
got our
their career.
Pokeball. Okay, it looks kind of shit because I just piled the sauce on because I didn't want to have to go back to the kitchen.
That ability to effectively drive with the blindfold on. You
But
never want to
my
do that, but
Pokeball order is white rice
can sense their
with
way
salmon,
around. Even this
with mango and pineapple,
unique version
with
of
goji
the
berries,
Nordschleife
spring
that we're
onions,
running for this weekend,
corn
and that will be
salsa,
running next month for the ADAC Ravenel 24 hours of the
sriracha
Nurburgring.
mayo
So excited
sauce.
for that. We'll have our
And
RSL team, at least part of them, on site.
this is
Part
just
of that
qualified,
commentary
right?
team
No,
will
this
be
is an
remote
actual
as
race,
well to
Luca.
get you through 24
It's just called
hours of
qualifiers.
uninterrupted
What's up, Ant?
coverage.
How's it going?
And what a great effort from the TV people.
Oh,
at the
Hours
track
back
as
in P1.
well, as our RSL
Oh, so
team
the
back in
timing's with
London
that.
to
Fuck,
keep us
okay.
on the airwaves
Not
in
Hours, sorry.
sound and
The
vision.
Audi
That's just
is
a
in
reminder,
P1,
by
and the
way, that
Lambo's
if you are
27 seconds down.
wanting to
Okay,
try
okay.
and follow along for a
Fuck, we actually could
24-hour
have had a good battle
race
between
and follow
Verstappen
all
Racing and the
24
fucking
hours,
Audi.
you don't have to watch them. You can listen to them as well, Beal, and that's why sometimes our commentary, it may seem a little bit like we're missing the action, but we're trying to keep you abreast of all the different battles happening out on track. And there's a lot of battles.
You should work at a Pokeball shop. What was the most ordered
list this morning?
I've regularly been a customer. I've regularly been a listener when I can't
excuse me
be in
while I
front
eat
of a
for a bit,
screen.
guys.
It's a essential service that is
We've got a
being
long
offered,
stream today.
and I shall be listening again in a month's time.
I hope nothing like this happens during the 24 hours. Yeah, that would suck, man. I really hope it can just go smoothly for Max and the
Thank you
guys.
very much for listening and watching wherever you are in the world. We love your company, and we are just fans like you are.
Absolutely. We're fans who are talking about racing right now because we're waiting for that race to come back to life in the last hour. The way the pit stop cycles work in the 24-hour qualifiers, it will be the same next month for the 24-hour race. But in all our classes, that in the SP9 class all the way down to the production car classes.
It's a practice race, but it still counts towards the NLS Championship.
Times in effect. There's a whole fancy table that helps you walk through how
What's
that
Twitter
works.
saying about Max's
We're not going to get into
retirement
those
right now?
nitty-gritties. What I will say is 24H-Rennen, RENNEN.E. You can find your way over to that table if you're one of those people that likes to think about all the different strategy options that are available.
Back to my play about the passing of Juha Matanen. You know that when there's a red flag that quickly, especially on a circuit like this, where there's none usually, that something is really wrong. Then of course it's just waiting, and then you ultimately receive the news. It's not nice for anyone. You know that such a thing can happen, but when it actually happens, it remains a very strange feeling.
Accomplished racing driver as well. Peter Kate, he has just jumped out of the 145 that he is sharing this weekend. So out of the comms booth and into the Sherny Motorsports BMW M4 GT4 Evo. Just gotten out of that car, so things are going quite well. 7th in class. And if you haven't read,
multi-car crash halts Verstappen's Nurburgring race. Have they changed the title now?
Many of them are included in there.
Absolutely disgraceful from
on my iPad. I've been slowly reading through those stories and
the race.
just going through not just his stories,
I mean,
but some of the stories of
maybe this was written before he passed.
You know, a century plus.
But then again, like, update
all of
it.
these different corners, and for so many drivers, this is a bucket list opportunity to come and race around this track, and specifically in the 24 hours next month.
Because it says update here.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've just been treated to a very sizable section of this track on board with Ben Green leading this race. And after he cleared a bit of traffic, it was just, I was kind of mesmerized by the commitment that he had, because, you know, he's got a
I mean, that was probably written before.
Yes, this could switch up in the last hour of the race as pit stops start to play in again. But, you know, it's just an absolutely mesmerizing to watch him. And the sound you can hear now is on board with Lucas Auer in the Mercedes-AMG GT3. The win.
Wait, oh, they did update the title. Driver dies after crash that stopped Verstappen's Nürburgring race. And this one's even worse, in my opinion. Juha Matanen dies in 7-car crash during Max Verstappen's Nürburgring race. And then,
and therefore is no longer
where is it?
contention for a good result here, but of course, valuable seat
Formula
time
1
for
returns on
Lucas
May
and
1st to 3rd with the Miami
huge
Grand Prix, the
amounts of
season's
data
second
to
sprint
be
weekend,
gleaned
live on
in
Sky
these
Sports.
Glorious conditions at the Nordschleife for that team in advance of the 24 hours in a month's time.
And they have just made their way past one of our two
What does that say?
HWA machines in the
Tour.
field. I believe that would have been the yellow, white,
Park
and black.
Tour,
So that's a
oh.
62, I want to say. They are still on the leading lap. They are having a good run in the retro-inspired boxy cars.
Yeah, this is terrible from fucking
Mercedes they are harkening
old mate this morning.
Side by side, this is important. Trading paint, Monster.
wow!
Monster, what are you doing?
Fear in front of the field. He gathers it up. Oh, they take evasive action. Monster goes.
Group as they
That
look
is
to try and add yet another TCR class win to the many that they have accrued across the world, and indeed here at the track as well. Diving down in towards the foxhole. There was a report, by the way, a little bit ago that...
Wait, Monster was in the Toyota, right?
Door McLaren, the number 69, they'd actually lost part of their underbody or had some loose body paneling that was flapping around.
How's it going, Connor?
Such a big compression.
Who's my favorite manufacturer?
When you get to the bottom and climb up into Adnau Forest, and
I'm gonna say Merc,
sometimes about where you place your car so you don't find yourself bottoming out too aggressively.
And I find myself saying,
I'm a Porsche guy, though.
Because that number 69 door McLaren has got a time penalty of 77 seconds, but also 2 penalty
Smaller repairs
points.
are quite normal at 24 hours. Sometimes
so
they even manage to fix cars and send them out again.
Disregarding of code 60, and the stewards are not messing about. So Glock getting
Most
2
of it was
penalty
salmon.
points on his DMSB record.
It was Shua soy sauce. Toppings were corn, edamame, seaweed salad.
The speed wouldn't have been too high, fortunately, I would have assumed. Otherwise, it would have been more significant. The maximum penalty that they can hand down would be as severe, as stringent as pulling your license, which, as several competitors have found out, they will do before the 24-hour race and leave you with no recourse to compete. And Steve Brown,
You reckon that's an automatic thing on the article? Maybe, but still.
82 entry. I remember talking to him about
the title is still
went
bad.
through that same experience, and he said he owned up to it at the end of the day, Neil. He said, I made the mistake. There's no excuses. I went through at a speed that I shouldn't have. I didn't do the things I was meant to do, and then he had to go back and earn his place back on the grid. It's ultimately what you need around a
Verstappen's
track
team is
as
2 laps
long
down
and as unique as this.
Yeah, it's very important that they
And just in fact,
obey the
another
rules.
confirmation is... Sorry, I was just about to say another confirmation of those 2 penalty points for Timo Glock has just come up on our timing screens, Neil.
Blah!
Let's hope that's not another one. I think it's probably the same one that I mentioned. So,
Yo, London P12.
It's crucial. The level of trust involved in allowing a race like this to exist works both ways.
It's not the only driver, though. Let's not just flag Timo. It's also Alex Schneider, who in the VW Golf GTI, who's in one of our production car categories.
It also, there was a dad, daughter, and son, and one of them sped in a C60, and they were kicked from the Nurburgring 24 hour. I remember Steve, didn't he go like slightly over the limit and got
these little things that you don't want to make the mistake when it gets to the big race, because you're not necessarily going to get a chance to make up too much.
But thankfully it was just him, right? Not the whole team.
Reliability being where it is for the most part, we very much need to keep out of trouble, stay on track, and minimize time in pit lane. VT2 rear-wheel drive, as the name implies.
Yeah, they're very strict at Nurburgring, as they should be.
Turbocharged cars with relatively small displacement engines. This is a class in which you will see some of these teams at the end of the year fighting for the overall championship. Again, remember,
what's
the
DSMB?
Cars are scored in their own class, but then those points are totted up, and often the overall champion
Max's team is an
MLS is someone in a BMW, in one of these production-based cars, and at the front of the VT2 rear-wheel drive class is a BMW 330i. It's still Adrenaline
Oh, sorry,
Motorsports
he's up to 60 bit
500.
now.
We've got a couple of laps over the rest of the field right now, and sometimes, Neil, this is what happens in these slower classes where the attrition can be maybe a bit higher of a factor. The gaps grow. Becomes on the driver to avoid mistakes. Which
Does Verstappen Racing have AMG on the rear wing? By that car?
It can be very,
They
very
got something
easy
else on
to
the rear wing.
Yeah, across all motorsports, there's a sweet spot where you need to keep your concentration levels up. You need to be pushing. You need to be close to 100% just for the car.
The way the motor looks with the Red Bull, there is so many. Yeah, when it first got announced, I was a bit like, but now it's got aura.
So it isn't easy when you're in that kind of no man's land sometimes.
Where was the announcement?
Only 26 minutes away from the final hour getting underway here. It will signal the start of the final pit stop sequences as well, you would think. With some competitors doing relatively
Wait, where's Danny
shorter runs. Just the 5 laps for a couple to open up the race, meaning they will owe us a slightly lengthier stop at the end. It is still Ben Green that leads by 27 seconds. Is now the gap back to Patrick Niederhauser. The Red Bull team.
Where's Danny?
Trinity Solution.
It's on his page.
Was the first
there we go.
To come into pit lane in the opening hour of the race, but that Aston Martin is third on the road right now. Let's see how that plays out. Jordan Pepper, he's into the
actually does look pretty bent there.
Fourth on the road with the
but yeah, I just remember when it got announced, I was a bit like, ew. Did you know what it was? I think it was because I preferred the Ferrari at first.
That completes the top 5 with Motor Racing's BMW 6th, Mantai's Grello car, Thomas Preining back in 7th, and then the
actually BMW
M3 Touring in 8th rounds out the.
Now I think I prefer the Merc.
At least the best of the non-SB9s in that top 10 with Schnitzel Lahm and HRT Ford Racing. The rest of that
I think I prefer the shape of the Ferrari,
in the top 5,
but this livery's way better with the big balls everywhere.
SB10, it's now the BMW M4 GT4 that leads there. AV Racing by Black Falcon, the 180, although maybe still waiting for final pit stops for some. Pro Sport Racing there, Mercedes is second, that's the 176, with another BMW sat in 3rd and 4th positions respectively. Hofor Racing 3rd, and then the
when talking about Verstappen, should I talk about his position for all classes or just for SB9?
For Toyo tires with Ring Racing, that started up towards the front of the class. 5th as it stands right now. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Neil Cole. Remember, if you've got any questions, feel free to shoot them in our direction.
So currently,
as
actually, I can't even see what position they're in.
Gets closer and closer. Neil, I think we have another update.
It just says 65th. I
one
can't.
Of our teams down on the pit lane talking about conditions and how their stint went out on track.
Yeah, car number 188, the BMW M4 GT4 Evo.
Yeah, we did butter Kringle.
Said
I was
it's
live
very warm,
while it was all
but
happening.
Went very well. The car ran perfectly. We're currently in 3rd or 4th place in our class, which is very competitive. There's still an hour and a half of racing left, but of course, we're hoping for a podium finish. There was apparently some contacts with Max Patel, and after that, we were driving without the rear hatch. It was quite loud as a result, but we didn't have any problems, and this car is running with the hatch back on now. So, great sort of live update, but you know, it's very warm.
Yeah, we're gonna go to the live timing.
We've been treated to quite a few, you know, the best part of a lap. Looking at Mikel Azcona,
yeah, the full Verstappen lineup for the 24-hour Nurburgring is Max,
who's, driving his
Lucas
own
Auer,
race,
Danny Junkerdaya, and Jules Gunon.
TCR
pretty solid top 4 drivers.
Nice and clean, nice and fast.
Who's Kevin Estrie's teammates? Are they as good as Danny, Lucas, and
It has warmed up
Jules?
nicely, that is for sure. Given the somewhat cooler, was it 11 degrees Celsius that we started out with, which is relatively cool for when you jump back into the car itself. Then you ratchet up all the heat that the electronics and things can generate. That's one thing that the Lamborghini Temerario has been apparently designed with in mind. You don't need the AC
Max
to stay
Scally in
cool.
65th.
The driver's got the door open on one of our Porsches, and I don't think that's because he's trying to stay cool. That is a car that has ground to a halt. The red, white, and blue. Not sure if that was. I think you may be right.
Luckily, well off.
Try and get an update on that.
Have you been watching recently with Supercars? I've been seeing a lot of clips from Supercars this year. It looks so good. Oh, looks like Lucas is not happy with the traffic.
If that was Lander, and I think you are correct there, that's 3rd in that Porsche Endurance Trophy Nürburgring Cup 2 class, and will.
Max's team got damaged combat, so they're 3 laps down. Marina, Connor, Lucas, thank you guys for the follows.
Lucas Auer continues to get some laps in at the end of the day. That's all he's really doing. Where did they end up, Neil, after spending the 28 or so minutes in pit lane? How many laps did they end up losing before they were able to get back out?
That's a very good question, which I should probably know the answer to. I'll have a look. Please hold caller.
I'm scrolling through my timing on my side as well, trying to find their name. It's a long way down the list,
almost
isn't
crashed
it?
there, really?
4 laps down.
Is that why he's frustrated?
3.5 laps down. So Hour is currently on,
So that's
on their
28
15th
minutes or
lap.
so.
And they're about 17 minutes down.
Again,
Real quick,
what
what were the results? Now that I know a few more of these drivers, what was last year's 24-hour Nurburgring results?
Logan,
So last year, Christopher Haase won with Marcus Wrinklecock.
Just changed the left rear tire, but it is so great to see the Logan.
Then
back
P2
out
was
on
Peter
track.
Alkman.
We've often talked about these sort of
Audi again.
historic cars at the 24 that increasingly sometimes seem out of place. What's happened on the Dottinger, by the way? This is with Lucas Auer at the wheel that we're grabbing a look at him tightening the seat belts at 280 odd kilometers an hour.
I wonder what he saw up ahead.
Getting close.
That's normally a sign that you're bracing for a battle, or maybe he'd just felt I could do it.
And Auer unlapping himself on another car in his class.
Making a pass.
Lucas Auer is going to slip past the Gamotta BMW at the wheel right now.
Isn't that BMW in P2?
And Moritz Krantz.
No, P3?
Remember, this is a Pro-Am car, so we're
he just unlapped himself on P6. Damn.
Consistently have the speed to be
Auer is flying.
The one lap pace. We've seen that it's got the
So he's
potential
unlapped
to
himself
match
on,
the pole
well,
time,
one of the
but
laps. He's
an
unlapped
easy
himself
pass there
on the
for
car in
Lucas Auer. Maybe
P6.
that's what he saw in front. Strap the belts in, focus on the move in front. Confirmed by
Oh, here we go.
the
Here's
good
the
eyes.
moment where he
It
got
was Lander
frustrated.
in the 925 Porsche Cup car that was stopped on the
Whoa!
GP lap. Another look, by the way, at a replay. This is how the gap actually closed
Oh, and then he
up
got
between Auer and Gamotta's BMW. On the entry into the Stefan Belloff S's. Very
Okay,
close
that's why
moment
he
with
was
the Porsche.
frustrated.
Yeah, I felt like there might actually have been a bit of contact.
Who was that driver? What team was that in front of the Porsche? Was that another Porsche?
But yeah, Lucas Auer currently.
It not
running
only
in
blocked the
59th
Porsche
overall.
and then just pushed Auer off track. That's going to be heavy pens for that car for sure.
BMW got just checked up on the drop out of Flansgaard, and you literally, if you have enough speed, leap onto the ground, turn the car right, and then there's a second right-hander where that BMW lost all its momentum. Auer very lucky. That could have been a bigger moment. Lucas Stoltz is about 5 seconds off the top 4 right now. The Aston Martin of Trinity Solutions is the car he's on the hunt with.
Yeah, this Mercedes is quick. At least at Nurburgring, it was a bit weird. It was a bit shit in at Paul Ricard.
Meanwhile, in the pit lane for
But yeah, this car's definitely good here. Definitely got a solid lineup. They're definitely gonna contend for the win in the 24 hours. They just need to not break their front bumper and not use too many tire sets, and they'll be okay.
So that leaves just one of the Hyundai still out there. Excuse me, it was not the leading Hyundai. So that's still out there on track. It was a second place.
You should put a part on stream of Max's position. Maybe for the 24 hours, they'll have like Max equals. But then again, you'd be able to see what position Max is in if he was in the top 10, but you can't.
The magic tape. And hopefully strap that car back together and send it back out, Neil, to again.
Yeah, maybe next time I'll put bottom left.
Laps as we head into the final 75
minutes. We are
inching closer.
Maybe for the 24 hours I'll put like text in the bottom left with the onboard that says like P. But then I have to update it all the fucking time. No, fuck that.
And we're seeing a few more penalties coming in. In fact, the oldest car in the field was speeding in the pit lane, car number 275, the BMW 318 Ti. Has got a penalty of 60 seconds.
That's significant for a car that
we have no info on why they broke the front bumper.
Is leading in class. Where's the at back. There's actually no other
That's a cool
cars
car.
in SP3, so that's going to be a penalty with seemingly little consequence. SP40
Yeah, that's
just quickly on
P59
that.
now.
Yes, it was the second place car that was involved, but that could be of consequence because there is a Subaru WRX, one of the cars that was involved in the starting.
Oh wait, was that? Wait.
Group 2, that could take advantage to grab a
Was that
spot as a
24-hour
result.
Nurburgring thing I was
Great
looking
to
at
see
the entry list, not the
Subarus
results?
Out on track. It's in that SP4T. It's a Hyundai Elantra N1 RP, so it's not a traditional touring car Elantra like.
Oh fucking
maybe
hell! I
you
was looking at the
had
entry
thought
list.
about. Well, for the Subaru, it is just classed as a Subaru WRX, with I'm sure a whole host of modifications made onto it as well to convert
I
it
see. So
into
Calvin
a
Vanderland's team won in a BMW,
machine.
and then Kevin Estry's team got P2 in the Porsche,
A little bit further down for
and then don't know these guys.
GT3
In the Porsche,
Audis
and then
in the field.
Wait, David
Nice
Schumacher.
mix of manufacturers that
Is
we
he
do
part
have.
of the
Again, just
Schumacher
a
family?
reminder, it's Audi from Lamborghini,
Ford Mustang
BMW
P4.
from Aston Martin, from Mercedes.
Luca
That's your top five in
Engsler
terms of
in the Lambo
manufacturers.
P5.
Really, I don't think we've seen the best of the
Christian
Porsches
Clean.
today, Neil. That Manthey Grello car,
P6
it started
on the
off
Audi.
strong, but then really started to fall backwards.
Yeah, I'm keen to hear a report as to what's
the Lambo
actually
team,
happened with
P8.
Prying at the wheel.
Kim Jong-kum.
We still don't really know, but it has not been as competitive as we expected to see it this weekend, and it is, you know, technically the four running Porsche 911, and then the next one is the
Where's
Milner,
Christopher Haas's team? What about them?
which is currently in 14th. So yes,
But okay, yeah. So Calvin Vanderland's team won by 1 minute.
Seems to be the problem with the.
To be honest, if it was a 24-hour
the
race
Grello
at the
car.
Nordschleife, 1 minute's not that much.
That would be the benefit of our on-site.
Shout out whoever that was in
coverage of
YouTube
the
chat for picking that up,
24-hour
because
race
no one
next
else fucking
month
picked up on the
when
fact that I was
we'll
looking at the
have
entry
some of
list,
our
not the results.
team Indeed, back at the track. Last year it clashed with the Watkins Glen
How's
6
Max?
hours,
They
didn't
got
it?
damaged.
So
They're 3 laps down,
RSL team was
sadly.
kind of split
David is Ralph Schumacher's son.
directions there. Not as split as we are this weekend.
Estrie
Well,
did a
the
move
Endurance
last year and got a
Championship
pen.
action
Estrie is a very
alongside
aggressive
this.
driver,
Creventic,
as
IMSA,
so I've heard.
lots coming for you on the archive if you want some racing to follow up on in the next week or so.
Why have it gone so
Lights
dark?
on for our drivers. The darkness maybe has
Rain?
slowly settled back over the track, and that is really just in terms
Estrie
of
finished first on
the
track.
cloud cover
Really?
right now. Still as Ben Green continues to run at the front of the field, but the gap has been going back and forth to Patrick Niederhauser in the Red Bull Team Apt Lamborghini Huracan. It's now 21 seconds. Last time by,
I can't
Ben
wait
Green
for
gave up almost 6
Christopher
seconds, so
Haase
must have
versus
lost out
Max
with a slow
Verstappen
zone on traffic. This time by has found a couple
the
more
Nurburgring
seconds,
24
but
hours.
based on the speed here, I would not be shocked, Neil, if we see another driver change and potentially Christopher Haase back into the Scherer Audi to close out the race.
Yeah, I think you're right. That would absolutely make sense. And just if you've wondered, we haven't really given a full update what happened to the Lamborghini Huracan number 7. Patricia Stalizzani, the Latvian-German driver.
Oh my God,
she
look at
said,
that. It's so
"We
good
tried to push
looking."
one lap and ended up with a puncture. I had to retire the car. We tried a risky
Whenever I
strategy,
see a
it didn't
Lambo, I
work.
just want to ramp
The car
it.
is running perfectly, but I don't think it's worth it for us to go out again now. So puncture for the number 7 Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 2 with Patricia Stalizzani at the wheel is retired from the race.
And might this be the last year in which the Lamborghini Huracan is the main focus of the Lamborghini brand? The Temerario has debuted already with FAF Motorsport.
So many
racing it
penalties.
out in IMSA competition. We'll have some more of them racing.
Yeah, this is the last NLS race
Europe,
before the
and
24
indeed,
hours.
Increasingly, you would assume customer cars to come in the years to come, but could we see a Lamborghini Temerario, the first fully in-house GT3 car built by the team at Lamborghini?
I want to get you guys' thoughts on this, because obviously the 24-hour Nurburgring is a big weekend.
They have focused on. If you want to hear a bit about that,
What should I watch on stream? So on Thursday,
Andrea Caldarelli at
Second time I've
Sebring.
done
They
that.
walked around the car together. Unfortunately, the camera's just the audio.
So I just want to. Then otherwise it's delayed with the onboard.
All the secrets. There were some questions.
I want to get you guys' thoughts on this. So, on Thursday, we've got qualifying 1 and qualifying 2. And then on Friday, we've got top quali 1, top quali 2, qualifying 3, and top quali 3.
Into pit lane.
What will Max be taking part in all 5 of these qualifyings? All 6 of these qualifyings?
We'll need to save some fuel to get to the end from here, but it is a pit stop for the team that came in first. Trinity Solutions, Aston Martin. Nicky team did the first couple of stints. Christian Krogness has done a decent job so far, and I would assume if they're coming.
But how does qualifying work? Like, does he only need to partake in one of these, or does he take in all of them?
Down to pit lane.
Because if he partakes in all of them, which ones do I watch on stream?
But it looks like Krogness.
These two I could watch because they're so separated.
So if they are going to the end, that means that Nicky team will take no further part in this race.
Just 2 drivers for them, so as opposed to the Scherer Audi, which we maybe
Yeah, so
speculating
Forza Horizon
if they
6
will
comes
do,
out on Friday.
driver change in
Ah, see, I won't even be able to watch Thursday because I gotta watch F1 Sim Racing.
Up pretty evenly there, pretty
Fuck's
similar
sakes.
sort of
Okay, so
story
Thursday I can't watch either.
for Heine and Campbell
Thursday I
and
can't watch
Grella
either
of
qualifying
9/11,
because I
we
gotta
would see
watch F1 Sim
changing
Racing.
drivers in
Friday, like,
every
do I
pit
wake
stop
up at
cycle.
7 AM to
A
watch
little bit
this?
easier potentially just to go through the motions.
Either way,
and
Friday
get some
Forza
extra
Horizon
driver
6
change
comes
practice
out,
in as much as
so
those
I don't
two.
know. Maybe we watch this on the side while playing
Driver
Forza,
changes in a Porsche GT3 car, plenty.
and then just go live for the
Down
24
towards
hours.
The Vauxhall for the Mercedes AMG Team Ravenel, the white and orange. But an issue now for the 830. You can hear the right front dragging on the ground. The only of our TCR entries. And unfortunately, it is going to be a painful half a lap because only at the Mutkurver right now is this car.
I'm just trying to think what would be better.
I think this is going to be a very important job that he doesn't go too fast, Neil, and accrue some more damage on the machine.
Yeah, real shame for Mikel Azcona, the Hyundai
Yeah, I'm eating a
factory
poke
driver.
bowl right now.
But he just has the job of staying out of everyone's way and getting that safely back to pit lane. But
Rip the Hyundai.
despite the fact that
Dude, what is that
he managed to get
Hyundai that
car
got
up to
announced?
28th
Hyundai
overall, despite a couple of problems earlier
concept
in the
car?
race, but,
Is that what I would
that
search?
we
Yeah,
need to see if
this.
that's terminal, but,
I low-key think this
was
fucks.
dragging it about around the rest of the track to get it safely
I don't care
out
what
onto
any
an
else
exit
say.
road if
I
they're
hope
gonna
they make
retire
this
or
into an
back
actual
to
car.
lane, but just staying out of everybody else's way because they, as you say.
Oh my god, I actually love this so much.
And Mikel Azcona on a race of their own, really.
Low-key buying that if it comes out.
The thing is, Neil, the report that we've just been sent is this happened all the way at Schwedenkreuz. So
I don't know, to me it looks futuristic, but it also looks tough, but it also looks cool. Like, it's like, it ticks all the boxes for me.
A little less than that. And Schwedenkreuz is one of the
Okay, now it needs a spoiler, that looks dumb.
as well, depending on which
Needs a spoiler for
car
sure.
you are in. So to have gone
I
in with the
actually like
right
that so
sides
much,
there,
bro.
probably a similar sort of incident to what happened to Lauren Vantor last year in top qualifying for the
Yeah, it was a
24
DeLorean
itself,
kind of
where,
concept. Are they actually gonna make that?
God,
Or are they giving up on that dream
absolutely
already?
hellacious. It didn't look like an Audi,
Because
rather
to
a
see an hour's
race
lap
car
times
what
and
was
say
left
he's
of the
flying.
Porsche, with now, of course, Scherer switching from Porsche to Audi entirely for.
No way, you're still eating? Well, I'm just
2026.
taking my time with it and chatting, you know what I
You
mean?
can't
I'm
really
gonna go put it in
tell
the
if
fridge
you're
though, so.
ever watching, I think, these onboard cameras. But for anyone who's ever been strapped into a race car...
Alright guys, we've got an hour left. I'm gonna quickly go to the toilet, put my food away. I'll be back. After this race is done, we've got the 2025 F1 Saudi Arabian Grand Prix to watch, so stick around.
Look into the mirrors, and so this must be a
Max's team is currently in P...
also relying on your team, who
53.
will be telling you on the radio where
After
cars
getting
are
damage and going
behind
3
you,
laps
Neil,
down.
and what you need to be aware of.
Here we go, what happened to him? Did it just cut out?
Yeah, I think we're seeing now
Oh!
what actually happened to cause
Holy
Mikel's,
shit!
issue. Oh, he hits the barrier. Looked like he was
He
trying
is
to make a
so
pass of some traffic and he,
lucky to have...
went onto the grass.
Well, he's not gotten away with it because he's have to retire from the race, but
Yeah,
he's so lucky to have not have ended up in the barrier. Holy.
From Arenberg, but I mean, it just looked like understeer. He was winding on the steering lock, trying desperately, but that Armco will have taken a hit, and I would assume that some track services teams are heading in that direction for potentially some work into pit lane in one of our Porsches. Meanwhile, as a bit of a blend between GT4 production cars and the Dacia Logan, which is back out on track. We talked about the BMW 318, one of the oldest cars in the field, but this is up there as well. The second coming of everyone's fan favorite, the Dacia Logan. Bright blue, we saw it in pit lane a couple of laps ago. Highlight of green on the wing mirrors as well, and a stripe that goes diagonally over the top of the car. But if you're curious as to the specs of that machine, it puts out about 280 brake horsepower. It's about 80 extra from the version that unfortunately crashed out of the 24 a handful of years ago. The other old car that many fans, of course, will have fond memories of is the Foxtail, the Opel Manta, but at least for now, that is going to be restricted to the more classic racing, which, you know, there has been plenty of on-track activity this weekend, Neil, not just our 4-hour NLS races, but plenty of other things as well.
There's something to watch throughout the field, and I'm sure many of these cars and teams have their own fan bases following intensely, but that car is extraordinary. It's a sort of sublime and a ridiculous situation when you watch the leaders in the SP9 GT3 field passing it by. It's just a beautiful moment.
Gap at the front's coming down. Patrick Niederhauser, slightly compromised line, I thought, there down into turn one, but he's the racing driver, I'm the one in the booth, and he's made it work. And now just 15 seconds in arrears to Ben Green. If we are closing on that final pit stop, 3 and a bit minutes left to go till the top of the hour, and remember, with already at least one, we think, having trundled down the pit lane for the final time today. What more excitement do we have in the SP9 class as the pit stop times equalize out and the race comes back together? The former leader in SP2T, the Opel Corsa GS Line 130. The slight differences between what you and I, Neil, got to see at Daytona with the air jacks and the dance of the IMSA WeatherTech sports car pit crews versus a much more grassroots campaign. Meanwhile, the Pro Sport Mercedes AMG TT4 off the track, and I think that's down at the Dunlop hairpin.
Yeah, that's looks fully embedded in the gravel there, so I can't see that going anywhere under its own steam for now. With just an hour, just over an hour left to go, that's a real shame. While we're watching the body language and actual language taking place in the driver change,
it gets stuck. I don't know why.
In the pit lane,
it does it like that.
And it looks like the TCR, the Ascona,
as well. Not good stuff.
The Hyundai has made it back to the pit lane, so to Mikel Ascona after hitting.
Yeah, I think it tries to focus pull on like something here, and then it just
and
like
the gravel
it's like no, and then it just gets stuck in a loop.
Ascona has nursed that car back to the pit lane. So
to be fair, I got my camera set up, so it's
let's
like
see if they can fix it up and send it out again.
It's on autofocus because I move a lot, so like if I didn't have an autofocus, it would just.
It took 13 minutes and 25 seconds, if you're curious, instead of the 8 minutes and 50 that it would normally take to run around the circuit.
Wait, Lullen retired? Really?
Out onto track at any point. There was one more car in TCR, but they're quite a ways down, so we'll see if there is going to be an advantage. And when I say quite a ways down, it's 3
How come?
What
happened to their car?
The Hyundai that now sits in pit lane and the VW Golf. This is a Mark 7 Golf GTI with the DSG in it. No team name associated with the entry, but at the wheel currently, as they run in 75th position overall, is Marco
Lullen retired, or
sharing the car
you
with
said Lullen benched his car? Was that been?
But again,
What's the new F1 regs? I think it's produced better racing, but like obviously more artificial, and it's completely ruined qualifying. So yeah, like I'm entertained, but like how long is that gonna last for? You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Miami though. I think we're gonna have a bit of a different pecking order. A lot of changes with the cars and also with the regs.
Comes out of the pits, we might actually have a battle on our hands between those two, depending on how many laps. There
was contact and the repairing the car. Damn.
Stays in the pits.
Is the Verstappen sim racing stream covering Lulham as well, or they just? I guess they are, right? Or they just fully focus on
relatively lengthy. You heard the noises coming from that car as he limped it back to the pit lane. That is never a promising sign, is it, for that sort of noise to emanate from any car, let alone
when he said benched, I'm assuming he meant pitted.
Don't believe that there is a Mark 8 Golf available. I've seen some renders of it, but I don't think I've actually ever seen the built car. I do enjoy.
He got going again after getting stuck in gravel Dunlop turn. Oh. Nick DeVries and Kevin Magnussen currently fighting in WEC. Hell yeah.
I said about that, the better. 15 seconds though at the front. It continues.
The name is Bond. Name of the follow.
Hauser was 3 seconds quicker than Ben Green last time around. If we're expecting driver changes on both sides. Neil,
all right, after these pit stops. Wait, sorry. Has the leaders pit? They haven't, right?
We had a bit of a stale, if you will, middle 2 hours where things settled down and everyone just ran to their own rhythm. Hopefully things starting to come closer as we hopefully will see some pit stops sooner rather than later at the front of the field as well.
Yes, we've got to hope for that because the front five have got quite a hefty series of gaps. But you're right to point out that Niederhauser has made up quite a lot of time on the leader, Green. Less than 15 seconds now is the gap to the leader. So this is where the strategy will sort of start to come together and the different.
Verstappen is in P23 in class and 7 minutes 40 behind. Last lap was 20 seconds faster than P22. How much quicker is he lapping than the leaders? Wait, let's actually check. So last lap, Green, the Audi did a 23.5 an hour.
Listening in, well. Remember how I was saying at one point they were leading in the combined
20.3, so 3 seconds faster, but that's the same lap time as P2 and P4. Actually, 5/10 quicker. Yeah, so ours lapping very quick.
When you factor in the Cup 2 car, so quite remarkable. For those that don't know the story of Jimmy Broadbent, go back about a decade or so, and you know,
we haven't watched an F1 race in ages. Yes,
really
this is the longer period
in his life, struggling with his mental health. Well, he moved into a shed, quite literally.
I was going to say
with
longer
space
period,
for a bed
no racing,
and a sim racing ring. And from there, he's
from
now
December
here,
to
racing in a Porsche
Jan,
Cup
but
car,
that was,
hoping
I guess it's the same as now.
Next month will be the year.
For me though, this feels like a longer break
because finishes in the 24 hours of the Nurburgring that he and his team
from FIA Awards, which is the last kind of bit of content I did on my stream. So the first bit of content with Audi on track felt like
a shed.
No, it was like 2 weeks.
Victory lane.
Why is Ponden saying hour? So is Esty? I'm not saying hour. I'm saying his name, hour, Lucas Hour. I'm not trying to say. Am I saying it's Esty, guys? How else am I meant to pronounce his name? Hour.
SP10 category.
I don't know how to pronounce German names, bro.
Wait, is he German? Jimmy behind the wheel right now. Likely to see Steve Brown jump in at the very end of proceedings.
How to pronounce
close out the race. Steve, of course, unfortunately, has not finished second in the.
Wait, he's the Hour is the nephew of Gerhard Berger.
So he's hoping to just try and win alongside of the team. 15 seconds, still that gap up front. It's another 15
seconds. You are looking
at
Julian's pronunciation guide, where we look at how to pronounce better some of the most mispronounced words in the world, like this other curious word. But how do you say what you're looking for today? Let's learn how to pronounce these names once and for all correctly. If you want to learn more confusing pronunciations, more
just fucking tell me, bruh.
Brand names, German names too. Stay tuned, there are more pronunciation videos for you coming up. From German pronunciation, hour. Hour.
Hour. Yeah, hour. Well, with my accent, hour. Hour. See, I'm not saying. I'm literally saying how it's meant to be pronounced, bruh. Shout out this guy, bruh. Shout out. Do you remember when we did we did a deep dive on this guy? How to pronounce backwards. How to pronounce twerk.
Looking at Julian's pronunciation guide, where we look at how to pronounce better some of the most mispronounced words in the world, like this other curious word. But how do you say what you're looking for today? Let's learn once and for all how to pronounce this word correctly. In English, British English, pronounced as twerk. In American English, it is pronounced as twerk or twerking. How to pronounce twerk.
That's a real person. That's a real person.
I've got a quote from Max Verstappen, allegedly, I should say. I'm just checking social media here. But according to the tweet that I saw from Vincent Bruins, who's a very trusted source, to be fair, so I feel in good light sharing this. But Max said, I suddenly felt a lot of vibrations. The splitter started rattling loudly, so then I knew it had broken off. So sounds like what had happened is maybe the splitter fell off and then maybe comes back up into the path of the car, and maybe that was the scratches on the front vinyl that we had noted. Very strange. To continue quoting, I didn't touch anyone, so I don't know what happened. We need to see exactly where it went wrong. My gut assumption here, and I'm not going to try and say this as a fact by any means, Neil, but based on what he said there, it just sounds as though, you know, you pushed the limit of the track a few bit many times here, which we did see Max doing.
Back in the pit.
You catch that splitter maybe on one of these curbs a few too many times, things come unsettled, and you just get a vibration or some sort of what's the right word, frequency through the chassis that does the damage that ultimately we saw on the car.
Yeah, it's fascinating stuff, isn't it? And the difference of driving a noisy,
so they still don't know why it
powerful,
broke.
Heavy GT3 car relative to
Commentator using Twitter. Yeah. In the gap between this and F1 replay, we could watch a bit of WEC. No, I'm going to end the stream. Well, no, WEC will finish after the F1 replay. Because it started at midday, ends at 6, and that's when
stability and noise
F1 broadcast
so yes,
starts, actually.
That's going to unsettle you, and you realise you do have to bring it back to the pit lane.
Yeah.
We also have
and then after F1, I'm going to end my stream, and then... Oh, sorry, you're saying between this and F1, my bad. Yeah, could do, but no, I got some other F1 videos to watch.
Martin Tomczyk says, driving a super clean race, Mirko certainly laid the foundation.
Yeah, and then IndyCar later on today.
Then we were lucky to get through traffic. And now you can see that the lap times are quite far apart. However, it must also be said that this hasn't been adjusted for pit stops yet. So basically, Martin's doing our job for us. He says, in other words, the Mercedes behind us is virtually ahead of us. The Audi has a considerable lead. Now we'll see. It's pretty
what
even
F1 race am I going to? None planned at the moment. I'd love to get to Silverstone, though.
And see where we end up. So thanks to Martin Tomczyk for giving us that quote and a guide to what to expect.
Where's Max? They are in
52 minutes.
Yeah, I appreciate that, because I made the unfortunate mistake of refreshing my timing screen and losing those stint lengths from the first hour and 2 of the race. So I can't go and do the math with the table, tell you how long we expect their pit stop time to be and where the gap should cycle out. So really do appreciate our team who are providing us all this info as we go. 50 minutes left, though, on the clock. The BMW M3
Silverstone would be amazing. Yeah, I've been to Silverstone before.
It's out there on track, still 7th on the road, although that is
but I want to go, hopefully, and make some content. I was at the Nurburgring myself yesterday until the tragic accident. What's up, Timo?
Kelvin van der Linde's going to jump in there.
Yeah, it's sad, man.
Like a couple of other driver
must have been weird being there at the track. You not there today?
The Haupt Racing.
You'll be at Austria. No, it's been at Austria before.
May not be a driver change.
Great Grand Prix. Very like small track, so it's really easy to get around. Hot though. Max not racing. He did the first stint, and then they got damaged, and he hopped out of the car.
Who some Max Verstappen fans will recognize the name. Lalem racing under Verstappen's sim racing team and won the NLS 9 race last year alongside of Max Verstappen in his first outing onto the Nordschleife. He's in the second of a
Have you been to an IndyCar race? No, I was actually meant to go to Long Beach this weekend. I was trying to get to Long Beach this weekend, but just fell through in the end. But would love to get to an IndyCar race in the future.
Phase of the race.
Going to the Dutch GP this year, last year on the calendar. Oh, what the hell is happening there? Oh, someone just spun. Wait, did we see that on the broadcast?
Seconds, and that's really costing them time.
Or not?
Meanwhile, down at Bergwerk, a little bit of an issue navigating through traffic. And now
did that just happen in front of us? I wasn't really paying attention.
Zimmerman, the 977 in Cup 3.
This is quality for the race next week. No, this is the actual race for the championship. They just call it qualifiers because the other classes qualify for the race.
Almost perpendicular to the track.
But Max's class, the top class, don't really qualify.
Marshals and the safety team doing their work. And of course,
got back to the race again at the end. though. They were going to split their stints 2-2. Max just got unlucky that he missed out 30 minutes in the car.
All the different slow zones, code 60s, and whatever you need to do to obey the rules of the Nordschleife, that's when it comes into full effect, because the race continues while that car is extricated from the track.
Believe that might have been cleared up relatively quickly. I've lost
Max
my
is in
dancing
P50
hands,
something.
so I don't have
they got damaged, sadly.
Zones visualized in front of me, but climbing up in towards
anyone else going to motorsport races this year? If so, which ones are you guys going to?
As well. In some cars, you'll just stay in fifth gear here, and you won't even get up into sixth gear. You just wait, you wait. Light breathe off the throttle as you tip the car in. And when I say tip, we saw a car in top qualifying caught out by rain. If there is moisture at that part of the track, it is really difficult to judge. And it was Picariello in one of the Porsches, in fact, that found himself sliding off right side into the wall and took no further part in that session. The 8:30, I've just seen on the timing a note about it. So that's a promising sign that they are in the pit lane. So I wonder if they've been able to get the damage on that TCR.
Got a MotoGP race, which one? Silverstone, Abu Dhabi, Islands, dead except drifting, and I'm broke. Going to 24-hour Le Mans, or that would be a lead.
This is all as the menacing sight of the.
Yeah, I'm hoping to get a MotoGP Silverstone this year and Formula E London.
Over the shoulder.
And F1 Silverstone.
I
would like to IRL stream at all three. Well, F1, no. But MotoGP and Formula E, I want to IRL stream at. I think Formula E, easy. Easy, get permission. So confident. I can stream there. MotoGP, 50-50. F1, already tried. Didn't get far.
Mercedes AMG GT4 parked in the gravel bed. The exit of the Goodyear hairpin bend. I think that we saw that a little bit earlier.
Well, the thing is, Silverstone I could go as a fan, but I think I'd rather just stream from home.
I was going at about 250
if Silverstone wasn't a sprint weekend, I would probably just go on a Friday, and instead of watching practices on stream, I'd just do IRL stream around the track. But sprint. But yeah, I really want to get to Thursday Silverstone Media Day and try film some content. That's the plan.
But he was able to nurse it back to the pits on the rim. And it looks like it has gone out again.
Spectrum, MLNR, I think he has the follows.
Change, but,
yeah, get some content like I did at Austria 24 and Australia 23.
To, get around that blowout.
Big summer blowout, yoo-hoo!
So that would have been the noise that we were hearing, and how
I'm assuming this is just a normal stop for Lambo here.
On the track, it's the last place you want to have.
Silverstone is too packed to miss streaming with all the series running. Yeah. Also, actually, you actually make a good point. The reception at Silverstone is risky. Like when I was going to the paddock, I was actually hoping I could get paddock Wi-Fi. Can't wait for the WRC stage in Scotland next year. Never been to a rally event. That would be cool. Oh, here we go. Battle for P5. The Porsche on the back of the BMW. Whoa, it's so dark there. What the fuck? Is that just the camera?
On the clock have descended for their final pit
Go on, Porsche.
Of the race. It's a battle brewing up into Tiergarten here. Looks like Grello's got the momentum back on its side as they slip up into the brake zone.
Oh, he might be able to have a run into turn one here.
We saw Max Verstappen pass some slower traffic there.
No.
Grello stays
Not
out,
close
so
enough.
does the Gamotta BMW.
I think it's Dutch GP, but sold them because I have my own Mario Kart tournament with friends. Hashtag end sarcasm.
If Patrick Niederhauser's staying, though, in the Lamborghini for the Red Bull team apps, as you can see, the wheels getting replaced there and a brand new set of slick tires, Michelin slick tires onto the Lamborghini. Question is, Ben Green,
Czech Republic one's
will
really
there
close
be a
to.
driver change for
What,
Scherer in the
MotoGP?
Audi, Neil?
Probably DTM at Hockenheim. I went to Austria GP, Australian GP, and missed out on Telpo Supercars due to weather cancel. Oh, that's a shame. Oh, here we go. The Porsche's the run.
The gap, and it's getting closer and closer. The Grello is really mounting an attack here.
Oh, around the outside. No, not gonna be able to do it there, surely.
Maybe cooler conditions, suiting it a bit better.
Oh, still there, still there.
Down at the Dunlop hairpin.
He's gonna get the inside of the next corner. Beautiful move there from the Porsche.
As they rise through the Schumacher S and Thomas Prime.
When did you do MotoGP stream? So for MotoGP, oh, the BMW's coming back.
Actually now is second on the road, but
No.
net fourth, of course.
MotoGP don't do any like onboard or free to watch stuff. They're like F1. They're very strict with their content. So I'd have to do watch along. And yeah, just like MotoGP, it would clash with F1 too much anyway, and then doing watch alongs. I don't know, maybe I'll give it a try. But either way, I want to get into MotoGP. But the problem with watch alongs is like doing a watch along where it's just my face. It's like, what can I actually bring to MotoGP? You know what I mean? So I do want to watch MotoGP like highlights and stuff like that on the stream. I'm going to play MotoGP 26 when that comes out.
Flung up into the front.
So yeah, we're not seeing.
I just got here. How's the race looking so far for Baxter overall? So they were leading. They went from P5 to P1 in 4 laps. But then they got damaged. They're now like P50th. If my ambitions goes, plan to go to the Canadian GP, Markham IndyCar GP, Canadian Tire GP for IMSA and stock car race in Brazil. Brazil, that's very far from Canada. Should I go to Phillip Island MotoGP? Yeah, it would be the last one, won't it? And I've heard very good things about Phillip Island MotoGP. Oh, I can't wait to go to MotoGP, man. I have so much respect for those guys.
Here and there. Crucially, though,
will Max be driving? He already did the first in S4 Ferris. Sadly, he's not going to do the any of the last hour.
Lucas Stoltz and Mauro Engel have shared the vast majority of the driving duties so far. But
yeah, the penalty is crazy at Nurburgring, but that's because it's such a dangerous track. They have to be strict with it.
Expect they're all going to be running this as close as they dare to whatever their limit is, Neil.
Yeah, just a
any particular MotoGP rider you root for? Not really, to be honest.
Not sure how much of a difference that will make.
I used to like, well, I still do like.
Stretching its legs a little bit.
How have I just forgotten his name? Marcus.
BMW after this overtake.
What's his name? Oh my god, how have I just gone blank on his name?
Not the traditional place, is it, Neil, to go around the outside down at the Dunlop hairpin?
Help me.
It's the confidence to get alongside and the respect on both
Oh,
sides.
why did I call him Marcus? Mark Marquez. That's why.
So great. You know that you
yeah, Mark Marquez. I still like Mark Marquez.
And then once you're stuck in the traffic, especially on the Nordschleife, it becomes a lot more simple.
I still like Mark.
Steve Brown has jumped
left Red Bull,
into the
man.
Black Falcon Team Fanatec machine in the 82 leading Cup machine, but of course, remember, second on the road in the Cup 2 class.
I don't really have like a favorite driver though.
On the road, it is as simple
I'll probably say Mark.
Running different suspension,
but then again, I don't really know much about him or the other drivers, so
everything else on that car
a lot to learn.
A Porsche Cup machine through and through. It's a slow zone that.
Hour up to P48 now. Let's go. I think Max should nominate himself for driving in top qualifying for 24-hour race. Well, they're going to put the best driver in the car, which I'm going to assume is probably going to end up being Danny Juncadere, but it depends who does the best lap times. Jack Miller. Yeah, but Jack Miller sucks, doesn't he?
See if we can spot any.
He might be Australian, but doesn't he suck?
Vehicles who are being recovered down through Worsifen, slowest part of the track. Must feel even slower, Neil, when you're under the slow zones and yellow flags.
Bro, it must be so confusing to get around the Nordschleife. Like, how the fuck do you...
already is a
get
slow part of
around.
the track, but you're fully
How do
concentrated
you find your
because it's
parking
tricky.
spot?
But then we couldn't actually see what it was that was causing the slow zone, so maybe they just
A few young
finished
Kiwis in
clearing
Moto3.
it as we came to it. So hopefully that'll be clear by the time we
Got a
come
podium or
round again.
two. Never had the
In
bike
just
to
over 8
challenge for a
minutes.
championship. But doesn't he make a lot of mistakes?
8 minutes for the fastest driver.
I think not knowing drivers is the main thing that stops you from getting involved in motorsport. Everyone's much easier to have a favorite. Yeah, but again, that's what we were talking about earlier, right? It's like having something to cheer for makes such a difference. Like I can watch MotoGP and respect it and understand what's going on and be entertained, but I don't have that thing that's like, yeah, go on.
A GT4 car on the climb up towards the Mut Curve. One more that he'll pop to the left of and make that move nice and easily, but 11:55 is the
Could you imagine if we had a
slowest
rally
fastest lap that
race
I see
between
on
Michael
the timing
Schumacher,
screens?
Ken Block, and
So
Sebastian
that,
Loeb?
a
If
4-minute
Michael...
delta between
Wait, what do you mean
the
Michael
fastest and
Schumacher in a
slowest
rally
cars
race?
that we have on track? Can't really compare the lap times to previous races for anyone who's looking at maybe NLS2.
Michael would
and
get
NLS9
absolutely
results
owned
to see
by
how fast
Sebastian
Max
Loeb
was.
and Ken Block.
Because again, remember, we're using a slightly different version of this track. We have the longer run through the Grand Prix loop, and that means 25 plus.
That's why bet on sports
kilometers
sometimes.
is
It's way
what we
easier to have a
confirmed, by
favorite.
the way.
Yeah, I
There
mean,
is
that's one
now
of the
a
big
code
reasons
60
why
down at Worsifen, so
sports
Grello
betting
probably got through at the
can be a
optimal
good
time. It
thing. I'm
didn't
not saying
cost
it's
them too
good,
much
but you know what I mean.
momentum.
Like, it gives you something to
Picking
share
up
for.
momentum behind Gamotta Racing.
But it also gives you something to be mad at as well. When
Believe that might
the
be the
person or the
Schnitzelbaum
team you bet on does bad.
Mercedes, the very yellow and black asymmetric machine as they dodge their way through traffic.
Yeah, with
But like, for instance, like I'm still enjoying this race. I'm enjoying the cars going around the Nurburgring. But one, there's no battles going on right now. But
not
two,
just through traffic, but also
the person with
around
Porden's
slow
out.
zones, which means that the Grello cars had a chance to pull ahead, and it leaves the Rover Racing car.
I really hope the 24-hour
at
Nurburgring is good.
a little bit of a
Like, I'm
disadvantage.
planning to stream the whole 24 hours.
Now that we've got some stabilized sectors.
So I really hope Max
those that
isn't
have
it the
come
whole
down pit lane.
time.
It's about 11 seconds
Or Max's
between
team,
Ben
I should
Green
say, isn't it the whole
and
time?
Niederhauser. I feel like that could be a gap that continues to close, but we're into the final 40 minutes. Quick rundown of
Max is out.
how things stand. Yes, knowing
No,
we've got
Max's
some
team
pit
had a
stops to
damage,
come,
so
but
they're
Sheriff Sport
P48.
led going into the pit stop window.
I can stream
in their
24
alley,
hours.
just in front of the
I
Red
will
Bull team
stream
Amps
for
Lamborghini. Then Windward Racing,
8
the
hours,
sole surviving
and then
car
sleep
on
for
the
6
lead up
hours,
for them,
and
the
then stream for
Ravenol
8 hours.
Mercedes, although they have
Something like that.
given themselves a penalty for a too short final pit stop time. One of the things that they are all working through on process before next month's 24-hour race. In fourth, Gamotta Racing, that BMW defending from
I
the
was stuck in
Schnitzelbaum
some
Racing Mercedes now. But
yellow
at the line,
section
it was just
right now.
in front of the Manthey Racing Porsche with Thomas Preining given the keys right now. And then the BMW M3 Touring, that's in seventh. That's an SPX, yes, but running as fast as our SB9 class. The Ravenol Mercedes.
What do you
is
think
into
about
pit
it? Like,
lane.
shout out
Let's
all the
quickly talk
marshals
to
at
you
the
about Cup
Nordschleife.
2 in the
Oh,
Porsche
the BMW
Endurance
gets right
Trophy
past the
Nürburgring,
Porsche?
where it is
Am I saying that correctly?
That Renhofer and
Yeah.
Nagelsdijk,
Wow, wait, the Porsche has so much speed. The Merc's on the back of him now.
Leads in class. Second in Cup 2
Three-way
is
battle
Milner
for
Motorsports,
P4.
but in front of them on the road is the 82 Porsche Cup car entry, Black Falcon Team Fanatec.
Yeah, less than a
See
month
if any
out now.
changes there in the final hour of the race. In Cup 3, it's Mirrorless Racing that leads in those Porsche 7.
Oh, they all pitted at the same time. All right. So it's BMW, Porsche, Mercedes. Who
the GT4s themselves
is going to
Toyota
come out
with Ring Racing
in front?
currently lead in front of Hofer Racing and the two AV Racing by Black Falcons. A couple more trips down pit lane.
Wait, the Merc?
But that really was about, I believe, Lucas
P1 just
Stoltz
pitted as well.
serving the penalty. And I think they may also end up here putting on some tires. They'll do a driver change
driver swap as well.
and then send out. I'm trying to judge by the helmet, Neil, who's going to get into that car. But it's
All right, so what was it again? BMW, Porsche,
maybe
Mercedes.
Maro Engel. I would posit to you, though, based on the fact that he
Verstappen's
hasn't
team
driven
is
today,
in like
that it might
P50
be
Apex
Fabian
Hunter.
Schiller who gets in
Asper,
instead.
David Bullock.
Let's see how the timing screen
Yeah, I'm also like
updates us with
more
that.
excited with the
Just a
stream for
nice
our
quote
Nurburgring,
from
but I think
Blaine,
it also, as a co-creator,
from
it's more
Strike Check,
exciting being able to
in the
watch
380,
footage on stream.
Opel Corsa GS line 130. I received a last minute
that
call
helps
this week
so much.
asking if I wanted to participate this
Unless
weekend.
they put it behind a
we all
paywall,
dream
but I
of getting
doubt
a call like that, right? After a break of over 4 years, I had to quickly update my permit this week, and now I feel right at home again. Our Bitter Corsa is actually an Opel Corsa.
Well, but then they
that has
got
been
damaged
customized
and
by
they
the company
hit for
Bitter.
3
So,
laps.
a last minute call up after
Which
a
is
hiatus
very long,
for
and
Lena, and she's
at a
she's been
track like this.
driving in the Opel Corsa GS line 130.
Alright, so the Audi will take the lead again after pitting.
Well, that in a field of 120, that, you know,
Leading 24 seconds
so
to
many that will
P2.
slip through the cracks. I often feel like, even when I'm down on pit lane in our work with
Watch it from Philippines, what's up, Ben?
Do
you think Verstappen could win the 24 hour if they had a 3-lap stoppage?
150, that's what we're
I mean, a
expecting
3-lap
for
stoppage in a 24-hour race is less
24 hours
of an impact. Like, obviously, 3 laps, being stopped for 3 laps in a 24-hour race is bad. But everyone's going to have their own issues in a 24-hour race. And you can make up time a lot more in a 24-hour race. Okay, so BMW is still... Oh, BMW came out last! So the Porsche jumped the BMW. The Mercedes also jumped the BMW. Alright, this is a 4-way fight for for the podium, I think?
Looks like Kranz is still there.
We'll have to wait for the timings update, but I think this is the battle for the podium now.
Now we'll wait to see. Build themselves back up. 35 minutes to go.
The issue that Verstappen's team had today wouldn't have been as big of an issue in a 24-hour race, and they would have been quicker to try repair it.
And once this all shakes down, it's sort of technically race leader, but
cool
we
livery,
will
man.
have to wait and see as they pass all the time.
Does this mean that if the race finishes like this, 3-4 race, they'll start 48? No, no. The qualifier is just the name. Has nothing to do with qualifying. There's separate qualifying for the 24-hour Nurburgring Thursday and Friday before the race. Crazy how competitive the Audi is even without a factory supporter. Wait, they don't have. They're not a factory team, really?
Seeing the most of the BMWs this race. Row Racing have been up there. Gamotta Racing.
The car thus far isn't instilling confidence in the 24-hour. You don't reckon? I mean, they won NLS2,
that will break them clear in a 24-hour
and they're really quick today, other than the damage.
Number 62 HWA.
I mean, the Paul Ricard race was a bit concerning, but again, different series, different track.
Taking off the laps as they continue to build up experience heading into next month's race, where they'll have 2 of those beautiful HWA.
How do these drivers drive here in the dark? It must take so much concentration. Oh, 100%.
Race cars out on track. Also driver change.
Yeah, Hours driving right now.
BMW as well. Now just waiting for that driver ID to officially go through.
You think it would be hard for Verstappen to win the 24-hour?
Ansel Zigo, who
I mean,
takes
look.
over, and so we'll see how.
Factory team, so they've got the support of Mercedes. He's got 3 very experienced teammates in Danny Juncadea, Jules Gounon, and Lucas Auer, who I believe, correct if I'm wrong, all 3 of them have done the 24-hour Nürburgring before.
Yeah, sounds counterintuitive, doesn't
And then
it?
you got Max Verstappen, who, like, yes, he's an inexperienced driver, but it's Max.
Because fundamentally
They've done multiple NLS races now. The damage has affected them a little bit, and it's going to affect Max a little bit. And they missed out on the racing yesterday, so yeah. But then look at Kevin Estrie. He's not done a single race this year at the Nürburgring. He's going to be going into the 24 hours of Nürburgring with no laps under his belt. Same, at least his team's done races, but him himself, no. I don't know. Maybe I'm naive to think this, but I feel pretty confident about Max's team, other than the fact that they're just not as experienced at the 24 hours of Nürburgring. In a 24-hour race.
Underpinnings, yes, but at least from the outside, looking like 2 very and wildly different cars. The yellow, white, and black HWA is now finished up with its pit stoppers. What a run! Great run there from Kelvin van der Linde. Almost too much speed in towards Schradenkreuz. Had to get down to the inside and makes his move nice and easily.
P47. You want to watch the 6-hour Imola after this? No, I won't be. I will be watching F1 after this.
Down towards the foxhole, still chasing down.
Actually, maybe I could. I haven't got. I didn't get WEC properly set up, but maybe I could buy it and chuck it on the side.
1 point scored us up as high as
We'll see. We'll see.
Now we're trying to get a sense, Neil, for how those.
I guess we could watch the last hour and a half. I just haven't got like it all set up.
And so the Rower Racing
Orthodoxu, ho ho, thank you guys for the follows. I don't really know that much about GT racing because I started watching motorsports 1 month ago. Right. Well, only getting into motorsports a month ago and you're already into GT racing. That's good to see, dude. Alright, so what are these guys battling for? This is the battle for... Who the fuck am I looking at?
And it's great to see such an effort from Kelvin van der Linde.
WEC is expecting rain soon as well.
Of course, spends a lot of time.
It's like
team.
Never seen WEC, I'd be curious. Yeah, I can't show WEC, unfortunately, but I can show the onboards. So that's one of the reasons why I want to do WEC. Watch alongs this year because I can watch the onboards, have that on stream while watching the actual broadcast on the side.
Influx of the enthusiastic drivers who choose.
Do you guys reckon? So I'm planning to do a watch along for
class. So Rossi
WEC,
and now Max
6 hours of Spa,
bringing so many people, and then they lean
and
on
WEC 24 hours of Le Mans, and maybe one other WEC race this year. Do you think it's worth me buying the membership just for those 3 races, or buying the year membership?
Incredible talent and instincts to this very specific form of.
What's going to be cheaper / better for me?
Another confirmation there from race control, by the way, that they are in the process of changing any penalties which have not been served into time penalties. And in post-race, Kelvin van der Linde got very, very uncomfortably close to the Gamotta Racing BMW, and in turn, then almost squeezed another car behind him. The lights flash in a response.
Who am I watching right now?
That's all that matters.
What position is this?
Left to go. Van der Linde doesn't have the patience to wait.
You're talking about Kelvin van der Linde, but
past that car as though it's almost.
What car is that?
And now
is that P9? Is this the battle for P9?
Carousel. Some more traffic to navigate through, but they'll drop in safely. When you get this right, it hooks in like a dream, like you're on rails and you're spat out on the other side when you put your foot on the floor, and the power runs you up the hill towards the highest point of the track.
On the grass, the black red BMW.
That was aggression. Kelvin van der Linde getting the elbows out and forcing a competitor out onto the grass.
I find it so difficult to buy the WEC membership since there's like only 5 races. It's more than that, right? Isn't there 6 or 8 races? Yeah, so I was meant to have like a WEC screen set up with like timings and the onboards and stuff like that, but I just didn't bother this weekend because I didn't plan on watching it. But then F1 decided to push this replay back 2 hours. So
some clean air up front though.
You skipped the number there. Well, I know it's not 7. I know it's 6 or 8, but I can't remember which one.
Share a team that have crossed over into the virtual world.
Is GT racing like WEC more? Is GT racing like WEC more popular than supercars? Australian supercars is limited by the fact that it's Australian. I'm telling you right now, if Australian supercars was a global series, like it had more international drivers and raced globally and was broadcasted outside of Australia, it would be one of the most watched series.
Extra seconds.
It's just limited by the time zone and the fact that it's only Australian tracks and Australian drivers. It just has less appeal. Like if you're a motorsport buff, you're gonna love watching supercars. But like, it's just like hard to watch.
Those 2 other leading cars.
Like I generally think supercars, Australian supercars, is
maybe Neil Verhagen
one of the most skillful series to take part in. From the tracks to the cars themselves, like sequential gear shifting with clutch braking, with cars that have so much power. They're like, in my opinion, the most racy of race cars you can get.
And with penalties for the number 80 car, helping to push that back a little bit further. we wait to see how this settles down into the last 20 minutes of this race to the checkered flag to settle our top 3.
What the fuck happened to Harsey? How is he not P1 anymore? The timings are broken. There you go.
Some yellow flags.
Well, sorry, they don't break. They just haven't updated yet. The Gold Coast chicane where they go airborne sideways, my favorite chicane. Yeah, it's so good. And again, like some people just don't even know about that chicane or that track because it's only driven in Australian supercars. Imagine Formula E drove there. You know what I mean? Or, well, Formula E won't go over those curves, but like, you know, like Bathurst is known because GT3 go there, but like no one knows about, you know, the band. No one knows about Adelaide. No one knows about Gold Coast 500.
Van der Linde spots his opportunity on the run up towards the Ford curve to make that move. Slowly but surely pick your way through. Let's give you a quick rundown.
All the sim races love Bathurst, yeah. Is the Gold Coast 500 drivable in any game? Like, it's not on iRacing. I don't think it's on anything, right? You'd have to mod it in Assetto Corsa. Could increase your coverage so you can get some access when Verstappen does Bathurst.
Mercedes team, they would have been in that 3rd spot pretty comfortably.
Stroll racing today? No. He just did the one-off GT World Challenge race. That's a whole different championship.
Mercedes then behind them. Royal Racing's BMW just in front of the BMW M3 Touring. The turbo noise you can hear right now. And then a lot more of this engine noise behind as well. Schubert's BMW, Gamotta's BMW.
Oscar, they got damaged, so they're in P43 right now.
That was the car, of course, that
So
pitted
Jamie
first
Blair
in this race, and therefore made its last pit stop first as well. Edge of the top 10 for them.
I'm praying all this bad luck is just a sacrifice for the 24-hour. Yeah, hopefully.
It's still that
D. Philip Shadow Plays. Thank you guys for following.
Entry with no team name that leads.
These cars look tough, man.
Endurance Trophy Nurburgring.
They're both BMWs, right?
Yeah. 2 minutes in front of Black Falcon.
BMW's doing decent.
Second on the road this Porsche Cup cars, but
this race, I mean, they're not in the battle for the lead, but P6, 7, 8, 9.
Kramer Racing. They're just in front of Smiralist Racing, your leaders in Cup 3.
Then again, look, Merc P4, P5. Obviously, Max was running in P1 before the damage, so the Merc is strong.
To the lead in class in their BMW M4 GT4 Evo, just in front of the Toyo tires with Ring Racing team. Although
Stabbing an issue, yeah, they got damaged. We don't know what from.
For what will be the final time,
guys, we are currently
with 24 minutes on the clock left.
We are currently
front-wheel drive. It's an Audi S3 that
36 followers away from 46,000 followers on Twitch. So if you're not following yet, be sure to follow down below. If you're watching on YouTube, come join us on Twitch. I appreciate you guys all joining on in today. Let's see if we can hit. We should be able to hit 46k by the end of the day. We've got IndyCar to watch later. We've got F1 to watch soon.
Update on TCR, Neil. I did note that VW Golf, the GTI, it has cycled forward to the lead of the class because unfortunately the Hyundai.
Here's Verstappen unlapping himself. Sorry, not Verstappen. Here's Auer unlapping himself on the Aston Martin, which is currently P10 in class.
But pretty
or
much
P10 in general.
Really, that the damage
this just goes to show how quick Auer is. He's unlapped himself on so many of cars in class right now.
It is being pushed back out onto the apron, so they look.
Where is he going to go for it?
Laps in it, but yes, it is no longer in contention for a class win.
The qualifiers don't apply to the top class Oscar Nilsson, so this is just like a normal race for them. The qualifying aspect only applies to the other classes who are trying to qualify for the 24-hour Nurburgring.
On the Dottinger speed, unfortunately.
What is the F1 watch along you've been doing? Are you rewatching a season or specific races? F1's been streaming a bunch of races on their channel for free to watch, so they're streaming the 2025 Saudi race today. We're going to watch that on stream.
Repetitions, but they are 3 laps adrift.
The BMW will be good in the 24, if I'm not mistaken. The last couple of years, they were sandbagging in the NLS and were super fast in the 24. Yeah, we'll look at the results before. There was a lot of BMWs in the top 10.
Could have been. Max Verstappen.
Am I wrong in thinking that the BMW might not be as quick as the Mercedes, Audi, Porsche, Lambo, but it's like more reliable?
with some decent momentum, crucially, Neil, heading into next month's race. That is part of why they came here, right? To maybe get the monkey.
No, so we started watching season reviews last year, Rissy. From 1980, I think was the first one I watched, and then we got up to 1984. Oh, here we go. There's Hour going for the move on the Aston. Gets it done. Unlaps himself on P10.
For them, for Max particularly, to get any
Yeah, we started
time
watching
this
the season
weekend
reviews
in the car
last
and
year
to get
on
data from
stream.
that car,
I need to return to doing those. I think we're up to 1984, 1986, something like that.
He would have been competing in the Saudi Arabia Grand Prix this weekend.
Is that new or they stream the older races before the breaks? Whenever a race gets cancelled, they usually stream a race. So like when Imola got cancelled, they streamed a race. When COVID hit, they were streaming races like every week. Sometimes when there's a break, I think like summer break, they do like a marathon, which they did the other days. So yeah.
Feature for him before the big race next month.
Tuning in from Toronto, my fellow Red Bull fan. Hard to find nowadays a Red Bull fan since fatal debut. Can't help but troll and laugh back at other teams. I was going Falcon, I'll just show them. Yeah, Hour is flat. Season reviews were so dodgy every time an EU race appeared, yeah. We just need to get past that booby era. I can't believe they just showed boobies back then in a season review. Yo, Falcon!
You had a crash at Schwedenkreuz. Why?
Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships on YouTube. Yo, W's in chat for Falcon. If you got a gifted membership from him, give him a thank you. Thank you, Falcon. I appreciate that, dude.
Straight into the barrier. Luckily, I could manage to bring the car into the box, so the guys they are fixing the car. So
you're the man.
It was very dangerous action there, and yeah, to have a
I'd do that for sure if you do it again. Yeah, I think now that I'm getting back into streaming after my couple weeks off and motorsports, F1's picking up again, etc., etc.
How is it
yeah, I want to like mix in the season reviews with other motorsport series, with F1. It's going to be a good few months packed of different variety of streams.
I mean, for an endurance race, you really have to have a good balance on the car. You cannot be fighting with the rear all the time. So to be honest, on an endurance, the car is a little bit understeering than usual.
Okay. What's the difference? Can you talk us a little bit through? You were also driving in the WTCR Championship, so those are sprint races. The car is coming back into the pits again. Not a good sign, but in sprint races, you mean the setup is more
man, I really think Verstappen racing can go for the win in the 24 hours. I've never watched the 24 hours properly. I'm not super duper in tune with BOP and stuff like that, but from what I've seen in these NLS races, what I know of Max and the other 3 drivers, like, they definitely seem consistent. They definitely seem high level enough. The car seems good. The setup seems good. They just need to not disqualify themselves, not get random damage, and hope for some good luck.
Because yeah, the hit into the barrier, it was really strong.
So it means it's also all about testing and all this stuff right now. It's all about testing and all this stuff right now.
Bruh, I've got about that much Red Bull left, so what, let's say like, I've drunk like 80% of it. I can feel the caffeine hitting.
And of course, the geometry.
I generally think like 120 milligrams is like
skewed maybe after he
perfect for me.
And
this
then
is
hit the
150.
And just a word on
position Maxton now. His team is in
touring cars. And briefly, if you remember, there was the electric touring car
E45
series, which I was involved with, and he was one of the pioneers of that.
I was going Taz Rock on the stream.
5 years ago now.
GTPB, no blue. Thank you guys for follows.
And a real gentleman to hang around with.
How they get damaged, we don't know. They don't know yet.
And I loved hearing the
Here's the battle for P5.
The difference between sprint and endurance for touring cars. We had briefly had a discussion about
they got random
earlier,
damage.
but,
Selva and pitted for 3 laps.
Always appreciated. They did try, by the way, to get that 830
What are these SPX Cup 1? They're different classes, yeah.
Car onto the
this is a multi-class race.
It was too damaged to
this Max's class, which is the top class, is called SP9.
Down at the bottom of the Grand Prix loop.
Who came up with the class names, bro? Can't we just call it Class 1, Class 2, Class 3? It'll be so much easier.
Is making himself visible in the rear view mirrors. They've got some traffic as they continue to contend behind them. The Schubert Motorsport BMW M4 GT3 has slid in front
Ooh,
of the
BMW's going for it, and the Merc.
Sign of some
Side draft, see?
Meanwhile, for Kelvin van der Linde, good exit, and now he pulls along.
And he pulls away to avoid getting side drafted back and gets the move. Beautiful. That was a prime example of side drafting right there.
In towards 5th position for the BMW.
For people who don't know what side drafting is, basically side drafting is when you put your front nose on the rear bumper of the car you're trying to overtake, and the air hits your front bumper and goes on the rear wing of the car next to you, and basically just slows them down. So we saw Max do that to Haase early in the race, and that was a prime example of him doing it there. Real quick, I'm just going to rewind so I can pause and show you what I'm talking about.
Carry that speed around the 80s.
So watch, so you see him do it there, right? So he's behind, and then you just have to get a little bit alongside and drive right up next to the front bumper, and basically the air like hits.
Sign of some good speed there.
Basically bounces off your car and hits the car in front. It's so weird how it works. And you can just see like the Merc just lost all that pace.
Good exit, and now he pulls alongside of the right rear of the Mercedes, being passed down on the exit of the hat.
So get back to live.
After the final pit stops in the Mercedes.
I genuinely did not know side drafting was a thing until like 2 weeks ago. And now when I see it, you can clearly see it.
What seems to be a VW Jetta slide down the inside as we work towards Callenhard and Thomas.
Last one sounds boring in your opinion, and then it gets too confusing, bro. Max said even he doesn't know how the damage occurred. It usually occurs when there's a collision with other cars. Yeah. The commentator said he doesn't want to make any assumptions, but he reckons
down through miss.
Max was maybe like pushing his limits too hard with the curbing and stuff.
What you want to do with the apexes.
Appreciate it, brother. 2024 was my first year driving proper rental carts. Won the first championship. Hell yeah. Last team was tough. Learned a lot. Can't wait for this season. Couple podiums in Enduro P2 last year. Nice, dude. Keep it up. I really wish I was as interested in karting as other people. It's expensive, so maybe I don't wish that. Yo, Falcon! Thank you for another 5 gifted memberships on YouTube. Appreciate it, dude. If you got a gifted membership from Falcon, give him a thank you. W's in chat for Falcon. But thank you so much, dude. Really do appreciate that. Dude, on memberships on YouTube, do you not get ads? Is it like the equivalent of YouTube Premium? Vasco, Hunderburgler. Thank you for the follows.
Today, I don't think there's any doubt about that, Neil. But there's only a couple of times you've got to really
13 minutes to go in this race.
Will be now.
So a couple laps to go.
And note the extraordinary change of engine notes.
Yeah, we watched the side drafting vids yesterday. They were very helpful. They go 80 to 90 kilometers an hour and drivers race road tax or actual cars on the track. So fun. Which would be like, yeah, good luck, dude. What track? Whereabouts are you doing these karting? Like, what country or what track?
This project has been and how successful it is being. With Neil Verhagen.
No, my luck, you'll give 239. I wouldn't even get one. I don't think it just goes out to viewers in the stream right now. I think it goes out to viewers who watch the stream in general.
For 6th.
Feel lucky. The one day my Twitch is fucked, so I come here, I get one. Yeah, I was gonna say. Usually I see you in Twitch chat.
Mercedes very vulnerable right now. Closing stages, the balance maybe not quite there. It's so.
This has been a good race though. I think I enjoyed this more than NLS2.
That's why having
even though Max stayed alive the whole time in NLS2, I felt like the battle was better with more drivers in the first hour, and there's been way more battling throughout the rest of the field.
Oh, lots of momentum for the M3 Touring as he sweeps out through the Mutt curve. Some traffic in front of them. Onto the brakes just before the Caracciola carousel. Oh, and Neil Verhagen sweeps through on that Mercedes.
When's the 24-hour Nurburgring, virtual 24-hour Nurburgring?
Like a dream. Shot out now of that carousel. What a fascinating addition to the track that is, which over time has been repaid to some degree, but that carousel.
Okay, I'm gonna need this to be linked again in chat. Hello. I'm gonna need this to be linked again in chat when I do the 24-hour stream.
So much of that character and, well, if character is another word for bumps, I guess that is fair enough to say. Still through the traffic they go. As mentioned, also got third, Schiller trying to hunt down Thomas Pryning. They work their way at the end of these F and Bell off S's, I think.
Oh, this is a battle for the podium. Sorry, I've just clocked what's happening right now. So the Porsche, the yellow car, is in P3, and the Mercedes is in P4, hunting the Porsche down for P3. They're kind of stuck on traffic. Okay, this is sick. This is a sick. Like, see, look, this is what. Oh, the Merc has to run.
But Thomas Pryning's lost some of his own time
down the straight.
An orange and black GT4
okay, the Porsche's going to pull in the slipstream of the Merc now.
Pulls to the right-hand side of the track.
Keep your eye on the side drafting if one of them gets along the side.
Thomas Pryning is tucked back into
the Porsche is so shit on the straights.
Grello have the straight line speed to challenge and pull alongside on the
little bit of side draft.
Dropping down in towards Tiergarten.
That looked too easy. Again. Oh, and then look, and then the Merc side drafts back.
A couple of times for the race
oh, they touched.
And that Mercedes
who's going to keep it pinned? Porsche gets the inside, over the curb. Oh, they got some traffic, they got some traffic. Oh, the Porsche's going to win out because of the traffic. Oh, okay, this is good, this is good. 10 minutes to go. 2 laps to go. We've got a battle for the podium. Hello, shit camera, why are we on this cam? Side by side.
But Neil, this is not done.
And don't forget, after nearly 4 hours of racing, this is a battle for the podium. And
the Porsche's keeping it. Wow. 4 hours. And we've got 2 drivers battling for a podium. This is sick.
To his advantage to
yeah, like I was saying, this has been a way better race than MLS 2. MLS 2, the first hour was great. Oh, the Merc's come back. It's got the inside. The Porsche hooked around the outside. Oh my god.
So this is for the podium.
And it's kept it. What the fuck? This is actually elite racing right now. And the Merc's coming back again.
There, but it gave him the inside down through the forward curve. Back around the outside. This is great stuff. We may not be getting a fight for the lead, but now that the
holy! I imagine this was for the lead right now.
And Mercedes, 2 of our contenders going into next month's second round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge.
That is sick. Holy. All right, 2 laps to go. Can the Porsche hang on? We're obviously cheering on the Porsche. I prefer Porsche as a car. And it's sponsored by Red Bull, so, you know, you got to, right?
This should be the penultimate lap of the race. Next time Ben Green comes around to see the start-finish
that was actually elite.
We'll start the final lap of this 4-hour race.
No, we're about to go to ads.
So Ben Green has a healthy lead of nearly 20 seconds.
Like we're about to go to ads. Black Man. Vasco, thank you guys for following.
Presume that he's sort of sealed the victory in the Scherer Sport Audi R8 LMS, and behind him Niederhauser in the Red Bull Team Abt Lamborghini Huracan. But then
yeah, like yellow is my favorite color.
Is this battle?
Porsche's my favorite car. Red Bull's my favorite brand. I just think that I'm going to cheer for the Porsche here.
You just do feel like Schiller is biding his time.
Each kart can be expensive. My buddy and I had our own Briggs, was super fun. Go 100 kilometers per hour, sold it. Hope to get one as business content takes off this year. Hope you get to enjoy it. So yeah, karting is just so expensive, man.
With traffic, that's where he made the boldest moves that maybe surprised us the most. Update on Cup 2, by the way, now that our pit stop sequence has seemingly cycled through. It's still Renhofer that leads in the Porsche Endurance Trophy Nürburgring Cup 2 class.
I was kind of sad Max didn't decide to drive Porsche. Do you think Max made the right decision with Merc?
There's not much time.
I feel like Merc is a more established GT3.
The Black Falcon Team Fanatec 82.
Well, Porsche's its own series, but like I don't know. I feel like Merc is just kind of dominating, not dominating, consistently near the top across all GT3 series, right? It kind of just made sense for Max to go with Merc.
While in SB10, now that our pit stops there have also been worked through Toyo tires with Ring Racing. That's the Toyota GR Supra. That is looking like...
Is P41 even good? No.
For a victory with a 41-second gap back to Hoful.
You just gotta remember, he's not in P41 because of anything he or the team have done. It's just unlucky with the damage. I mean, I guess you could argue it's too aggressive and damaged this car, but we don't even know how he got damaged yet.
Cars heavily hitting and compressing against the bottom of the track. These two in their fight for
You know there
third.
was going to be 30 extra cars in this in the 24-hour race. Traffic is going to be horrendous. Yeah, true.
And now towards Metzgveldi, fast left-hander, dab onto the
Everyone will be
brakes.
trying a lot more in that race as well.
To the right side of the track to then
Here we go, Max. Not Max, sorry, Hour. Another car he's unlapping himself on.
Charge, remember, a couple of laps down on the field. He's the next driver to make his way past the Sitzel-Lam Racing Mercedes.
And just another sort of pit lane style report. One of the stories that might get overlooked is Michael Schrey. I don't know if you were aware, but he was planning to retire from motorsport, but his former team, Bonk Motorsport, got on the blower and got him back in the car for this one. And it's a return that's paying off.
Want the Merc to catch back up and give us another medal.
Both the SP10 class for GT4 and the
Change your
BMW
username?
M2 class.
Hell
so,
yeah, the O is
Michael
gone.
Schrey doing a great job. Clearly not too old for this.
Max always prefers a straight line speed, even F1 has some more like that.
Incredible.
Then he can deal with
you
the
can
corners
do
with
this
the
race
skill.
in multiple classes.
Yeah.
And
This
indeed,
was,
that's part
oh
of the
no,
charm
this wasn't the battle.
sometimes
Was it?
of jumping
Yeah, this was
between
elite as
very
well.
different cars. We'll grab another look for those watching in vision at the battle that we had on the Grand
Like, look at this,
Prix
it's
part
side
of
by
the
side,
track
and the Porsche
for
hooks it around
third.
the
It was
outside.
a bit of a squeeze from Thomas Preining.
Beautiful racing.
And
then I don't know how the Merc kept it in here, look.
Towards the Ford complex.
Just had the
But of
run.
course, when you shortcut out of that Yokohama S, you really are allowing yourself to get
And
caught
the
up
Porsche
in
just
these
got on the brakes late, the camera died.
entanglements, and it continued all the way down
So
in towards
good.
the Dunlop hairpin at the very bottom of the track, where maybe Thomas Preining opens up the steering slightly.
Oh yeah, if there's a crash at night time, it's so scary. Just coming around a corner, you
track
just,
cambers back up as they hook
you know, you don't
through
see it
the
until
bottom
your
part of the track.
car lights hit it.
The Porsche was able to put the power down quite nicely
having
and
both
pull
feeds on,
away
no worries.
back into
Yeah, I'd like having the onboard.
the leading
It's
lead of this
way more
battle.
useful than being
Back
like, what's
towards
Max up to?
the
What's this?
carousel, they will.
Do you think that watching a Nurburgring onboard is my
once more,
favorite
just
thing? Yeah, it's so
note the
satisfying.
line
It's such a
that
fun
they
track to
take here.
drive.
So important to drop in at the
I
right
love
point.
driving this track on
Run
iRacing.
a constant
It's
speed
frustrating,
and
but
then
it's a
put the
different
power
type of
down.
driving. When I drive
Spit
another
yourself
track, I'm
out
like,
with the
all right,
maximum
brake at
force
100
that you can
meters,
find.
brake here, turn in
For a
here.
car, Neil,
Whereas
that
when I
have
drive
said has
Nurburgring,
been
it's more like
hot and
instinct
cold
or like
today in terms of form.
feeling.
The Grello
Because I can't remember the whole
Mantype Porsche
track.
now is very much relying on Thomas Preining to use all
George,
his
thank you for
experience
following.
here at the Nordschleife in a Porsche 911 GT3R to put the car in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, you're exactly right. We don't know if there was an actual issue in
I'm
the
guessing
middle
no
part of the race,
celebrations.
but that certainly wasn't
I think those still did the podium
delivering
and
as it
stuff,
should
right?
have been. But now, with Preining at the wheel, he is holding off. And don't forget, he's holding off.
Do you think
a
Max
car,
remembers the track? Oh yeah, the
part
pros
of the Windward
and
Racing
anyone who
team,
drives
that
Nurburgring
will
all the
be
time,
feeling a
100%
disappointment at
would
what
remember the
happened
track.
with the Max Verstappen
But it'd take a lot
car,
to
which is
remember.
now
Oh,
currently
wait, is that the
in
Porsche? No, no, no.
41st place overall, with
Who are we watching right now?
at the
Oh,
wheel.
this is
But
the
yes,
leading Haas.
That battle for the podium is one that's
the leading Haas. This is the leading
keenly
Audi.
contested for
We're watching right now.
Schiller in the number 80 Windward Racing Mercedes-AMG GT3, because of course that would be
Audi.
their only chance of a podium.
Going
in
to win the
absence
race
of
again.
Auer and Verstappen.
By 20 seconds.
And after being stripped of the NLS2 win, after using too many tires per the allocation requirements, they would quite like to be on the podium once again, and this time actually keep the trophies. That's a lapped car that peels out of the way of our race leader. It means that Ben Green is going to get set for the final lap of this 4-hour.
Any advice to get the wife off the sim?
Qualifier race. A bit of a misnomer.
Why would you want to get her off the sim?
Qualifying for the race itself.
NASCAR fan, thank you so much for the sub. Did you have your first time subbing? You haven't gotten a gifted sub before? You've never subbed yourself? Well, I appreciate you for finally subbing with tier 1 for the first time. Really do appreciate it, dude. Obviously, you don't have to support with a sub. Or like, obviously, you know you've been watching for ages, so to come through with a sub for the first time, I appreciate it, dude.
Racing in IMSA out on the streets of Long Beach, racing in Imola as
Maybe
the World
slightly
Endurance
nerfed the
Championship
24-hour
gets
race,
underway, and of
race
course
which is
racing
better
at
for us.
Spa as well with the 24-hour series
Who are you talking about, the Audi?
and coverage of all 3 of those and the NLS. here across of the Radio Show Limited network channels.
You asked about membership. It doesn't stop ads, but it gives access to perks. You can post unedited raw footage, podcasts, on formal right. Yeah, I knew about that stuff. I just wasn't sure about ads. Just a shame it doesn't stop ads.
The expectation
I got a rebel badge now. I can't bear to have Ferrari next to my name.
Class leader, remember, after
you mean
the Hyundai
VCAP,
had
right?
its moment, the Volkswagen Golf was promoted to the TCR lead. They've just been given a 45-second time penalty for non-respect of code.
Oh, the Merc is close to the Porsche again.
Another team getting caught up with just making a mistake with the processes here today.
Final lap.
So obviously within that class, it's that time penalty is meaningless, but if it comes with any kind of points on the license, then that could be a problem.
Verstappen's team
it still has impact, even if it's the only car in its class that's actually in contention. And this battle for the podium continues as we reach the very final stages of this 4-hour race. And it looks like Schiller is biding his time for a move.
As I say that, he moves up into P39.
The Audi that had peeled off onto pit lane just in front of the overall leader of the race, they'd actually had to come down for a front right tire change. I wonder if there was a bit of damage potentially accrued. Maybe
no,
it's difficult with ABS to flat spot the tire, but I wonder if maybe either that cut it at some point.
Is in the Merc right now. Training is in the Porsche.
Future Racing's Audi R8 LMS Evo 2.
It's getting hot in my room.
Finish this race one lap down. Also in pit lane, and I'm not seeing a sign as to whether this has been a longer stop than was initially intended. But the car that pitted first in the SB9 class, the Trinity Solutions Aston Martin, the number 34, it is going to drop out of the top 10 if it continues to sit in pit lane. There is pace out on track though, because Raphael Renhofer has just set the overall fastest lap of any Porsche Cup car today with an 8:26.529. Bodes well for the Porsche GT3R that's defending right now. And Fabian Schiller, after pulling alongside on the Dottinger Hoher a lap or so ago, has not been close enough to do so again, Neil.
No, I think you're right. This has really come into the hands of Preining in these closing stages, and that Porsche is really delivering, and it's managing to defend this crucial podium position, which did seem to elude them earlier in the race. So very impressive work by both the engineers and, of course, Thomas Preining.
We've been talking about production cars aplenty, and there are some storylines to keep an eye on onto this final lap of the race. The VT2 front-wheel drive class.
8:10.4. They've got the fastest lap.
Covering the top two right now. Although that screen would indicate maybe a bit more time, and maybe my timing is yet to update. I think actually what that means is we are 5 laps off the overall leader of the race, so don't worry too much. The 495 is actually only about 1 second off. You can see the car if you're watching with us.
P39 on an hour.
Volkswagen closing on that red Audi S3. It's a Golf GTI versus Audi S3.
Did you get all the data from the timings and
the
stuff? I can link in the chat.
And that's why they race in the same class. Jürgen Nett looking anxiously over his shoulder right now as he's being hunted down by the nimble Golf. Fastest lap as well on the last time.
Where's your hubcap, bro?
By the 495 on the hunt. So clearly a sign that the car coming alive in these closing stages. Traffic not making it easy by
these cars look so much slower when you look at the other GT2. Dude, it looks so cursed without the hubcap.
Very courteous.
Sold. They've got it.
Who elects to wait behind the
Oh, that
S3.
Ford looks fucking hot.
And I think this is probably one of the tracks, Neil, where you really have to think about how you manage the traffic. You're not always looking at the corner that you're driving through. You're thinking about 5 corners in front. Where are you going to be relative to the traffic that you're either catching or the traffic that's in your rear view mirror? It's a very cerebral sort of racing that sometimes you have to kind of do here in multi-class Nordschleife competition.
Porsche's going to be able to hang on now.
Yeah, it's kind of like snooker at 250 kilometers an hour, isn't it? It's sort of thinking 3 or 4
Max's team is currently in P39. They got
on
damaged
some stretches of the
and had to
circuit,
pit for 3
there's
laps.
lots of it, they're blind crests and blind corners with the trees in the way, but a lot of it you can see. You get a glimpse of when the traffic is
Seeing proper race cars and
you
some
can,
street cars is so funny. Yeah, beefed up road cars.
And start to think how that's going to affect either a potential overtake or someone who's potentially you're having to defend from.
Race over? No. Final lap run now.
Thomas Preining still under pressure.
I
Wonderful
pronounce it
aerial
Preining,
shots.
okay.
Great coverage from our team at Nurburgring TV here, and a thank
Alright
you to
guys,
them,
we're on the final
to
lap
all our
now
track workers
of the race. Thank you all for tuning on in today. If you enjoyed, be sure to follow down below. We will be live for the 24 hours of Nurburgring in a month's time. Be sure to tune on in. We'll be live for the whole 24 hours.
Fabian Schiller gets caught behind one of those GT4 BMWs, white, blue, and red.
Stream's not over today though. We're gonna watch the podium, or the end of this race, and the podium celebrations and stuff like that. And then we're gonna be staying live until oh, do I stay live?
From Scherer Sport, Christopher Haase led
Or do I end my stream?
from the drop of the green
Either way, we're gonna be live for
Alexander Sims,
the 2025 F1 Saudi Arabian Grand Prix, and we're going to be live for IndyCar at Long Beach. So 2 other motorsports to go today on stream, so be sure to stick around for that.
in this final hour of the race,
We'll come back later for them.
Untouchable Neil Cole, and now just 1.5 odd kilometers between them and the NLS 5 win.
There we go.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? As well,
Here's the
because they've
leading
been so
car,
dominant,
the Audi.
we haven't given them all the flowers that
Haas's
we
car.
probably should have done.
We battled Max
because
at the
they've just
start.
been out
Once
almost in
again,
a class of their own, not
Max
literally. Just a
Verstappen
note,
out-racing
the number 48
Haase
car which
on
started
track,
the race in
but
8th
Haas's
on the
team
grid,
coming out on top at the end of the
Porsche
race.
911 GT3R, Assenheimer Muller Pereira.
Tato Moss,
has gone into
Mr.
the pits,
Welcome.
so
There goes the follows.
it's been pushed into the pits, as I understand it, from the pit lane. So sadly, that isn't a scheduled pit stop, and that is likely to have retired from the race. So a shame for that car.
There we go.
Which could have finished in the top 10.
Well done to car number 16, Charles Leclerc.
Through the final corners,
No, well done to the Audi, Christopher Haase again.
24 hours of the Nurburgring qualifier.
They are definitely one of the contenders coming in to the 24 hours of Nurburgring. Here's P2, the Red Bull Lamborghini.
Picking up the tempo in stint number 2. Behind him, they said they
Didn't expect the
have
Lambo to
speed,
finish
but
P2.
they got a podium out of it nonetheless.
Yo, why are we standing on the track, bruh?
12, it's the Lamborghini Huracan for the Red Bull team.
Lamborghini Huracan P2.
A full 28 seconds.
28 seconds behind the leader.
Sterling job.
That Audi was quick today. Yeah, Lambo was surprisingly quick today as well. Compared to normal.
And most importantly, bring a fast race car.
And then, is there going to be a battle for P3 at all?
Across the line for 3rd and 4th positions respectively. And so while we wait for that, just a quick update on the rest of the classes.
No,
still
drop back.
that's leading in Cup
All right,
2.
Porsche.
It's still Steve Brown.
The Red Bull
that
Porsche
leads
comes home in
the
P3. Wow.
82
So
class. And
Max's team finishes last out of the 3 Red Bull teams.
And no change on this final lap for 3rd. Grello, even with some
1 minute 14 behind for P3, and the Merc
in NLS number 5.
Engels team in
And it'll be a
P4.
huge relief, just that they not just
Let's see
finished
where
the race,
Max ends up finishing.
You know, managed to get a podium, considering how tricky that race seemed to be in the middle section. So yes, very impressive, and slight disappointment for the car that will come across the line in 4th, Schiller and Winwood Racing. A question of what could have been for that team, for both cars.
So many more.
Yeah, so people just tuning on in. Max and his team were leading the race, and then after an hour and a half, they got damaged and had to pit for 3 laps.
Had a good fight in the first hour of the race after.
So they ended up finishing. Well, we'll wait for it to update. But
Ferrari. What heartbreak for Realized Condor Racing with Rinaldi. I saw a
that
tweet
Audi
from
looks so
David
hot,
Didn't even get to jump into the car. And looking from up above, there is something that has been dangling from the back of the Scherer Audi. It's off the right side of the rear wing where it attaches then to the rest of the
Let's
car.
see where Auer
Very
ends up
curious if
finishing.
that was something that caused any performance degradation. Or
he's currently in P39, but let's see what happens when he ends the lap.
Of that. Looks like already.
Yeah, they got good experience under the belt again.
So
just gonna hope they pull it all together for
Jimmy Broadbent, and Misha Schauder in the Black Falcon
24 hours.
Fanatec car, winning class. Might be a little bit disappointed.
We'll be live for Le Mans. I will try to go live for Le Mans, but it's the same weekend as F1. It clashes with F1, but I'll try about some part of it.
Stages. But again, if their goal is to be running up toward the front of next month's 24-hour race, there is, I think, plenty of promising signs for them, as our field is going to be.
Wasn't Saudi GP cancelled? It was, but we're going to be watching the 2025 replay on the stream today. They're streaming it live on the YouTube channel.
To celebrate, but again, with the events of yesterday, it will be a slightly different celebration, I am sure, for all, Neil. Not the
in the full cooldown lap. No, they do like a loop and come back in the pits. Not a loop. There's a part of the track where you can enter before you go onto the Nordschleife part.
The life that was lost, Juha Mettinen, passing away in a tragic accident yesterday.
Yeah, it's been a heavy weekend for motorsport.
They are lined up in P1.
Once again, our condolences to Juha Miettinen's family, friends, the team, and kudos really to all of these drivers.
And yeah, obviously this weekend we lost Juha.
To go again.
So sad.
Rallying around and continuing.
Yeah, thoughts are with his friends and family.
Yes,
and you know, big props to all the drivers this weekend being able to hop back in their cars and race after knowing what happened yesterday.
Had his own
after all that talk about Monster,
we'll never forget the
I now learn Monster sponsors the 24-hour Nurburgring,
including most recently at NLS 3, and of course as well 25 podiums. 47.2 was his podium.
And it's updated. Our finished P39. So Verstappen Racing P39 after dropping from first due to damage.
Alexander Sims part of that trio, only here by the way because his regular
fastest lap really helps us for the 24-hour weekend, so that this wasn't nothing. How does the fastest lap help? But yeah, they did end the race with the fastest lap though. Max did the fastest lap. B, David the Bullock. Without Verstappen, rest of this category is miserable. Is it? And we had really good racing today between a lot of drivers. Just because you don't know their names doesn't mean it's miserable. Doesn't mean it's bad. Who saw was damaged? We don't know yet. We don't think it's a car problem.
Versus Volkswagen Golf GTI. This is what the Nordschleife.
Where did Jimmy and stuff end up finishing?
And it is the bright
red and black
yeah,
what's up, Kiara?
Comes out on top. Spectacular fight all the way to the very end.
Wait, so how does the fastest lap help?
Imagine
you gotta wave that flag for 8 to 10 minutes straight. Bro, you gotta work on that arm.
Absolutely spectacular, and that's what we're here for. Hopefully we'll get to hear from.
Wait, which one's Christopher Haase?
Here we go.
So hopefully we'll get the audio soon. Otherwise, we'll try and do maybe some lip reading of.
Yeah, Strobe, I don't think you understand that.
What is happening?
Max winning by a minute in the last time wasn't because Max is much better than all the other drivers. It was because Haase's teammate wasn't good enough to keep up with Max and Junkendale. And a lot of the big GT3 drivers haven't been racing in NLS because they've been racing in WEC or
I also had a minor collision with the tire barriers. We had a really hard time getting the car to work. In top qualifying, the whole picture changed.
I'm not gonna lie, I've been seeing a lot of.
Quite well, almost perfectly.
I thought Max was good. I thought Max was good. He's every day. That's the first time I've seen someone say Max is so good that it makes the series boring.
Technical aspects, it's not making us slower, but it's obviously less pleasant to drive. If we can improve the drivability of the stint, it would be much less stressful for the drivers. That would be especially important in the 24-hour race. So that's a quote from Christopher Haase, which I'm sure he was just giving a brief summary in German to our
that's what Haase
pitch
looks
reporter
like,
down there. But a master of understatement, really, that it would be useful
Andy,
24
Thor,
hour race to make
Wakanda Bros, thanking you guys for the follows. Under 2026 rules for the 24-hour Nurburgring, up to 6 cars can pre-qualify directly into top 3 qualifying based on performance in LS race.
You know, there is no other racing series like this.
Right,
so
okay.
You get the opportunity to race at the same track. At this
so that means Max won't do...
Say, you know, 10 times a year, 11 if you factor in the...
so that means Max won't do the other qualifiers?
A quote from Matt Campbell as well. Remember, Thomas Preining finished the race for the Grello 911. We had a good race. Thomas did a really good job. We also did a good job with strategy, but I think...
So that means Max won't be doing...
But the strategy worked really well. I think that's kind of the story that we saw as well, Neil, from up here in the Global Broadcast Center, from 10,000 feet, if you will.
Very much so. Also a word from Mirko Bortolotti. From a sporting perspective, it was a great weekend for us. We had 2 great starts yesterday and today. Things are going in the right direction regarding preparations for the 24-hour race. But yesterday was a dark day and really tough for all of us. It was a really difficult moment for the entire paddock. My thoughts are with my family. You don't want to see something like that.
So that means Max won't be doing this,
So not a happy weekend, but from a sporting point of view, I can't complain.
They'll just be doing this now?
Very well put there by Mirko Bortolotti, who was impressive in the early part of this race in the number 84.
Is that what that means?
Huracan.
They just go straight here?
We are getting word of a couple of post-race penalties that will be swinging the way of some competitors. The heavy-handed
the reason Verstappen is the fastest 6 automatically make it the top 43 for 3 hours. He does quali 3 and top quali 3. Right. So,
in SP3, they're going to
so
get
just that and that.
60-second time penalty. Not sure exactly how that.
Okay, so on Friday I could go live for these 2 qualifying sessions.
I did see was something for one of the Subarus in, excuse me, Toyota Supras in the field, ignoring one of the...
Okay, so maybe I go live at 10 a.m. Maybe I go live at 10 a.m. on Friday. Watch qualifying 3.
Our winners today,
watch top quali 3, and then play Forza from 2:30 till...
some good data heading into next month's 24-hour race, because this is it, the dress rehearsal.
Yeah, wait, can someone check? If I don't have to do that one, then that's perfect. I just go live at 1, watch that, and then play Forza afterwards.
24 hours of the Nurburgring.
Yeah, what a perfect way to race today. Great conditions, no rain.
I can't believe there's a guy in YouTube chat right now telling me that
throughout the whole race.
Max Verstappen is better than every single driver in GT3 racing, and it makes GT3 racing boring.
In preparation for the 24 hours next month.
Max isn't even the best driver. Well, he was the fastest today, but I don't think Max is better than his 2 teammates yet. Or his 3 teammates yet.
But difficult, and kudos
he still
to
lacks
everybody
a lot of experience in GT3 racing. And I'm a Max fan.
Update on our winners, and we can begin to wrap up here and officially start to plant our feet forward to next month's running of the Ravenel ADAC 24 Hours of the Nurburgring in SP9. After a exhilarating battle in the opening
Don't expect there to be much
Max
celebration on the podium, yeah.
And the Verstappen Racing Mercedes, Shara Sport, and Christopher Haase, Alexander Sims, and Ben Green are your winners in their Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo 2.
Why can't we see this right now?
SPX, we should also highlight Neil Verhagen crossed the line 7th for the BMW M3 Touring. So they will be thrilled with the effort in top qualifying, only 5 seconds off, and another good 4 hours worth of data racked up ahead of the big race. In Cup 2, it was the...
I mean, to be fair, Max was coming into the traffic so well today. He was insane. He was definitely the quickest driver on track today. But I still think I wouldn't say he's like Claire better than his teammates or Claire the best driver in GT3 racing. Then it makes it boring. Absolutely not.
The gap relatively large on the track, but also just in front then of the 82 class winners. The Black Falcon Team Fanatec Porsche Cup car with, of course, a couple of different accoutrements and fuel powering that.
Are we getting anything else?
Cup 3, they led for the majority of the race. It was Smilleris Racing in their Porsche 718 Cayman. That's another one of our classes eligible in the Porsche Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, while
I want to send top 3, so he'll only be in top qualifying 3. Don't you feel like that's a little bit of a disadvantage? Do you think that's an advantage or a disadvantage? Only being able to do top quality 3? Did you miss out on all that other track time? Or is it good because you have less risk of crashing the car?
The SP3T winner all the way down in 47th overall. That was the number 323. Armando Stanco paired up with Dario Stanco.
Some people think he could join boat racing or something and win championships first try. Yeah. But don't be wrong, Max is insane, and I think he deserves the praise for what he's doing in GT3. But I think some people need to chill out when saying, like last week, when he won NLS 2, you gotta remember, like, him and Haase were going neck and neck, and Haase is not one of the best GT3 drivers. He's great, don't get me wrong, he is great, but it's not, you know, Kevin Estrie or Daniel Cadea or any of these guys. So he's pretty neck and neck with these top guys, which is respectable, but he's not like clear of them. It's not like he's demolishing them. But then again, it is quite embarrassing that a F1 driver who doesn't do GT3 racing can just hop in a GT3 car and do well. But then again, that's just Max Verstappen. Look at what Stroll did in GT World Challenge, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like F1 drivers are the best drivers in the world, and any series they go to, they're going to be good. This is because Max has put so much time and energy into GT3 racing, into sim racing, into his team, that he's put himself in a position to be able to compete with the best guys.
As are the organizers and everyone at the track itself. But like you said, we've just whet the appetite for the 24-hour race that comes up in a few weeks. If we get as good racing as we did between Max Verstappen and Christopher Haase for 24 hours, that's going to be a very difficult race to commentate.
Over time will be considered one of the top in GT3 as well.
Agreed, yeah. What a beautiful 4 hours that was. And the prospect of the battles at the front when the field is swelled slightly in a month's time is sort of, you know, it's worth whetting the appetite for. It gets everything going ready for the 24 hours in a month's time. Just hard to work out how the podium itself will be played out.
Are we gonna have podium, or they're not doing podiums
this weekend, and the tragic events of yesterday? So, you know, we have to acknowledge that this is not a normal situation, and our thoughts are still with Juha Miettinen.
And I think everyone's thoughts will be as we wrap up this 5th round.
I assume that it's not doing a podium then.
2026 NLS season. Technically only the 3rd race complete, and of course the 2nd of our Ravenel ADAC 24 hours of the Nurburgring qualifier races. A weekend that in many ways is going to be remembered for all the wrong reasons. The tragic passing of Juha Miettinen, but all we can do is look forward and to race in his memory. To quote Jochen at Frozen Speed, one of Juha's friends, those that have the most fun, those that pass having the most fun are the most successful, and I think you will all agree with me that Juha was out on track doing exactly what he and all of us in the motorsports community love. He leaves behind his 3 children and his wife, as well as his teammates and the entire motorsports paddock thinking of him here at the Green Hell on what has been a very difficult weekend. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Neil Cole. Thank you for your company, and we'll see you in a few weeks' time for the
no podiums, I guess.
ADAC 24 hours of the Nurburgring.
Yeah, no podium, I guess, in respect of Juha. But guys, that wraps up race 2 and the 24-hour Nurburgring qualifiers weekend as a whole. Thank you guys all for tuning on in. The stream is not over. We're going to get into some F1 stuff now, but we are going to wrap up the Nurburgring portion. So guys, thank you all for tuning on in this weekend. Yesterday was obviously a very sad day and a very weird stream. But today was a lot better. Amazing racing on track throughout the entire field. So many of you guys tuning on in as well. Obviously sucks that Max and his team got damaged, which kind of meant the race after an hour and a half, we didn't have as much to cheer on for, but the rest of the field was really good. I honestly enjoyed today's race more than NLS 1 because I think we had better racing at the front, more drivers racing at the front, more battles throughout the field. It was really good, and I'm so fucking excited for the 24 hours of Nurburgring now. But yeah, I'm just glad it went all good today. Anyways, guys, thank you all for watching. We are going to stay live on Twitch, but if you watch on YouTube, the stream is now finished. Come join us on Twitch, twitch.tv/Ponden. In the next hour, I'm going to be staying live on Twitch. We're going to be watching some F1 YouTube videos. There's been a bunch of F1 content that's been posted that I want to watch. And then in an hour and a half, they will be streaming the 2025 Saudi Arabian Grand Prix free on the F1 YouTube channel to watch. So we're going to be watching that. So come join us on Twitch if you are watching on YouTube right now. And then later on tonight, I will be live again to watch IndyCar at Long Beach. So plenty more motorsports to come. F1, IndyCar, come join us. But yeah, thank you guys all for watching today. I really do appreciate all your support. I cannot wait for the 24 hours of Nurburgring. And yeah, rest in peace, Yuha. So sad what happened yesterday. And I think, again, I keep saying it, but it just goes to show how dangerous motorsport is and how much these guys deserved our respect for going out there and putting on entertainment for us to enjoy. Because look how amazing motorsport is when it's safe. What good racing we had today. Anyways, thank you guys for watching on YouTube. Be sure to subscribe down below. Be sure to like. I'll see you guys in the next one. Come join us on Twitch. Bye-bye.